Public Administration Legislation Committee into the 2022-23 supplementary budget estimates. Today, I begin by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which we meet today. On behalf of the committee, I pay respects to their elders, past and present. I extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples here today. The committee's fixed the 31st of March as the date for the return of answers to questions taken on notice. Just hyperventilating from, reading too quickly. I remind senators that the committee's agreed that any written questions on notice should be lodged with the Secretariat by the 3rd of March. Today, the committee will continue its examination of the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet and the Department of Finance. Under Standing Order 26, the committee must take all evidence in public session. This includes answers to questions on notice. I remind all witnesses that in giving evidence to the committee, they are protected by parliamentary privilege. It is unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of the evidence given to a committee, and any such action may be treated by the Senate as a contempt. It is also a contempt to give false or misleading evidence. The Senate has endorsed the following test of relevance for questions at estimates hearings. That is, any questions going to the operations or financial positions of the departments and agencies which are seeking funds in estimates are relevant questions for the purpose of estimates hearings. I remind officers that the Senate has resolved that there are no areas in connection with the expenditure of public funds where any person has a discretion to withhold details or explanations from the Parliament or its committees unless the Parliament has expressly provided otherwise. The Senate has resolved also that an officer of a department of the Commonwealth shall not be asked to give opinions on matters of policy and shall be given a reasonable opportunity to refer questions asked of the officer to superior officers or to a minister. This resolution does not preclude questions asking for explanations of policies or factual questions about when and how policies were adopted. Witnesses are reminded of the Senate order specifying the process by which a claim of public interest immunity should be raised. I incorporate the public interest immunity statement into Hansard. I remind all senators that as we continue our work implementing Set the Standard report, as chair, I will do my best to ensure that proceedings are conducted in an orderly, respectful and courteous way. An officer called to answer a question for the first time should state their full name and capacity in which they appear. And thank you for your patience in me reading that so quickly. I know you're all very familiar with its contents in any case. So good morning, everyone. I'd like to welcome Senator the Honourable Katie Gallagher, the Minister for Women, Minister for Finance, Minister for the Public Service, Manager of Government Business in the Senate and Vice President of the Executive Council, and Mr Peter Woolcott, AO, Australian Public Service Commissioner and other officers of the Australian Public Service Commission. Good morning and thank you all for being here. Minister, do you wish to make an opening statement, or Mr Woolcott?
No, thank you, Chair.
No, thank you, Chair. We did table a new organisational chart for the benefit of the committee this morning. I just want to bring that.
Thank you, that's very helpful. Who would like? Senator Hume.
Thank you, Chair. And just before we begin, can I say on behalf of the opposition, and I'm sure actually all senators at the desk, our condolences for the passing of your father, Mr Woolcott. He was indeed one of Australia's greatest diplomats and public servants.
Thank you, Senator. That's very kind of you.
At the last estimates, Mr Woolcott, you told the committee that you were working through the APS reform agenda and progressing the culture and capability elements of that. Do you think you could provide us an update on the progress that you're making?
Yes. Thank you, Senator. A large amount of work has been going on in regard to that. The work is divided really up between myself and the Public Service Commission and the Australian and the Reform Office working out of Prime Minister and Cabinet under Gordon de Grauw. And we work very closely together. The three priorities that we have picked up specifically at the moment and are focused on are capability reviews, and there are three capabilities reviews being instituted at the moment. One is on the APSC itself as the first pilot, and the other one is on the Departments of Health and Infrastructure, and we're moving forward with those. And essentially they'll be forward-looking. It's about the next 5-year timeframe, and are they in a position to deliver on the government's priorities over the next 5 years in terms of their capabilities. That's an important piece of work. And I think there's also a very important piece of work there around cross-cutting issues, and we're planning to look at emergency management and how we handle that across the government and across with the states and territories as well. So that's another important piece of work. There's workplace relations policy. As you know, the government has embarked on a very ambitious workplace relations policy, which is about harmonising paying conditions across the public service after some sort of 2 decades of what you might call largely individual bargaining capped by a wage policy on top of that. And in fact, we have Peter Reardon here, who's responsible for that out of the New South Wales government, here to answer any questions you might have. And then, of course, there's boosting First Nations employment, which is another priority. So there are specific things we're working on in the Commission at the moment, which we have sort of individual responsibility for. But there's a whole range of other areas that we're very focused on. One is the whole question of integrity. What do we need to do to ensure that our integrity systems are absolutely first rate and in order? There's issues around flexible work. How do we attract, retain and develop the capabilities we need for the future? And flexible work and location are big parts of that. And we have a Future Work Secretary Subcommittee, which is looking at the moment developing principles around flexible work, in terms of how do we retain our competitiveness and our productivity in a modern workplace going forward. There's a lot of work going around the Academy. I brought in Shubho Banerjee, who is the Deputy Commissioner for the APS Academy, and he has the task of really further embedding the Academy as a central tenet in terms of the way we deliver our learning and development programs across the system. So huge amount of work. I'm sure Gordon de Brouwer will want to talk further about the work that he is focused on, but it's a very big reform agenda which builds very much off the back of the 30 review.
And the study review, all of those recommendations, I think that the last estimates, you said that there were some of the recommendations, none of them had been abandoned, but some of them had been paused. And you were talking about the sort of structural areas of the reform package. Has there been any movement on that?
Yeah, I was specifically referring to the hierarchy and classification review, which we commissioned out of the 30 review. And that was a very bold piece of work, which looked at not only sort of culture of the public servants, it looked at our structure, and it looked at our leadership. And essentially it was saying that we were too hierarchical, that we needed to actually, in terms of developing a modern workforce, we needed much more flexibility and agility in that workplace. What we're doing is we're focusing on certain aspects of that. So we paused the classification. What the hierarchy and classification review recommended is we move from 13 to 18 levels in terms of the public service, which was, and so we redid our structures, and we thought that was probably, given all the other things we're trying to do, that would be too much to add to all the other reform measures we're taking. So we paused that part of it, and we looked to focus on other aspects of the recommendations which we think will achieve the same outcomes. So we're focused on the Chart of Leadership Behaviours, which Secretary's Board has produced, which is very much around adaptive and systems leadership. We're focused on optimal management structures, so it spans of control essentially, and how we can really drive some of the changes we want through spans of control. We're focused on looking at specialists and how what's their place in the system. So a lot of things that we're doing. I'm also looking at the leadership aspects very strongly, particularly around EL2s, which have been neglected as part of our central leadership training components. And there's 13,000 of them, and they're a hugely important part of our leadership structure at the middle there. So there's a lot we're doing, and we think we can get to where we want to go, or a long way towards that, without actually going through the classification structures at the moment. That's for the future.
And what about the Department of Finance has what's it called, an audit of employment going on? How does the APSC interact with that, and the recommendations around structural reform in the APS? How do you sort of marry the two?
Yeah, that's another important piece of work, and this is the issue of the use of contractors and consultants in the public service. The audit of employment is being done by finance, and that'll give us a baseline in terms of how do we use them, where they use, what do they cost, what are the benefits. And once we've got that work, we're looking then to develop a strategic framework for the use of consultants and contractors into the future. So it's not about saying we shouldn't use them. It's about when should you use them, how you should use them, what are the real core capabilities the public service needs, and what are the things that you would rightfully source out from the private sector. At the same time, the idea of the strategic framework will also provide a sense of what's best practice in terms of the use of consultants, and particularly the exchange of intellectual property, and so that you're actually, again, growing your own capability. At the same time, and the Reform Office can talk about this next, you've got the idea of an in-house consulting model, which will sit in PM&C, and that's also being developed, but that's something which is being worked up very much by Gordon de Brouwer and his team.
Yeah, I've got some questions about that, but I'm interested to know why that type of audit wouldn't be undertaken by the APSC rather than the Department of Finance.
Well, they've always had responsibility for contractors and consultants in terms of the PGPA guidelines, and so they just have access to the numbers and the ability to do that work better than we can. Obviously, we're talking to them all the time. We're looking to start our work now on strategic framework while they're still completing their work, because we have a good sense of where it's going. But it's a really big piece of work, Senator.
Yeah, fair enough. I've got some questions around the census, the APS employee census that was published last year. Do you think you could just give, for the enlightenment of the committee, give us an idea of the sort of the background to the results of that 2022 survey?
Sure. I might ask the head of the data area who runs the census to actually provide the real detail on that.
Hi. I'm very high.
They all start that way in the morning.
Dr Nicole Still, Assistant Commissioner, Workforce Insights Group. My group is responsible for administering the annual APS census every year. Last year we administered it in May and June, which is often the time frame. We only go outside that time frame for things like COVID. So May, June we administered it. We had a high response rate last year, the highest that we've ever had at 83%.
Wow.
Yeah, and that's really good. And it's a testament to agencies who actively engage with their staff to encourage them to have their say. So there's numerous areas that the census covers. We make public each year the findings in multiple formats. Individual data sets we release on data.gov.au, we summarise the findings in the State of the Service report, and then individual agencies have access to their own level of information. Overall, what we're seeing is employee engagement, which is one of the indices that we ask about in the employee census, is at 73%. So that shows actually that people remain motivated and committed to their agency's goals. What we're seeing is that 92% understand how their role contributes to achieving an outcome for the Australian public. So that's up by 2 percentage points. So that's quite high in the APS, as well as believing strongly in the purpose and objective of the APS. That's 85%. There's many data points here. I might touch on some like bullying and harassment, perceptions of bullying and harassment. We're continually seeing a gradual decline in bullying and harassment perceptions. We're at 9.7% at the moment. A few years ago, we were at 13%. 0 is where we're targeting at, but it's on a steady decline. We have, in terms of accessing flexible work arrangements, 73% of respondents said that they currently access flexible work arrangements, and finally 78% are confident that if they requested a flexible work arrangement, their request would be given reasonable consideration. We're seeing that quite high overall. I can go into a bit more detail about wellbeing.
I've actually got a couple of questions about some specific stats.
Sure.
So, first of all, I just want to understand, you said that the information was there for departments to access, but
Yes.
I suppose I'd like to know what the APSC's role is in engagement on the results with the individual departments?
Yeah, sure. So we offer a few things to agencies. We offer individual briefings to agencies. Often that's taken up by their senior executive committee. So I will go with our contracted service provider and provide information, a bit more detail than what they get in a highlights report on their actual agency results. About 30 agencies, so 1 in 3 take us up on that offer. Individual agencies, we also do a lot of work on their action plans. We provide guided templates on action plans, a little bit more detail on some of the areas that might come up about role clarity or autonomy and what that means and what they can possibly do. We put them into contact with each other as well. Some of the smaller agencies would like to know how some of the larger agencies are addressing some issues that might be coming up in their space. So we facilitate that way. And then we facilitate through every agency comes together once a year and we talk through what it is that they are looking for us to produce to help them with their workforce management processes. So we redesign what we call a portal for them to access to produce different cuts of the information. They might be focused on LGBTI or they might be focused on First Nations. So it enables them to easily extract the data each year.
Can I just add, Senator, we also have done a couple of things in terms of making sure the census has outcomes.
Yes.
One is that we're making them transparent, so they'll be mandatory to release them as of next year. As of this year, the Secretaries Board has we've encouraged agencies to release them, and in fact, all portfolio secretaries have released their results publicly. So that's been a big part of ensuring that the staff understand that this is a transparent process, and because they've been made public, there'll need to be a response to it from departments and agencies in the way they manage their staff. So that's been an important initiative. The other thing in terms of using the census is when the Secretary of Prime Minister and Cabinet and myself do performance assessments of secretaries, which we do annually, one of the things we use and look at and discuss is their census results.
Yeah.
Which Hume, I'm going to rotate the call shortly.
Okay, I've just got just one line of questioning specifically on the census and some of the data that came up in it, because there's something you mentioned there, Mr. Walcott, was very interesting, that idea of judging the secretaries and not judging, I should say, engaging with the secretaries on their performance, but that must be very difficult when there has been some considerable churn. And given the APS is undertaking that sort of significant amount of reform in the APS, one of the stats that jumped out to me in the census was that there was 45% of all those surveyed believe that their department or agency managers change well. So how do you go about dealing with that?
Yeah, no, that's a good question, because change is a constant in the public service. There's been an awful lot of change. I mean, you have big pieces of machinery, government changes as well, and then often you saw it with COVID, constantly trying to readjust frameworks to be able to deal with something like COVID and whatever the priorities of the government might be. So I think change is a constant, and that's one of the things I've noticed in my own organisation too. You just need to keep talking to staff about what you're trying to do and what your priorities are, and make that very clear. And it's not people can be made uncomfortable with change,
yeah.
And there's been a significant period of change in the public service, and that is not going to decrease, I suspect, over the next few years. It's the world we're living in is a very complex place, and change is just as a part of.
DFAT though was a bit of a worry. I mean, they actually said only 36% of respondents responded positively to the way the DFAT deals with change, and only when asked if the DFAT SES work as a team, only 55% of the staff responded positively. Is that something that you address specifically? Because that's a bit of a sort of, I would have thought that would be a red flag.
That is something that will obviously come up in conversations with the Secretary of DFAT, but there are questions that are best asked of DFAT itself in terms of how they're managing that.
All right. So when you get these, like one particular department that seems to have extremely low numbers, like DFAT has in this census, do you do some very specific engagement with that department that would be very different from the way you'd engage with other departments?
No, my engagement will be very much confined to discussions with the Secretary.
Right, okay, all right. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Senator Faruqi. Mr. Woolcott, in March 2022, in response to a letter of mine, you acknowledged that more could be done to support greater cultural and linguistic diversity. But in the November 2022 estimates, you stated that you still did not have a formal strategy or targets to increase recruitment and representation of leadership positions of culturally and linguistically diverse people in the APS. I'm just interested to know what progress, if any, has been made since November 2022. Have you started work on a strategy? Have any targets been set?
Thank you, Senator, for that question and your long-standing interest in this issue. It's an important one. I'll ask Deputy Commissioner Banerjee to talk a little bit about what we're doing at the moment, because there's a lot of thinking going into how we progress this. For me, the issue has always been one of leadership, in terms of the numbers fall away quite dramatically as the higher you go up into the public service leadership ranks, and so our leadership doesn't reflect, it's too homogenous, it does not reflect the diversity of the Australian community. So how you deal with that is a complex issue, and it's something we are trying to address. But I'll ask Mr Banerjee to actually take you through some of the immediate things that we're trying to do at the moment in this regard.
Dr Shubha Banerjee, Deputy Commissioner, Head of APS Academy and Capability. Senator, we have a range of work underway in this area at the moment. It's been flagged as a clear priority for the government and for the Commission in terms of the APS being a model employer. As the Commissioner's already flagged, the conversations have really gone to what does progression and pathway look like for called employees. There is a clear issue with profile where the numbers are higher at lower levels, and so we are both talking to, listening to, interacting with called networks about what they think is going on there. In particular, there's a really interesting, important exercise underway in the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet, which is trialling some different methods of engagement with the called network and through the called network to try and understand what the specific barriers are. Senator, as you would know, often these barriers are not so explicit. They're not written down in policy. They're really about what the experience is and what happens through a promotion pathway for cold employees. We're also underway in thinking about some specific leadership and management support for called employees. We will be opening up a specified number of places through our new EL2 program, the Continuous Learning Program, where we'll be supporting a number, that's an EL2 program that runs across the whole service. We'll be opening up some places for the newly promoted EL2s so that they can get some understanding of what their own personal circumstances look like in management and also how to build those networks across the service. And we'll also be opening up some specified places in the close to promotion to Band 1 cohort, and again working with them and trying to understand what can be done. I think the broader issue is really how do we think about cultural capability more broadly? What does that pathway look like? How can we make the work environment as welcoming as possible and develop the kind of support and broader networks that are required for a long career in the public service?
I think that's all well and good, Dr. Banerjee, but I guess my question is pretty specific. This all seems very disparate, doing this there, that there. Where is a comprehensive strategy like there are for women, for people with disability, for First Nations people? You have a very good template. Some of the barriers are quite similar. Why isn't there work being done on a comprehensive strategy which has targets? Because, of course, leadership positions is one thing, but the representation of called people in APS has stagnated for years, and it's not representative of the population at all. So my question is, has anyone been tasked with a strategy similar to the ones you have done for other groups which have been discriminated against, and have resources been put into it? When will it be completed? And what are the targets?
If I might answer that, Senator, the Minister has asked us to look at a strategy in relation to called. So she's made her position on that fairly clear. So we are now in the position of providing advice to her, which will basically look at how we do that, how we put together a
You
task
know how
force.
to do that, right?
Well, no,
You've
it's a
done
question of
3
resources.
already.
It's a question of reallocation of resources. It's not something you do in a half-hearted way. If we're going to do a strategy around calls, we need to do it properly. So it's a matter of finding the resources, how we do that, what are the parameters in terms of what we need, what information we need to gather, what's the data we need. There's a whole lot of things which go into making a proper and fulsome strategy, and that's exactly what we're providing the Minister with advice on.
And when are you going to provide that advice to the Minister?
When we do that work, I can't give you a timeline on that.
So
But it's obviously a priority for the Minister, and so we'll be looking to move as quickly
So
as
it
we
would be
can.
useful for the APS to make it a priority as well, because, you know, I do hear from a lot of community who are quite concerned about this issue.
I might say there, Senator, that if we're putting together a task force, as we did with gender and some of the task force we've had in relation to strategies around inclusion and diversity, you want to pull people together from across the service. You're actually looking for across the APS task force. So it's a matter of being able to access those resources and make sure you have the right people. And it's not, the way we try to work in the APSC is we don't work in a vacuum. Our clients are the public service and the public servants, and so we try to bring them all in to work with us on an issue, and that's how you're going to get results in the end.
So this is now a priority, unlike in November 2022, you said it wasn't a priority, but this has now become a priority.
It's clearly a government priority.
Okay, good. In the November estimates, you also stated that work was being done to improve data collection to enable better accuracy when it comes to recording people's backgrounds. Can you provide an update in relation to this piece of work?
Again, I'll ask Mr. Cole Steele to answer that question.
I was interested to know then that would the data record information such as ancestry, for instance?
Yes. Sure. Oh, so we collect data in 2 ways. We collect them through the HR systems, the agency's HR systems, and that's where we collect information on language spoken, country of birth, First Nations status. What we're doing is, while we publicly release a lot of that information, we haven't released it all every 6 months. So we're looking to now do up a new table of language so that people can clearly see not just country of birth, not just First Nations, but all the demographics that we collect. So that will be done on the 24th of March, will be our next data release. Through the employee census that we were just speaking about before, we're introducing a new item for people to identify their cultural background. We think that will give us a bit more information about their experiences at work. Of course, there's always a balance about how low we go in terms of granularity. So we've worked with Diversity Council of Australia to try and narrow that down to something that's acceptable to ask in an opinion survey. So we'll launch that in May, June.
Okay, that's good to know because, as you know, it's not just the first generation which
That's
experience
right.
these barriers, it is second, third generations as well.
Correct.
Also in the November estimates, I raised concerns that the inaugural Diversity and Inclusion Report, which was released in September last year, did not include breakdowns from culturally and linguistically diverse staff on their experiences of discrimination, bullying and harassment, even though it did have breakdowns for other groups. And I think, Commissioner, you stated that you would try and disaggregate that data to ensure that the experiences of all staff are collected. So has this been done?
Yes.
And also, will the 2023 Diversity and Inclusion Report include these breakdowns for culturally and linguistically diverse staff?
Sure.
And I'm especially interested
Sure.
in the experience of non-European background people.
Right. So to answer the first part of the question, each year we do research insights based on the census results. So based on the 2021 census results, we did do an insight report on people who identify as culturally and linguistically diverse backgrounds and the discrimination and bullying and harassment. Sorry if that's just gone off. We've just updated that data and made that public from the 2022 census. So we've released that research insights report that does do a breakdown in terms of language and country of birth and First Nations Nations and their experiences in terms of employee engagement and inclusion at work and bullying and discrimination. So we've done that. We're taking a look at all of our reporting. So in regards to the inaugural report...
Yes, so, sorry, this wasn't in the 2022 report, so has that been done after?
That's right.
Yeah,
So it wasn't in the
Could we get a copy of that
Yeah,
work?
absolutely. And we've made it public as well, so we'll give you a copy of it. That report that you're talking about, that was the first time that we've done that report. What we're doing is we're looking at reporting through the state of the service, that report, our research insights. We're going to make that report more about the practitioner level. Absolutely, we'll have cultural and linguistic diversity, but it'll also have mature age, carers, other diversity groups, not just gender and First Nations and the like. So it will, but we're just looking at time frames for all our reporting products.
What is the APS doing in particular to combat racism in the APS? Like, are there any plans, or are you considering mandating anti-racism training, for instance, for all staff?
The Code of Conduct makes it very clear, and our values, that racism is just not tolerated. So we collect data around sort of bullying, and some of that data is a little bit concerning because the number of incidents around bullying is higher for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples in the public service. And also, I'm not sure we have that data in relation to call, do we, Nicole?
No, sorry, yes, but only the First Nations, not so much people who were born overseas and people whose first language was not English.
Yeah.
Is there a reason for that?
For First Nations?
No, why there isn't for culturally and linguistically
and we see the
diverse
same
communities?
pattern for discrimination and bullying and harassment. We don't see a pattern for people born overseas. We actually see slightly lower, not significantly, slightly lower in terms of the proportion saying they're experiencing bullying and harassment. So it is the First Nations, it is people with ongoing disabilities. I couldn't answer.
Yes, so, would you consider anti-racism training and disability discrimination training and cultural awareness training for the staff?
We obviously do that in regard to First Nations people. That's something the strategy would need to look at, as to whether that was the data showed that was a problem and needed to be addressed. That's something that would be part of the strategy.
Okay. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Senator McKenzie.
Thank you so much, Chair. Commissioner, great to see you.
Thank you,
you probably, it hasn't probably made its way to your in-tray yet, but I did write you a letter.
It has got to in-tray.
Wow.
I
You've got a fast track. Thank you, Minister. Thank you, Minister. So I just want to save you the paper, to address some of the issues I raised in that correspondence. And it was around the APS values and the Code of Conduct set out in the Act about the APS being an apolitical organisation and institution, providing the government of the day with frank and honest, timely based advice based on the best available evidence. So with regard to the upcoming referendum, has Section 10 been made clear to all department secretaries and the heads of agencies and the chair of boards of government agencies?
No, I mean, thank you, Senator. You did raise an important issue, and I will reply thoroughly to your letter. There are a couple of things we're working through. So it's one is obviously it is the public services job to provide the best possible advice to government in terms of its policies and work with them to implement those policies. At the same time, one of the core values of the public service is impartiality.
Yep,
and that is fundamental to our system, that you have an apolitical public service. The voice is an emotional issue for many people, particularly First Nations people in the public service. And we want to make sure that as the debate unfolds during the course of the year, that they feel fully supported in the public service. At the same time, we cannot walk away from the fact that public service are not advocates. That's a matter for government to advocate. We deliver for government, and we advise government. So we are in the process of talking to. I've asked for a meeting with senior Indigenous SES leadership to talk through some of these aspects. But I'm very mindful, as the Public Service Commissioner, of the importance of our core values, and particularly around being apolitical.
Yeah, and that's great to hear, Commissioner. I mean, we have seen some unfortunate examples from agencies like the ABC. I'm just wanting clarification. My question, it's great to hear the support work you're doing with particularly Indigenous APS workforce, but I'm interested in the official advice or guidance that you have, or reminder that you've given department secretaries, heads of agencies, and the boards of agencies. Are you planning to do that, to remind them of their requirement to be apolitical or not?
Thank you, Senator. Firstly, the ABC is outside of
No, I
my
appreciate
purview.
that.
On the point you raised about guidance, this is exactly what we're looking to do. But again, it's about balancing all the various aspects, and I've talked about the three. The need to support government as best we can in regard to policy and advice. The need to make sure that we have workplaces where First Nations people are comfortable. And three, the impartiality is actually fundamental to our public service. So there's a balancing act here, and a lot of common sense will be needed.
Is there any penalty for departmental secretaries and agency heads for taking a public partisan view on this question? It's a question for the Commissioner, Minister.
Yeah, well, and I'll of course let the Commissioner answer, but I'm not sure it's a partisan view.
Of either side. I'm not. You assume I'm arguing in these line of questionings for one side of the referendum.
I'm saying
and
the voice
I'm
is not a partisan issue.
Well,
and shouldn't be a partisan issue.
I'm assuming there'll be a yes and a no side to the question, and when I talk about partisan, I'm talking yes or no, either way. So, what is the penalty? Well, that's your reflection, Chair. What is the penalty for department secretaries or agency heads for taking a view on either side of the forthcoming referendum?
I can't get into hypotheticals. What I can say is...
So there's no penalty? There's no penalty?
Hear me out, Senator, if I may. Obviously, agency heads are bound by the Public Service Act and the values and the code of conduct that's in that act. And obviously, impartiality is one of the five values. And agency heads have a responsibility for enforcing the code of conduct in their agencies themselves. But this is an emotional debate. A lot of common sense needs to be applied, and we'll be looking to provide guidance to agency heads as we navigate through this.
So in terms of protocols, circulars or guidance, none has yet been written or disseminated?
No, we have extensive guidance around social media, use of social media. That's all on our website. Extensive guidance.
But on this question specifically?
On the specific issue of the voice itself, not at this point, but we're looking to do so. Plan.
Okay, I'll follow up with questions on notice on that. Has the Commissioner made the code clear to department heads and agency heads with regard to the distribution of posters, collateral, internal memos, chain emails and social media within the workplace, obviously not in people's private time, advocating for one side or the other of the forthcoming referendum?
No, I haven't.
Do you have plans to?
I don't think I need to do that. I think we need to provide some overall guidance. But agency heads, they are sophisticated operators. They understand the context in which they operate in. They understand the Public Service Act and they understand the code and values.
Can I also include the board of government agencies in your guidance, if I may?
Yep.
Not just our department secretaries. I wanted to give a shout out and a hats off to the secretary of my own bouquets and bricks today, Minister. But to the department secretary for my shadow ministry, Jim Betts. I wrote to him about the issue of Australia Day and who would be working within the department, whether the enterprise agreement would be followed, etc. He was very timely in his response and filled me with great confidence. My question then to you, Commissioner, across the public service more broadly, Are you able to advise what the process for public servants is to obtain agreement or substitute the 26th of January, the Australia Day public holiday, for an alternative day?
Yeah, thank you, Senator. Under the Fair Work Act, it allows for enterprise agreements or awards to include provisions enabling employees to seek to substitute a gazetted public holiday, and that's a principle of the Fair Work Act. And what you'll find is that many enterprise agreements, if not all, actually have that provision in those enterprise agreements. In the latter part, before the last election last year, the then government made a policy change where they said that you weren't able to substitute, I think there are 3 days, Australia Day, Queen's Birthday and Anzac Day for any other public holiday. That was never actually implemented because it would have required, it was prospective, not retrospective. So it had to be set up in a new entry. It didn't overrule any enterprise agreements. It would have been very difficult to do that. When this government was elected, they looked at that issue and then they revoked that earlier decision, and essentially enterprise agreements now speak for themselves.
Yep.
So it's a question. It's really a question for agency heads to manage themselves in terms of whether, in accordance with the enterprise agreements, what they choose to do. I can talk about the APSC. We have not collected data in relation to what others have done. We've left that very much to agency heads to do themselves. In the APSC, we allowed people to substitute Australia Day for another day in accordance with our enterprise agreement.
Is it expected, so you haven't collected data across the public service on
No, and I don't think it had been done before when the entitlement, because there's
That's
been
just a
no change
question.
in
There's
entitlement.
No need to get defensive.
No, I'm not getting
Just a
defensive.
question.
I'm just saying it's an existing entitlement,
Yeah.
and I don't think under the former government that data was collected either.
So, Commissioner, it's expected that public servants be required to get approval from their department head in writing.
That would.
Well, that's according to my understanding of the enterprise agreement.
I guess it depends on the enterprise agreement. There's different conditions.
I'm sure.
I need to take that on notice, Senator.
Yeah, could you take that on notice? And I would like to understand, I know the Infrastructure, Transport and Regional Development Department had mechanisms in place to do that, and I would like to understand more broadly across the public service and the agencies what processes were in place to ensure that was fulfilled. And given you don't have data from across on notice, how the overtime rates were applied in those instances as well. Thank you. I have no further questions. I cede my time to Senator
Reynolds.
Or Reynolds.
And then we're going to Waters and then we're going back to
Thank you very much. And Mr Woolcock, can I also extend my sympathies on the loss of your father, Richard Woolcock, AC. He has been variously described as a giant and a legend of the public sector, of our diplomacy and a thought leader. And I just wanted to convey my condolences as well.
Thank you, Senator.
He was really a giant here in Australia, so thank you. I've just got one very quick follow-up, if I could, from the last estimates, question on notice 63, and that was, if you recall, it was about for ministerial staff who are seconded from the APS, about whether they can be subject simultaneously to the Ministerial Code of Conduct and at the same time the APS Code of Conduct. Now, when I asked you the question, you responded very quickly and instinctively, and I think in a way that most Australians would say makes sense. And you said, well, of course you can't be subject to both codes at once because they're not always the same. You know, there are quite obvious differences. So do you remember that conversation?
I do, and I also remember, Senator, that I backed away a little bit from that, saying, let me take
You
that
did.
on
I'm
notice.
just coming back to that very. So and I also asked the same question of another secretary who took that on notice, and I just wanted to go through the answers here because it is. I think if I was one of the hundreds of APS staff who, over the course of the lifetime of a government, take leave and sign up to the Ministerial Code of Conduct, having a look at both the answers, if I was one of the staff members, I would actually be quite concerned. And the reason is this, is that when I got the answer, so it says the obligations in the Code of Conduct that apply at all times may continue to bind APS employees working under the MOPS Act to the extent that is reasonable in the circumstances. Another secretary came back and said there may be circumstances where aspects of the APS Code of Conduct still apply. And the example cited was when they're on extended leave from the department, not actually within, within the Ministerial Code of Conduct. So then you've said the question of how such employees' conduct during their MOPS Act tenure is considered on their return to the APS will be a matter of careful judgment for their agency. So when you have a think about that, so from the shoes of hundreds of staff who do join ministerial offices, some short time or extended periods of time, how on earth are they supposed to know if they have signed up in good faith to the Ministerial Code of Conduct and they are asked to do something on behalf of their minister which is entirely appropriate within the Ministerial Code of Conduct, but then there are these subject to whatever the agency head or the departmental secretary in the circumstances. Now, if that was me looking at these answers, I would be loath to ever employ anybody from the APS in a ministerial office because it would be far too uncertain. So that's a statement, but it's also perhaps a question. I think that this needs a lot more clarity for staff because why would anybody go up to a ministerial office if they could come back and they haven't been clearly briefed beforehand what APS Code of Conduct applies, what is inconsistent with the ministerial, and how do they deal with that in their jobs and not be subject to punitive action when they come back. So this is not in any way a shot, but I think this has just highlighted a serious procedural issue for APS staff.
No, look, thank you, Senator. I mean, you have raised an interesting issue. I mean, we'll all recall the High Court decision in Banerjee, which referred to the Code of Conduct applying at all times in that case. And obviously, it's important that public servants have the opportunity, both for their own career development, but for the benefit of the government itself, to be able to work in ministerial offices. And so there's some tension between the Public Service Act and ministerial standards. And obviously such things as impartiality are clearly, how is that managed? So a lot of common sense is needed here, and I do think we might need to do some bit more thinking around trying to just sort of clarify this, because
thank you.
Clearly we want public servants to work in ministers' offices.
Yep. Look, thank you. And my question is not just a hypothetical one, as you may already now know. So I'll leave it at that, but I could just ask if you could take on notice and reflect on what might need to be done. And Minister, I think this is something as well that, could also potentially impact staff who are currently working in your government, who've come up from departments.
Yeah.
So I raise this in good faith that it's something that should be clarified further.
Well, I think the MOPS Act review implementation is the opportunity to do that. I agree.
Yep. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Senator Waters.
Everyone, I'm sorry to hear of your loss, and I hope you and your family are managing okay. Just some questions about the gender pay gap. At the last estimates, your Assistant Commissioner spoke about work commencing within the Commission to look at the drivers of the gender pay gap within the APS, including the number of women and gender diverse staff at different classification levels. And I was told at the time that the work would be done by January 2023. So just wondering, has it been completed? If not, when are you expecting it to be published, and what were the findings?
Thank you. I'll take that one. Hi. We have completed it. It has just been finalised, and so we'll now work to clear that through to the public domain. But I can talk through the three main findings of it today.
Yes, please. Thank you.
So first of all, we looked at differences in salary that people earn when they're at the same classification level. So some agencies have slightly different pay scales. What we wanted to ascertain was that if we paid everybody the same base salary for that classification, would that drop the gender pay gap? What we found is it didn't. It dropped the gender pay gap from 6% to 5.7%. So it's not about that difference, slight difference in pay scales across agencies. The second thing we looked at was the proportion of women at the lower levels and whether that was driving the gender pay gap, and it was significantly driving it. So what we're finding is we have a very high proportion of women at the lower classification levels. If we balanced that out with men, the gender pay gap would reduce from 6% to 0.4%. So that's quite significant.
So need to promote more women.
Well, we then looked, the third thing we looked at was promotions. And what we've actually found in the last 10 years, women are being promoted at a faster rate than men, except in the year after they take maternity leave. So the maternity leave year. Other than that, women are being promoted at a faster rate.
At that rate, how long will it take for the gender pay gap to not exist in the public service?
Well, it's not about the promotions. It's actually about the men getting more men at the lower, or balancing out the men and women at the lower levels. If we actually keep promoting, we actually see the gender pay gap actually increasing. It's more about the disproportionate number of females at the lower end of the scale that's driving it. So I guess the next question is, well, why are there more women than men at the lower classification levels? So we've only just finished the data analysis, but then we'll have to look at, it's a very complex issue. It could be a societal issue as well, and what's driving women to be at that level.
And perhaps unconscious bias by those hiring the more senior folk. So what will you do to answer that question?
Yeah. We've only literally just finished the analysis. We've started to talk to WGEA and Office for Women about it, and that will be the next step.
Okay.
What is...
and have you briefed the Minister on the findings yet?
No, we've only just finished it last week.
Okay. Yeah, and will you be making a time to brief the Minister on it?
Absolutely.
Well, I have regular fortnightly
that's right.
account meetings, so yes.
Yeah.
Good. Okay. And I expect that the Minister will take necessary action to try and remedy the gender pay gap as quickly as
except
possible.
I think it is, yes. I mean, we're looking at it not just in the APS, but I want the APS to be a leader. We already are in terms of the gender pay gap is much smaller. I mean, the big issues are outside of the APS, really, in terms of closing the national gender pay gap, which is about 22%.
Yep.
But I wouldn't underestimate the challenge of rebalancing at that lower end. That's right. I think when you look at the big employment areas, I imagine it's Centrelink. And,
it is service delivery areas. In the regions.
Exactly.
Are things like flexible hours, will they be on the table for
we're doing
possible solutions?
And the APSC is doing a piece of work around flexible working arrangements, as we see that as a key way to make sure we are driving gender equality more broadly. We're acutely aware of issues like the motherhood penalty, the significant kind of gap or pressure that's on between the ages of, late 20s to early 40s, where, it's pretty obvious what's happening for women in those years, and that part of the opportunity around flexible working arrangements could deal with some of the challenges that women experience there.
I might add that we're also close to finalising a review on the Maternity Leave Act.
Yeah.
It's been in place for 40 years. It's well overdue in terms of a review.
Could you speak a little louder for me, please? Sorry, I can't quite hear you.
Oh, sorry. We're very close to finalising a review of the Maternity Leave Act.
I think we call that the Paid Parental Leave Act now. Is that the one you mean?
Well, that's one of the proposed name changes, obviously.
Yeah.
It's a 40-year-old act. Its nomenclature is very outdated, and there's a lot of things that we can do through that review, and should the government accept it, which might actually further facilitate flexible work and plans to address the gender pay gap.
Okay, thank you. I was going to ask the Office for Women about their involvement in reviewing the parental leave ledge, but can you just tell me a bit more
Yeah,
about
no,
your
we've
role
worked very
in
closely.
that?
Maternity
This
Leave
is-
Act, not the Paid Parental Leave Act.
I
This is the Maternity Leave Act.
Okay, well,
badly
perhaps the
named.
nomenclature does need to be
Yes,
updated.
badly named.
That's what it's called.
It's named as a
My
sign of the
apologies.
time. It was there, but this is a separate piece of work within the APS about the arrangements that exist for
Senator Waters, may I
parental
ask,
leave.
supplementary to your questions, to what extent does the working conditions in the APS require someone who is having a baby to stay in that job and not move jobs in order to accrue a right to take paid or unpaid maternity leave and return to that job? It's certainly been an issue in the private sector that women stay in jobs because they don't want to lose that entitlement. Sometimes the baby never even arrives and you don't get pregnant the first year. You wait to try and continue to get pregnant the second and third year, and you don't move jobs because you want the right to return to a job should you become pregnant. And I want to see if that's a factor in that lack of progression.
Chair, I think we can
question.
answer that. I'll ask the head of our Assistant Commissioner of Workplace Relations, James O'Reilly, to come to the table.
Good morning. Thank you, Senator. You're talking about a question around qualification period for the entitlement. So presently, the Commonwealth, the Maternity Leave Commonwealth Employees Act of 1973 has a qualification period, but again, it's covered across the Commonwealth. So any transfer within the Commonwealth that doesn't break continuity of service counts towards that.
Yeah, okay. So it's not so much an issue in the Commonwealth as it is in other parts. So you can't attribute this advancement problem
That's right. So
to
they
that.
stay in the Commonwealth, they're still accruing those days.
You don't, so provided you stay, you're fine. You're not, if your job doesn't work out wherever you move to, then you're not. Good, well,
Disadvantaged.
that's good to know
Yeah.
that isn't one of the
That's right.
factors, but it does make it more complicated to unpack.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Just moving on now to sexual harassment and misconduct investigations. We understand that some APS agencies have found their capacity to undertake internal investigations is limited because they don't have the powers to compel witnesses or to produce documents. And as a result, I understand they've referred them to APSC for further investigation. Have you observed any increase in the matters being referred, pardon me, to you for investigation?
No, Senator. I mean, the data there is in that we collect data both through the census but also through our essentially our sort of our agency surveys. And in the 2021-2022 financial year, APS agencies reported 59 formal complaints of sexual harassment. This is a decrease of 25% on last year's figures. And in terms of the census itself, those who indicated experienced sexual harassment has remained consistent over the last 3 years, and this equates to 0.4% of the total APS workforce. So they're the figures that we're aware of. As I say, we don't. It's a matter for agency heads, as you were suggesting, to investigate sexual harassment in their own agencies. We have a hotline where we provide advice and assistance. And obviously, if it's the allegation made against the agency head itself, then that would come to me and for investigation. And I do have quite extensive powers under the Act.
Okay. So are agencies not finding it a barrier that they don't have those powers to compel witnesses?
That hasn't been raised with me. I don't know whether it's been raised with Integrity, the head of our Integrity group. I can take that on notice
if you wouldn't mind,
like,
thank you.
but it's not actually been raised with me as an issue.
Okay. And do you have any guidelines about circumstances in which you would recommend an agency refer the matter for investigation to you, or as opposed to keeping it internally? Is there any guidelines to guide?
The Act is pretty specific. It's for my powers relate to agency heads. I've issued directions regarding allegations of code of conduct breaches, which would include something like this, sexual harassment, against SES officers, and so they have to consult with the APSC in those regards. But otherwise, it really is a matter for agency heads to manage themselves.
Even if they don't have those powers of compulsion? You don't have a suggestion about when they send it off to you so that appropriate evidence can be gathered?
As I say, that's not something that's actually been raised with me, so I will look into that for you, Senator.
All right, well, I'll await your response. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks, Chair.
Yeah. Thank you. Senator Hume.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to follow up on some of Senator Mackenzie's questions. Commissioner, can you tell me the date that the APSC was consulted or first consulted on the change to the observance of Australia Day by public servants?
I can give you the date. I think I became aware of it in a brief from the APSC to me that there had been a last-minute decision, I think in mid-April, from memory, by the Prime Minister, I think, doing many jobs at the time, as we know, that issued a directive that said, on the 19th of April, a circular was circulated around the change of the former government's view on Australia Day, Anzac Day and the Queen's birthday. I think it came reasonably early to me in my appointment that, it was in a range of other issues that were raised with me in a brief. I became aware of it. And I think I noted on that brief, I can get you the day that was. I think it was September or October from memory, maybe, but I'll get you the date. That to continue on, my view was it should continue on as it had existed in agency agreements and be subject to bargaining. If people wanted to change it at the bargaining table, then so be it. But that in the meantime, it should just continue as it had under your government.
Right. So, sorry, I just want to clarify because obviously the 19th of April was
that was when the
mode.
APSC issued a circular announcing the Morrison government's decision to amend that.
Right. And then
in new enterprise agreements, right? So it couldn't be done until enterprise agreements came up for negotiation down the track.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. So, did the decision then, Minister? I just want to be very clear. Was this your decision without advice from the APSC,
or
did the APSC give you advice on the decision?
I think, and I'll check, but I wasn't aware of it till it was raised with me by the APSC. I didn't even know that that change had been made.
Yeah. In the brief, which was you said was September. About?
I will check that. I'm sure somebody is listening to that. But I remember.
Or just take it on notice and get back to us with the date.
I think we had, I've been meeting regularly with the Commissioner and his team. I think a brief was generated about a range of different matters pertaining to bargaining and things like that. And we were talking obviously about the circulars that we had issued, which was around consultation with employee representatives and things like that. It must have come up in that context. Anyway, a brief was generated. That was how I became aware there had been this change. I wasn't aware of it, and my view was we should continue to make it subject to bargaining as had existed previously.
So it wasn't a brief that gave advice as to, we think that you should keep it as it was. It was a brief that announced.
It was a brief that said this change had been made. On the 14th, and seeking my view on that. Yeah.
So did the decision go to the Secretary's Board before it was made?
No.
It didn't. Did the decision have consultation with any employee representative groups before it was made?
I don't believe so. No.
Minister, did you inform the public sector unions?
Not from my point of view.
And not from us as well.
Right. Did you inform the public sector unions before you announced the decision?
I don't believe so. I'll check on whether my office had engagement, but I didn't.
If you could, and if you could please, just on notice.
They certainly weren't lobbying for it. It hadn't been raised with me by unions. Honestly, it came as a surprise to me that this, I think from memory, it appeared in a brief saying this happened. Please let us know what your view is. And I went, oh, okay, well, seems like we should just continue the way it's been done for years as part of the bargaining. Just seemed a bit odd to me that it had kind of come out of left field, had never happened.
So no one had asked for the change, it was just a decision that you made by
The change
instinct?
was already made.
No, the change
Well,
back.
no, I mean, it was raised in the sense of this was done basically on the eve of caretaker to put this change prospectively in as part of new bargaining. We were having discussions about how to run whole of APS bargaining and be a model employer and allow bargaining to work. And so my view was this should be subject to bargaining, as it is in the private sector, as we've seen, with many organisations making it a matter that's resolved between employee and employer. And I believe that in line with our model employer approach and the fact that we want genuine bargaining to occur, that it should continue as it had continued for the 9 years under your government.
Does the APSC have a copy of the relevant determination that gives this decision effect?
Well, I'm sure we would have.
Could you,
We'll table
it? That would be
We'll table
terrific. And is the APSC aware that a similar decision was made in relation to people employed under the MOPS Act as well? Yes?
We'll look at that.
Many people have to work as
Well, I need to take that on notice, Senator. We just need to check that one.
All right.
including public servants.
All right.
So the date of the brief is signed 13th of September.
13th of September.
Yeah.
It's probably not uncommon for MOP staff to work Australia Day anyway.
Thank you, Senator Pratt.
All right, thank you. Can I ask just about the work that's being conducted to establish an in-house consultancy services?
That's
those questions-
public sector reform.
Yes? That's
They're not here. They're
They're not
due
here?
to come after.
They're
right
after
after.
us.
right.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I will end my questions there and come back to that line of question.
Thank you. Are there any further questions here? I'll just slip in one of my own. Would you consider it un-Australian to swap Australia Day to make a long weekend? Sounds pretty Australian to me. It's a slightly rhetorical
Yeah, I don't think
question.
you're allowed to.
I can't answer that.
It's actually an opinion you're asking for.
No, but I was just trying to interpret the point behind Senator Hume's questions. But anyway, thank you. We will now ask the Department of the Prime Minister and Cabinet Office of Women to come to the table.
Talk Australia. It is like not to take Australia. Yeah. We made a move in the office. Yeah, fair enough. I was there to supervise. I'll see you.
Let's see. Thanks for
Okay, now I know Senator Waters is seeking the call. What about you, Senator Hume? Okay, Senator Hume.
Actually, can you start with Senator Waters? That wouldn't work.
No problem, Senator Waters.
Thanks very much, Chair, and thanks, Senator Hume, and welcome. Thanks for joining us today. I've got a few questions here. Can I start off with some questions about the Women's Economic Equality Task Force? Now, I understand that members of the WEET, as I'll call it, have only been appointed until the 31st of March. Is that right? And if so, will they be continued on?
Yes, they have been. Sorry, I'll jump in there because that's a decision of mine. They were appointed for 6 months because we wanted to get it in place and up and running quickly. So whilst the appointments were discussed with the Prime Minister, they didn't go to the Cabinet as allowed under the Cabinet, as required under the Cabinet Handbook, I think.
Mm-hmm.
So they were discussed and agreed and appointed on those terms.
Mm-hmm.
They have been appointed primarily to provide some advice to the government on the budget but also to provide some input into the National Gender Equality Strategy. So I'm just looking now at how, a possibility of extending them, and then through the the National Gender Equality Strategy, looking at the right balance for engagement of a advisory group of some order. So the wheat was never intended to be or set and forget. Do you know what I mean? So we're looking at how it works and the appropriate advisory mechanisms under the national strategy when that work's finished. So I'm looking at how long we keep the wheat in place as it exists now.
Okay.
So I expect they will continue on for a short extension.
Okay,
Yeah.
so what, another 6 months or so?
Well, I'm talking, actually, the wheat met yesterday, and I've had some discussion with the chair, but I want to just have further discussions with the chair around that and her discussions with wheat
Will there
members.
be any change in personnel, or will you reappoint the same folk?
No, there wouldn't be any change
Okay.
in personnel.
Okay, great. How many times has the wheat met?
Six.
Six,
Yeah,
okay.
sorry.
And I understand they've been tasked with, you've just mentioned budget and gender equality strategy, but also with reviewing the provisions under the PPL scheme.
Yeah.
What else is their work considered? And are they able to initiate their own projects, or do they need your okay before investigating a body of work?
No, I went to their second meeting, I think, or it could have been their first. Was it the first? I went to the first meeting, and I made it clear to them that I wanted their work to be led by them and to be independent of me or government. Obviously, there were those things that we had asked them to do. So you're right, on the PPL, on budget, on focusing on women's economic empowerment, and a view on the National Gender Equality Strategy. And I think their work is primarily focused around those things.
Okay. And
to my knowledge, in my discussions with
have
them.
they produced any sort of recommendations or
They haven't
or body
yet,
of
but I
work?
know it's coming.
Okay.
I've had, again, quite a significant engagement with the chair, where
Yep.
she's been keeping me updated on the work underway. They've got a small budget where they can commission, extra support or extra work to support their areas of interest. But it will be provided to me shortly, within the next month, I would
Okay.
imagine. Yep.
Okay, thank you. And will it be made public?
Yeah, I mean, I always prefer to make things public, so I can't see any reason why not. I would probably have to have some discussion. I haven't seen it, so I don't know what's in it.
Will that
I would have
influence
to have-
whether it's released or not?
Maybe. I would probably want to just consult with my colleagues, particularly if there was areas that affected other portfolio responsibilities, before making a definitive decision on that. I haven't seen it, but my preference is always to release these types of advice.
Okay, thank you.
May I just follow up on that one? Because
Sure.
I asked a question on notice at the last estimates, because you stated, Minister, that the Women's Economic Equality Task Force would publish its meeting outcomes on the
Yeah.
department's website, but
Yeah.
that hasn't occurred
Well, I
yet.
understand they have just very recently for the first 4 meetings, and I imagine the other 2 are coming.
Okay. Sorry.
Thank you. So the minutes, it sounds like they're coming, but I was interested in the report with recommendations
Yeah.
for policy change.
Yeah. No, I understand that has been put online in a matter of days, so recently, their meeting outcomes or their deliberations, and then I don't see why not. I don't see why we wouldn't release it.
Great. Can I ask what role the Wheat's playing in ensuring that the upcoming budget is gender responsive, and how does that role interact with the Office for Women?
So, this is their one of the main duties that we ask them to do, which is to look and consider budget priorities to support gender equality through the budget. So, I haven't seen anything, but I know that that's been a major part of their focus of their discussions.
Okay.
And there also some interaction with the economic Inclusion Advisory Board as well. There's 2 members that sit on that board that sit on the WEAT, so Jennifer Westacott and Jenny Macklin, and so there's good synergies and communication between those 2 bodies.
Okay, so are they...
But I don't know if Ms Stratford has something else she'd like to add.
Chantal Stratford, Acting First Assistant Secretary, Office for Women. So I think they're undertaking some consultation, which is formulating their advice to the Minister now. And so through their established networks and their organisational kind of contacts, they're starting to consult with community members around what are those kind of critical issues that are facing women. They're looking at that from a lens of most disadvantaged women. And so the advice that they're looking to put to the Minister later in the budget cycle will specifically go to recommendations around measures and policies that they see as being kind of pertinent to improving gender equality for the most disadvantaged women.
Good. And again, can you just explain for me the interaction of their role on that with the Office for Women, who've previously had, you know, somewhat of an input on gender lens, although not quite as big as I would have liked.
Well, and I think that role for us is just growing each budget at the moment. So we do a really kind of comprehensive guidance piece with our colleagues across government around how they bring a gender kind of analysis to their work through the budget process. So through the budget process and operational rules, they're required to include a gender analysis in their cabinet submissions, and so we give guidance to all agencies. They can reach out to us or we'll reach in depending on whether we see a particular area of interest that we want to engage closely on or whether they want our expertise. Then a certain kind of number of priority areas are picked up for comprehensive gender impact assessment through the budget, and so you would have seen in the Women's Budget Statement those areas last time. That's growing this budget. So we'll continue to work really closely with agencies around the development of their cabinet submissions, the gender analysis, the data that they're bringing to that, looking at options that are being put forward, and then we provide advice to the Minister ahead of deliberations of the Cabinet and ERC, which bring that real gender analysis into the room. I think that's the piece that we do within the context of the budget, but we work really closely with the WEAT and their deliberations more broadly around policy development. So we facilitate access to other experts across government. We provide evidence to them. We participate in their meetings in a supporting capability. So we draw analysis, we provide advice, and we kind of do the secretariat support. And I think those 2 things work quite kind of symbiotically, where we're really mindful of the considerations that they're making in real time and then what we are seeing coming through the budget. And so anything that we're kind of seeing reflected through those meetings, we're passing through to our colleagues across government. We also invite colleagues to come and witness conversations at the WEAT. So our Department of Social Services colleagues are always there for the paid parental leave discussions. So I think we will see the system of gender responsive budgeting strengthen and mature over time, and that will be around the machinery of government and our sort of institutional settings and our practices. But the work specifically that's going on with the WEAT is really looking at bringing women's voices into the conversation, their kind of representations about the policies that need to be considered, and we're bringing that information to our policy partners across government and making representations about considering those views.
Great. How many staff has Office for Women got now? And how has that changed in the last period?
So we've got an ASL average staffing level of 64. And
that seems bigger than I remember.
It is. So it's gone up by 15.9 since last financial year.
Do you have enough staff to do the work?
I mean, with more people, you can always achieve more, but I think we have a really talented team and are really kind of mobilised around the government's priorities. So we are judicious with where we put our resourcing and make sure that we're kind of focused on where the greatest impact can be achieved for women.
Okay, because I'll just note that the National Women's Alliances have said that the Office for Women needs more people and more resourcing in order to do the gender responsive budgeting in a very comprehensive and good way.
Well, it's also part of what the Office of Women and with my support have been doing is to encourage capability across
within
the APS.
The departments. Yeah.
So I don't think it should be the Office for Women to do all of the work around the Women's Budget Statement. In fact, that's Treasury's leading that work with support from the Office of Women as is appropriate. but also when gender assessments are being done of policy, that I'd actually prefer that to happen in the department that then comes for the, the expertise of the Office for Women at the end, not that everything's driven out of the Office for Women.
Yes.
That's the end goal. There's not a lot of capability or skills. It hasn't been an area that departments have been asked to do, so we're
Yes.
trying to develop that as well.
Yes. Are you doing secondments from other departments into Office
We
for
are.
Women for that purpose?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yep.
So
How many of your 64 are secondees?
8.
Okay.
We've had 8 secondees, and we've just put another round of kind of a call out through the secretaries of agencies
Yep.
for a next a round of secondees.
Which departments are those 8 from?
I'd have to take that on notice
Okay.
and provide that to you.
Thank
But
you. And is there a fair spread? And
yeah,
are you getting
it is-
representation
it is
from
really
some and not
mixed.
others?
Yeah, and it's coming from departments where you would see, we've got people who've come from defence, or we've
Yep.
got people from infrastructure, so areas that are not naturally kind of areas that have always focused in the more highly feminised kind of policy areas, and that's quite deliberate, and as we know, obviously there's really strong gendered
Yes.
impacts in those portfolios. And so I think what we'd like to see is a strengthened program of secondments that are rolling over time, so that we can use that as an in kind of bound process where we can build capability and then put that back out into agencies, and people can go and take that experience and expertise with them.
Yep. Can I ask either the Minister or yourself to provide an update on the work to develop the National Gender Equality Strategy?
Yes. So, so we've undertaken consultations, which we did late last year, and that was really with specialist groups, kind of women's organisations, kind of key academics, and that work concluded in November and December last year. We've done some summaries of those consultations, and we're working around kind of next steps to do a further round of consultations and a much more broad process, which will include a discussion paper and a survey that people can kind of participate and interact with. In terms of the development of the strategy, we've prepared a kind of short outline of the strategy, what we think the structure will look like, and we've just tested that with the Women's Economic Equality Task Force.
Yep. And what was their reaction?
I think generally they're supportive of the way it's framed and structured. They're similarly interested in kind of structural reform and the work that they're doing around broader economic equality, and how the national strategy will kind of feed, or their work will feed into the strategy. So I think we're waiting for that work to land in the next kind of month or so to see how we'll integrate that. But at the moment, it's structured on a life course model, and they're generally comfortable with that approach. We've asked them to have a look at the materials and provide further feedback to us ahead of us, consulting on that more
Senator
broadly.
Waters, do you have?
Can I just finish off on this line of questioning and then come back to me later? Thank you.
We are due to go on to the next agency, but I'm sure you'll keep that in mind.
I will be prompt. When are you expecting to have the strategy finished, and will it be operationalised in any legislative sense?
Okay, so that's probably some decisions still to be taken in terms of legislation required, but that's certainly part of the discussions I've been having with the Office of Women. My original hope or push was to have it done in the first half of this year so that we could just get on with it, but I think the level of interest and the need to consult beyond the first phase that's happened, has persuaded me that it's something that we need to finalise in the second half of this year. So I take the accelerator off for a while. I would just thank the Office for Women for the huge amount of work they did. They did 14, I think, consultations targeted, which are available online. I think if you want to go and have a look at that, obviously some pretty understandable themes coming through there, but they did a mountain of work last year on that, and now we'll go into some more broader consultations, community consultations, a survey, things like that as well. So even though I'd like to get it done and dusted quickly, I think it'll benefit from some more thorough consultation processes.
Great. I do have another line of questioning, but I'm happy to see the call.
Go to Senator Hume and come back to you, Senator Waters.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. I've just got a few logistical questions on the Women's Economic Equality Task Force, most of which you've answered. but I just wanted to know if the task force members are remunerated.
Yes, they
They
are.
are. Can you tell us what the level of remuneration is for the members of the task
I
force?
think it's the standard
It is,
arrangements, yeah.
So $1,500 per day per the REM tribunal.
Thank you. And just, you probably don't have this with you, but if you do, that's terrific. If not, on notice, can you provide the dates of each of the meetings, the agendas and the minutes from those meetings? I think, Minister, you said you attended the second meeting.
No, the first.
The
And
first.
I'm meant to be going, I think, to another one next week, but I'm travelling now, so I think I'm doing it I think everyone's doing it online, actually.
Right. Can you just let me know if there's any other ministers that have attended those meetings?
No.
The venues in which they were held, which of the task force members travelled for the meetings, and the costs associated with that travel?
Yes, certainly there's been a budget provided for to
yeah.
support the women's economic equality task, as is appropriate,
Yep.
but it's in line with standard arrangements. Many of their meetings have been online or a mix of virtual online, and the meeting outcomes, as I said, they are online, or the first 4 of them anyway, or 5
That would
maybe.
be terrific. So
And
just
they
the
have
ones
the
that-
dates.
Yep, so just the ones that aren't there. And then just the costs associated with the logistics of all of that, room hire, catering, all that sort of thing. If you could take all of that on notice, that would be terrific.
There hasn't been room
And-
hire, it was just in the bill.
Yeah, it's just catering.
It's very low key.
I know,
Considering, as always, with women's work.
And I know I just want to go back to some questions. I asked on notice about the appointments of the women on the Women's Economic Task Force, and you did say before that they was hastily appointed.
Not hastily.
Well,
We wanted to get it up and running quickly.
That's
which
right.
we
So
did,
I
yeah.
asked for, at the last estimates, the skills matrix. You said that you had used a skills matrix in that appointment. The answer that I got back on the questions on notice didn't actually describe a skills matrix. It said that they were appointed on the basis of demonstrated advocacy skills and experience in relation to women's equality and gender equality, a range of backgrounds, lived experiences, all of those sorts of things, and the need for the task force to have broad geographical representation, which is fine, but it's not a skills matrix. So I'm wondering did you appoint them on the basis of a skills matrix?
Well, skills certainly fed into it. Like, I'm just looking at it, highly skilled and women leaders in their area across a broad range of sectors. We looked very carefully, and in fact, the lack of criticism coming out about the appointments, I think, in terms of gaps or not covering off particular sectors, speaks to the work that went into getting this appointment right.
Yeah.
I
Again,
think.
not a criticism. I just wanted to know whether the
But skills were part of it, of course, skills. Like Jennifer Westcott, Jenny Macklin,
Yeah.
Michelle O'Neill, Professor Ray Cooper, Samantha
I'm
Connor,
not
Shelley
questioning
Cable.
any of their
they're all-
qualifications, Minister. I just wanted to know whether the skills matrix that you use when you appoint that task force is similar to the skills matrix that you would use if you're appointing to a board or you're making any other government appointments.
Feminist.
And
Well, we went through a process of looking at background, skills, geographic location, demographic representation. So, all of that fed into a matrix that we then made appointments based on. We wanted a diverse range of women. We wanted older women, younger women. We wanted women from business,
I
women
understand
from
all of that,
academia.
but that's not a skills matrix, Minister, is it?
Well,
A skills matrix is about their skills.
it's a matrix of which
That's about
skills
their
are one of them.
characteristics, and
Well, a
that's not their
matrix of
skills.
which skills are one of them.
Okay,
Like,
so
I'm not pretending that it was just based on skills. Skills was part of it. Diversity was part of it. Representation of various areas of the economy was part of it. So business, workers, multicultural, small business owners, all of that fed into the matrix that led to the appointments.
and so what was the weighting then given to each of those different categories and those characteristics?
Well, it was my decision to appoint them.
Right. So there
it was
wasn't
my
a skills
weighting.
matrix,
Yeah.
a skills matrix. And
Well, it
there
was a
wasn't
matrix
weighting
of which
system.
skills was part of it, as I said.
Okay. So
We were trying to get the broadest representation
Yep.
of women leaders in the country that I could possibly get in a size that was manageable. And, many would say 13 is probably a little bit too big for this type of work, but that's where we landed. I wanted, we've got women from Adrian Piccone from Tasmania representing ACOS or Tasmanian Council of Social Services. We've got single mums represented. We've got the Northern Territory represented. You know, like it was a whole range of things that fed into the work that this task force was asked to do and the benefit that would come from having a diverse range of appointments.
But it's not a skills matrix. Can we just
Well,
be
I don't know
clear
why
on
you're
that?
stuck on the skills matrix.
Because
It was
that's
a
how you
matrix
appoint
of
people
which
to boards, that's how you
skills.
appoint people to government
Well,
positions,
this
and that wasn't what you used this time around. This was
is a
captain's picks,
particular
when you were the
task
captain.
force. It's not a board. It was a particular task force to advise the government on some key priority areas to drive gender equality in the work, in our policies and our budgets. So skills was part of it.
Senator,
Representation across Australia. Someone from every state and territory is represented on that group for good reason. So it was a whole range of things.
Senators, we are due for a morning tea break now.
Can I just finish my line of questioning,
Well,
Chair?
that
It'll
depends.
take only a moment.
That depends, Senator Hume. Do you want to... How many more questions do we have for the office for
I've
women?
lots more for the office women.
Okay, well then we'll take our tea break now and come back in 15 minutes.
Right.
Thank you.
Recommendations to the Minister. I know you said at the last estimates that you had 52 names that you gave to the Minister. Did you recommend to the Minister the number of people that she should choose from that 52 names?
Not specifically, but we may have in the margins had conversations with advisors around kind of that comfortable kind of composition level where we thought the workability was, but I would have to have a look back at the advice specifically, but I don't recall that we did go into the numbers.
So do you have a sort of standard set number for a task force like this?
No, we'd really consider the kind of remit, the terms of reference, the
Yep.
term, the composition around the task at hand and,
Yep.
and then provide that advice on that basis.
And the 52 names, did you make recommendations or rank them in any way before you gave them to the Minister?
They weren't ranked, but we did definitely include a sort of summary assessment of people's skills and attributes and characteristics, so that there was sort of a biographical profile and some of those things that we thought were the strengths of those candidates.
So you didn't demonstrate a preference in the list? That was a no for the sake of Hansard.
No, sorry.
Yes. How did the Office for Women seek applications for that task force? Did you advertise?
No.
Okay. Did the Minister or anyone from her office approach you with suggestions of which women should be included on the task force in advance of the 52 names being presented?
No. So we had discussions about the kind of role and function of the task force and what they were kind of being constituted to achieve, but we prepared our advice and then we continued conversations subsequent to our initial advice going up and provided supplementary advice.
So there was no application process, it was a tap on the shoulder?
It was, well, I think again when you look at the women that were selected, it was very senior, significant women contributing their fields. A list was put together. We went through an iterative process of discussions about how to refine that list to the final list of appointees, and that went between the Office for Women and myself. I did approach the chair directly to see whether she was prepared to take on the job, and I had some discussion with her. Once she had said she would like to, Sam Mostyn, we were very, of course, excited to secure an appointment like that, to have Ms Mostyn agree to do it. I had some discussions with her as well about the size, how to make it work, and how to make sure that we could have a appointees to the task force who, as much as we could, represented the widest range of women's interests across the country.
So did the 52 women that were on the shortlist know that they were on the shortlist?
No.
I don't believe so, no.
And just let me be very clear. Minister, did you suggest any names for that 52?
I think there was certainly to and fro on names, yeah.
And
Yep.
so did any of the 52 that were on the shortlist, long shortlist, but then didn't end up in the final 13, do they know that they were on that
No.
list? No.
No.
And are there any in the final 13 that weren't on the shortlist at all? Or the long list, I should say.
Yes, there would be. Yeah.
There were. How many?
I don't know how many.
We'd have to take
I
that
don't know
on
how
notice.
many.
So how, and why were they picked if they weren't, you know, an option that
Because-
was presented by the
Well,
Office for
because
Women?
that was from the department, as I said, I had views as well about how to appoint the 13, as it turned out, women that would represent that broad range of interests. Like, I don't want to go through individual names, but there were a number, and it was mainly in response to gaps I felt in demographic representation. Like, I wanted every state and territory represented, and some on industry representation as well.
And skills?
Well, they are skills.
Well, no, they're characteristics.
Well, skills.
Okay. Can I ask some questions about, please, the gender balance on government boards? The Office for Women obviously is responsible for publishing the Gender Balance on Government Boards report. That is correct, isn't it? That's your gig. How does the Office for Women collect that data on the gender balance of government boards?
Rochelle White, Assistant Secretary of the Office for Women. We go out to departments and conduct a survey where they report back to us.
Right. So departments don't proactively provide it to you, you have to go out to them?
No, we routinely go out twice a year to seek that data.
Okay, and when will that next report be published?
So we have actually just conducted the survey and are undertaking the analysis. So we will have to report to the Minister, and the next report will come out later this year.
Later this year. How many briefings have you provided to the Minister or anyone in the Minister's office regarding the gender balance on boards and the next report?
I haven't provided any briefings to the Minister on the next report, and we've provided one briefing on the last report that's now publicly available.
Okay.
Yeah.
So when you say later this year, what when you say?
Well, like I said, we're undertaking the analysis now, so we'll need to provide that data to the Minister and then go through the process of writing the report. So
It's only February, so later this year it gives you a February.
later this financial year.
Yeah.
Yep.
This financial year.
Yep.
Yeah, okay.
And I should also just say that a report is provided to every board appointment that comes through the Cabinet, which looks at gender breakdown as well. So every single appointment that is going through the Cabinet is informed by analysis on gender.
So obviously reaching a 50% gender representation on government boards was something that the previous government was particularly proud of and worked very hard towards. Is there any risks to the gender representation on government boards dropping below 50% that you can see?
All appointments come to us for consultation, and we provide advice to departments to make sure that they maintain the standards that they're at. So I guess there's always risk, but we're working actively with departments to ensure that that risk isn't realised.
Right. So you are working towards ensuring that 50% gender representation
we are
is
committed to
maintained.
50-50,
Yes.
absolutely. I would say when you do the analysis and break it down, the 50-50 is significantly helped by the fact that there is a massive overrepresentation of women on health and community services boards. And when you drill down into, say, the economic side, the story is much less flattering, and we are aware of all of that and are actively working to improve the balance across the whole of government, not just relying on women being 75 to 80% of the health and community services boards, and to be fair, some of them low-paying or non-paying boards.
Is similar attention paid to task force representation, whether it be across departments, like the Women's Economic,
That's all women.
Equality Task Force. Yes, I understand that. I'm just wondering whether there are other task forces that are set up by other departments that also have
Gender equality.
the same commitment to gender equality as
Gender
you do for
equality
boards.
is a priority of this government.
So a task force, though, are not included in the board statistics.
Well, they're probably not
government
included in
boards.
that report, but I can tell you if a task force came to Cabinet to be established that didn't have gender equality on it, I would be raising that as a problem.
So it's done by task force rather than in aggregate?
Well, I don't know how many tasks, I can't think of many outside this task force that have been set up, to be honest. So I think we're having a discussion about something that's not really happening, but we are very conscious of ensuring that we are supporting and promoting women in appointments across government.
Yep. Can I ask about the WGEA Act and the expenditure of the $18.5 million that the Coalition provided to implement the reviews of that?
WGEA are appearing
recommendations
next.
from that review?
WGEA are appearing next.
Okay, all right,
Yeah.
I'll wait for that one then.
Yeah.
But I will ask some questions about the gender impact statements on government policies.
Yeah. And we do have public sector reform here. I don't know
Yes.
why they're appearing together, and I would suggest, I would make a suggestion to the committee that perhaps public sector reform is best appearing with the APSC next time around,
I think
where
you're
there
probably
were
right.
questions. Yeah.
I do have some questions for public sector reform.
Yeah,
But,
I'm
sorry.
drawing.
I was
Wouldn't want to
focused on
drag
other
Dr. De
topics.
Bruer here for no reason.
No, I promise you this will be a fruitful trip. But I do want to ask about the gender impact statements on government policies first. Can I just go ahead with that line of questioning, Chair, and then maybe potentially move to the next slide?
Well,
Yes.
I know that Senator
Flip it over,
Waters
please.
has questions as well.
Can you please provide an update to the committee on the work and analysis that's been undertaken by the Office for Women in relation to the Gender Impact Assessment pilot, beyond the examples that we saw in the Women's Budget Statement?
So we continue to build on that work, and so as we move through this budget process, we'll undertake further gender impact assessment on priority areas identified by the Minister. We'll similarly work with our colleagues across government as they develop their cabinet submissions on ensuring there's a robust gender analysis included, and that includes making representations to them about, adjustments to policy settings or different options that could be brought forward, and ensuring that the advice going into the cabinet room does bring a fulsome analysis of the gender impacts of policy. So we will continue to grow the number of areas that we do that more comprehensive impact assessment through successive budgets, and that will be reported publicly through the Women's Budget Statement.
And is that work being undertaken by a specific team in the department, or is it still occurring within the Office for Women?
So it's a mix. So we work with the policy agencies to do the initial analysis, and they really do hold the pencil on their cabinet submissions. So we want to make sure that we are supporting them to do as much of the analysis themselves, and they know where to look for data, or they know some of the kind of issues that we're aware of in their portfolios or particular pronouncements of gender inequities in their policy areas, as much as we similarly, when we're doing quite comprehensive gender analysis, also contribute into that process by conducting analysis within the Office for Women, and we provide advice to the Minister ahead of Cabinet on key submissions with our own analysis.
I think you said the ASL's lifted by 15.9, did you say? I'm just picturing it 0.9 of a person.
Well, it's an average staffing level.
Yes.
So yes, 15.9.
All right. Is that 15.9 additional ASL specifically there to do that task?
No, it's a range, but we, so the ASL has evolved since last year, and that includes additional functions that we've taken on, as well as funding that we receive through the budget process.
Okay. And what are those additional functions?
So the work that we've taken on is the new work on the national strategy, supporting the Women's Economic Equality Task Force, and the government's commitments around gender responsive budgeting and gender impact analysis. And then there was also kind of new grants around women in public office, which was announced, and so we're doing a grant process to support that.
The Women's Economic Equality Task Force, I think you said originally was supposed to run for 6 months, but is going to be extended. Does that mean that the ASL requirements are going to be extended as well?
That'll be a matter for government to consider through the budget process.
Once the Women's Economic Equality Task Force disbands, will the ASL change?
I think, again, that's a matter for government at the time.
We've got a pretty ambitious agenda here. I mean, I think it's probably the Office for Women needing more resources rather than less, is my assessment.
Okay.
But with my finance hat appearing later today,
Yes,
the
it might
answer to
change.
everything is no.
Okay. The funding that was allocated to conduct the gender impact assessment pilot, can you just outline that for me?
So we received $3.1 million in the
3.1.
budget, and that included not just the gender impact assessment and gender responsive budgeting commitments, but also the work on the national strategy and the Women's Economic Equality Task Force.
Right. In the budget statement, the 2022-23 October Women's Budget Statement, Page 13 says, as this practice is embedded, gender impact analysis will be driven across the Australian Public Service. So my question is, I suppose, has the Office for Women undertaken any modelling of the additional resources that implementing that kind of analysis at a sort of a whole of government level is going to require?
So we've looked at a number of factors. We've looked at the kind of capability requirements, what sort of tools and systems need to be put in place, what support mechanisms need to exist, what are the kind of machinery changes we'd want to see at a kind of bureaucratic and systems level. Similarly, we've considered what the kind of capacity kind of challenges are. We haven't gone so far yet as to provide advice on what additionality that might look like, but that's something that, if asked by government, we can do.
So the policies, sorry.
Rotate the call in 1 minute.
Okay, so the policies that were outlined in the 2022-23 budget, could you provide a list of the ones on which your agency conducted a gender impact assessment?
Yes, we can.
Yes, you have or you can?
We can, yeah.
That would be good. On notice, that would be terrific. Thank you. Did you conduct a gender impact assessment on the abolition of the ABCC under the government's industrial relations legislation?
No.
No. Given that the Women's Budget Statement outlines that these analyses will be driven across the APS, what work is currently being undertaken to make that determination a reality?
So, we're developing, like I said, tools and resources and support materials for agencies. Similarly, we are working through our kind of bilateral arrangements with agencies on their policy development as measures are being developed, as much as when people are looking at reviews or evaluations or implementation. And providing advice to our colleagues around, the gender impacts of any particular policy setting or challenge that they face. We're also working to identify through the budget process kind of key areas where we'll do those comprehensive gender impact assessments.
Senator Waters, you now have the call.
Thank you, Chair. Hello again. Now, I did ask this yesterday and I was told that this was the correct section to ask in, so be warned. The current federal court matter between the member for Kooyong and her Chief of Staff, to which the Commonwealth is a party, highlights the risk that parliamentary workplaces will struggle to meet their legal obligations to staff without additional staff allocations. Has PM&C received any legal advice about the potential implications of this case?
Well, I think maybe when you were told to ask it tomorrow, it's for finance through the SMOS, which is appearing later today.
That's not what I was told.
You were told PM&C.
I was told PM&C. Can anyone shed any light at the present moment?
Senator.
Through Set the Standard.
Kimberly McDonald, Acting First Assistant Secretary, Jenkins Report Implementation. PM&C hasn't sought any legal advice on that matter.
Nor received any?
No, nor received any.
I'm interested in particular whether or not the parliamentary workloads are consistent with the new codes of conduct and the existing legal protections against unreasonable hours.
Sorry, could you repeat that question, Senator?
I'm interested in whether any advice has been sought or whether a view has been taken on whether existing parliamentary workloads for staff are consistent with the new codes of conduct and existing legal protections against unreasonable hours.
So, Senator, I can refer you to the MOPS Act review that was conducted by the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet.
Yes.
And in that review, we heard a strong and consistent message around the workload pressures on staff and concern about the method by which resource allocation is determined.
Yes.
And that's why in the MOPS Act review, it was recommended that a review of the factors impacting resourcing take place.
Okay.
Which we accepted, and the role would be for the PWSS to do that review.
Yes, I understand that. Can you update me on when that review will be undertaken and how long it will take?
Yes, so Senator, that will depend on the timing of the establishment of the new HR entity, and the government has said they will introduce legislation this year to establish that new entity.
Okay, so I understand that that's the body that will do the work and that that body hasn't yet had that expanded powers allocated to it. But these matters are fairly pressing, and we all know that staff work impossible hours in this building and in electorate offices. Is it appropriate to wait so long to do that review, after which recommendations will be made and then considered? Like, we're looking at quite a long time frame before anything might change for staff. I don't think that's acceptable. is there any way that
Well,
work can be
we're getting the
expedited?
legislation drafted to enhance, like that is a priority to get the PWSS enhanced or, the new HR entity in place as soon as we can. But the MOPS review recommended that they conduct that review independent, because that's the legislation will establish them as an independent entity. And, I think that is the appropriate place for that work to be done. I think the key is trying to get that legislation in place and agreed as soon as we can.
Okay. So will there be any interim measures to relieve the pressure on staff workloads prior to the review recommended by the review being undertaken?
Senator, the staffing allocations are a matter for government.
Yeah, they're a matter for the PM.
Okay. Well, has the PM sought any advice from PM&C about reviewing his decisions regarding allocation of personal staff to smaller parties and independents?
I think the PM engages in an ongoing sense with independents and crossbenchers, so I think that would continue. I'm not aware of him seeking any further advice from PM&C about it.
Okay. Could that be taken on notice just to check whether anybody else is aware? I presume you would be aware, but just in case, thank you. Has the Office for Women met with any crossbench members since the MOPS Act review to discuss any of those interim measures to address the impact of low staff allocations?
No, but this work is not being led by the Office for Women.
Beg your pardon?
This work's not being led by the Office for Women.
And they don't have that role. I mean, the Office of Women is a unit within, the public service.
Yes, it is a bit odd, I understand.
Yeah,
but given the Jenkins responsibilities.
Yeah, but the Jenkins one sits outside of the Office for Women, so that's more direct into the PM&C.
Okay, well, same question then, but for you.
So, Senator, PM&C did have briefing sessions after the MOPS review report. So the last meeting with independent members and their staff was the 7th of October last year.
Okay. Yeah. No meeting since then on that issue. Wow. And has any additional funding been requested in the May budget to support additional staff allocations?
That goes to a budget matter. We can't discuss matters being considered during budget processes.
Any light you want to shed there, Minister?
Look, I've certainly had discussions with benches about staffing allocations and them wanting to go back to the having the 4. I've had those since the decision was taken, and they have variously come to me raising staffing, so I'm aware of it.
Is it under active consideration?
Well, the Prime Minister made his position clear when we were allocating staff, where there has been a case-by-case issue, like with Senator Steele-John, for example, with the work of the Royal Commission into Disability, where an extra staff member has been allocated. And I think Senator Lambie, because of the work she had with the Veterans Royal Commission, the government has agreed to those.
Okay, I'm thinking more in the context of the recent case.
Well, I'm not sure it's fair to do that. I think that case is a matter that's underway, and being dealt with through various processes. I'm not, I don't think it's fair to say that and the broader staffing issue are necessarily the one and the same.
Well, the case does enliven the point about workloads, though.
Well, sure, you can link them, but I
think
think I would prefer to deal with the issue of, we're going to have the review from PWSS. We engage with crossbenchers and independent members on issues that are affecting them, but I think we should leave that case to go through the channels it needs to go through.
Okay, and last question from me on this. Has there been any additional funding that's either planned or requested for that workload review for the upcoming body?
Matters relating to adequately resourcing the HR entity will be dealt with through the May budget.
Okay, will they have a specific amount for the workload review?
Well, it will be, they will be resourced to do the job that we're asking them to do.
Okay.
Or the Parliament is asking them to do.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Senator Hume.
Yes, I've got some questions.
Can I just do a follow-up on
please.
the additional appointment with Senator Steele-John and Senator Lambie? Are they permanent appointments or
No, they're
appointments
for the
a
duration
period?
of the Royal Commission, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
So I'm
Sorry.
veering off a little bit here because I want to ask Mr De Bruyne a couple of questions. And can I just flag that I agree with the Minister. I think that it's very strange to have the APS reform appearing with the Office for Women. We should probably have done this a little earlier, perhaps with the APSC. So just for scheduling next time around.
We are now very aware of that, so thank you.
Could, Mr De Bruyne, could you just provide an update on the work being conducted to establish an in-house consultancy service for the Commonwealth Public Service?
Yeah, thank you, Senator. Gordon de Brouwer, Secretary for Public Sector
Sorry,
Reform.
forgive me for pronouncing your name incorrectly.
No, so the in-house consulting is one of a range of different commitments made by the government and a range of reforms. So that's, I'll pass to Dr Bacon, but the key elements of that we're progressing are identifying what the particular role or function of the in-house consulting will be, what its purposes are, what the design or how that office will operate, how that function will operate, and then look at particular projects to test the proof of concept and how in-house consulting would work across the Commonwealth. Mm-hmm. So in those three dimensions, there's a good bundle of work underway. But I might share it with Dr Bacon if that's okay, Senator.
Thank you, Dr De Brouwer. So Dr Rachel Bacon, Deputy Secretary, Public Sector Reform. As Dr De Brouwer's outlined, we've got a dedicated project set up underway to look at the details of an in-house consulting model so that we can provide advice to the Minister. And at the moment, we're focusing on or working on options that involve three elements of an in-house consulting model for consideration. One element is around a core consulting service, so the undertaking of consultancies. The second element is around helping the agencies and public servants be better consumers of consultancy services. And the third is around uplifting and connecting existing capacity and capability across the public service.
And have any options been put to government yet?
We haven't finalised our advice yet, Senator, so we're still working up our advice and preparing to provide that in full to the Minister.
In anticipation of before the budget?
So it'll be subject to government consideration, in that time frame, I imagine, mm-hmm. Senator.
And can I ask when you might expect the capability to be available for use by public service?
So I think we'll need to wait to see what government decisions are around the model before being able to predict the answer to that question. Okay. And we'll be ready to implement government decisions as appropriate.
And is the plan to sort of provide a couple of different options, then provide a couple of different costings and just give a sense of the different capabilities that each one of those options might provide?
There are certainly choices to be made, Senator, around the nature and scale of the model. Mm-hmm. For example, the scale and size. There are choices as well about where specifically to deploy the model, what kind of consultancy services should be provided. So we're looking at all of those options.
And what about where the consultancy services would sit? Would it sit within APSC? Would it sit within broader PMC, somewhere else in PMC?
Yeah, it's a good question, Senator. We're actually looking at different options there, but one of the options, because we have got a lot of data about where existing in-house consultancy type services already exist across the public service, and there's actually quite a lot of capabilities that are within different portfolios or different departments, and so we are looking at options to provide advice on how a networked model would operate. So, for example, networking different capabilities and actually drawing them together as part of a more cohesive in-house consulting
sort of
type
hub and spoke, so you still
delivery.
might have those individual consultancy services within different departments?
Potentially, Senator. We're working up options, that include options along those lines, and it will be a matter for government and decisions.
Do you mind if I just explain a bit more, Senator? I think yesterday you heard in evidence from PM&C that there is already an in-house consulting function within PM&C, and that's not unusual in a range of departments to have that sort of in-house consulting function. Where this work is now largely taking place is within a particular division within PM&C proper, rather than the Reform Office, but the Reform Office is working with that team and it's looking at those exactly those sorts of elements. So in-house consulting in that sense is not new. It's been around in different forms over a number of years. It's really, do you take a bigger consolidated model and going back to those methodologies that Dr. Bacon was talking about, and particularly also those functions of how to lean in and support different agencies in their use of consultants.
So, it must be a very difficult question for you to balance how you don't duplicate services that already exist, or ensure that departments over time don't expand out to set up their own in-house capabilities on that rather than use the centralised service.
Sorry, but Senator, I think it rather than a matter of duplicating, I think it's a matter of leveraging. So looking at how we can make best use of existing capability across the service, kind of in line with what the Minister has said around lifting capability across the service. It's aligned with those objectives.
What are the other projects that or work that's been tasked to the Policy Projects and Task Force Office?
So the right officers for that function were here yesterday. I'm sorry, Senator, but one example is the project that we're doing around in-house consultancy. We've been working in partnership with the Projects Office on another project to do with integrity culture in the service, but there is a wide variety of projects that particular function would be commissioned to do from time to time.
Who's the team leader of that division?
Dr. Shane Johnson.
Shane Johnson.
He's the First Assistant Secretary, that's correct.
First Assistant. And how many staff are in there?
So I think Ms Steele answered a question yesterday around the number of staff that are in that particular function.
Sorry, Ms Steele, I feel really bad, I missed it.
Sorry, Lee Steele, Acting Deputy Secretary, Social Policy Group. I don't have my notes with me today, but I believe it was 27.
About 27, all right. Well, we'll check the Hansard. I'm sure, don't worry, no one's going to accuse you of being inconsistent if you miss it by a couple. How many task forces does the team have oversight of or is involved in? Oh, I'm echoing, sorry.
Data with me today, and it's something that does vary. Some of the work they do in partnership is large, substantial task force over a long period, and some is more small-term partnership work. For example, one of their capability sets is helping the setup of a task force. So they may assist a new task force for a matter of weeks while they're setting up and getting going. They may be brought on to do some project planning or analytics work, some futures thinking, but it does vary considerably. But we could take on notice some details around different projects.
Okay, thank you. Can I ask a question about the rationale for building out the in-house consultancy unit? Is the department aware of the basis for the government's decision to go down this path?
You go.
Yes, Senator. The Minister has talked about a number of benefits of the in-house consulting model, including strengthening capability across the public sector, as I mentioned, the employee value proposition, so how to ensure that public servants have interesting and valuable work to do and options for those projects. And also looking at the efficiency and effectiveness of government and public spending.
Has there been any reference to an equivalent model in other jurisdictions?
So we have looked at different models overseas and taken those insights and lessons on board in preparing options and developing advice.
I know the Minister has specifically referred to the UK model. Are you aware that the status of the equivalent body in the UK is now gone, that it's actually been shut down?
Yeah.
We are aware of that, yes.
And do you have any
Well, I think we can learn
understanding to why?
Well, what we're doing in that UK model are quite different. I mean, we're looking at particularly how to shape something for our public service and give it the best opportunity to succeed. I mean, this is part of our approach to ensure that agencies just don't immediately go to a consultant or when they've got a particular piece of work that they might not have the skills for, or think that is the easiest option. So part of what we're trying to do is look at what's useful for agencies and be informed by some of the issues that have affected them elsewhere. I mean, this is, you know, we're exploring this, we want it to work, and so we're trying to be flexible and be mindful of those areas where it hasn't been as useful. Like, I think in the UK it was a cost recovery model from the beginning or something like, and that affected the buy-in. So that might be one thing that we look at, is how you offer that support from back out to agencies, but make it a real choice for them, or a preferred choice in the sense of coming and getting some advice.
Has there been any contact between either department and the equivalent department in the UK, or the minister and the equivalent minister in the UK, as to, you know, what the traps and tips for young players are in this area?
Yes, Senator. I mean, I had a conversation with a colleague from the UK Cabinet Office a couple of weeks ago, who let me know that the model was well regarded, but the funding for the function was reprioritised to other priorities. And we've also spoken with different stakeholders, including people who had previously worked for the UK consulting model. So we've had a range of sources of information about, you know, learning the insights, as the Minister has mentioned, from how that model was set up, taking those lessons and then taking that on board as we provide our advice on options in the Australian public service context.
There's probably quite a few jurisdictions that have this model in different guises, Senator, and we've spoken to quite a few of those, including the UK, but also various states in Australia, Singapore, New Zealand and others have various elements of these things. So we really do have lots of conversations with people about what they see that works in their system. And as the Minister said, the funding model actually is a determinant of success.
So perhaps then, on notice, because it might be a bit of a big ask on the spot, could you give this committee a list of those jurisdictions which have an equivalent service, and what the elements are of those services that you believe are beneficial, and what elements you believe are not appropriate or not working or not applicable to the Australian context?
We can take it on notice, Senator, but it may not be immediate.
No, that's quite a big question on notice, but I think it's a really important one for the work that you're doing. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Are we complete now for the Office for Women?
Chair, could I just correct one piece of evidence that I gave? I said
Yes,
that the
of course.
meeting with crossbench parliamentarians and staff occurred on the 7th of October. It was actually the 11th of October.
Thank you. We will now move, please, to the Workplace Gender Equality Agency.
You done?
Yeah.
Yep. Oh, okay. No worries. Thank you. Hello, Mary. How are you? Just the beginning. Yeah, of the whole 3 days.
Biscuit? Senator Hume, you'll have the call. I just want to ensure that officials and senators are comfortable with photographers and, yeah. I can ask them to step behind the media line, but it really depends. You might like a good photo of yourself, I don't know.
Yeah, as long as they're good. The right lighting for this.
Senator Hume.
Thank you, Chair, and welcome, Ms Woolridge. Can I ask, please, for you to table or provide a table, more importantly, of each recommendation and the progress that it has or is occurring against each of the recommendations of the review into WGEA, as well as the expected time frame. We didn't ask you whether you needed to do an opening statement. I'm sorry. Should we have done that, Chair?
I should have done that. I should have also officially welcomed Ms Wooldridge as the Director for the Workplace Gender Equality Agency. Do you have an opening
No, I don't.
statement?
Thank you, Chair.
That's all right. I thought I might have cut across you. Sorry about that.
No,
All
it
right.
was me that did that. not
Okay. I just want to get a sense of the recommendations, where we are on each one, and which ones we've still got to go. Noting that a number of the recommendations are subject to obviously passage of legislation that's been introduced into the Senate, but there are still a number of those that are outstanding. This was a review clearly that was commissioned by the previous government and funded by the previous government as well. We want to make sure that the review's recommendations are implemented in full.
Thank you, Senator. And I do have a table that I'm happy to table. And I'm very happy to walk through any of them if you've got specific questions in the process of this hearing.
If you've got something that we can have immediately, that would be terrific. Is there something that we can get copied by the Secretary?
It might be just a matter of getting some copies made. I'll see if my office can facilitate that, so you can have it in this session.
That might help, but maybe you could just give us a sort of brief outline as to which of those recommendations are implementing, or are still on the drawing board at this stage.
So recommendation 1 is in relation to the data and making it easier for employers to report. One of the aspects of the review is, while there's 10 recommendations, each of those recommendations have multiple subsets. So part of that, recommendation 1.1, is in progress, which is work in relation to looking at making it easier to report, but also looking at the data across government that's collected in relation to gender. 1.2, which is the establishment of the Gender Data Steering Committee, is completed, and that steering committee has had multiple meetings, and there's working groups that sit underneath it. In relation to recommendation 2, which is the publication of gender pay gaps, the bill before the Parliament fulfils that requirement, and then of course WGEA is doing work in relation to the implementation of that in anticipation, and hope that the Parliament passes the legislation to enable those employer level gender pay gaps to be published. Recommendation 3, which is about bridging the action gap, in terms of the requirement that companies with more than 500 employees have to set targets and then meet those targets. That work is underway. There's been some consultation, and there's further work happening to refine exactly the process in which that would be enacted. However, the strengthening of the minimum standards to require every employer with more than 500 employees to meet all 6 gender equality indicators with a strategy or policy is in the instrument that's been registered in the Parliament. The minimum standards, in terms of being renamed as gender equality standards, is in the bill. And in relation to 3.2, which is well, that's all part of 3. So some of it's been completed, and some of it is still being worked on in terms of the detail. Recommendation 4 has a series that's about reducing the regulatory burden. That's all in the instrument that's been registered in the Parliament. So that coming into play will fulfil that requirement. Recommendation 5 is about the implementation of Recommendation 42 from Respect at Work. The instrument has put in place new enhanced indicators that would be collected by WGEA from employers in relation to sexual harassment, harassment on the ground of sex and discrimination. And so those new measures are in the instrument, which will enable WGEA to collect that much more comprehensive information from employers. Recommendation 6 is about researching the collection of diversity data. That work is underway, and obviously making sure that not only how, but the resources to support employers to collect that information is being developed through a consultation process. WGEA is collecting diversity data voluntarily from employers, and we've had some good response rates just to understand whether that data is already captured or not. So that's progressing well. Recommendation 7 is a refinement of a number of gender equality indicators. The first part are all in the instrument.
that is before the Parliament. The second part of that actually anticipated further work that needed to be done, and so we anticipate that will happen in the coming months ahead, looking at things like partnership ANZIC code, some of the more complex aspects that would enhance the data set but also add a more comprehensive requirement for employers to report, so it's balancing that trade-off. Recommendation 8 is strengthening compliance and enforcement, and that's having a look. There is a review that's at the very early stages of the gender equality procurement principles that look at how that can be strengthened and enforced, and also having a look at grants and how they may be incorporated into a process of requiring companies to be compliant with WGEA reporting in order to have access to them. Recommendation 9 is work that WGEA is doing in relation to enhancing how we operate to be effective in that. Some of that is completed. We've completed a review of our employer of choice for gender equality citation, and we're looking at how we implement the recommendations from there. And a lot of it is ongoing work, improving our reporting platform, building our capacity to support employers to meet not only the requirements of these recommendations, but improve their gender equality and how that translates to impact on the ground. And of course, our tools and resources that supports employers to take action. And the 10th one is a review in 5 years' time, so that one's to come.
When the Coalition allocated $18.5 million to help you implement the recommendations of the review, can I ask whether the 18.5 has been allocated to specific recommendations? Do you literally break it down and say, well, 3 million is going to here and 1.5 is going to there, or is it sort of an overall package? And if so, how much has been expended already in the implementation process?
So that's right, there was $18.5 million in the budget, 17.5 to WGEA and $1 million to the Office for Women in terms of implementation. It was around $3 million this financial year in terms of operating expenses, and then a capital contribution as well, and then that increases. It's mainly, there's two main things that contribute that are being utilised by that funding. People, bringing the staff on board, and I've got to say we're a multifunctional agency where people take on a lot of additional work and work across multiple areas. We've established a new capacity building team. We're enhancing our capacity to support employers through our education team with resources and tools. But it also is a little bit about strengthening our capacity as a growing organisation to even recruit the additional staff. So some of it has been that funding that supports us to be able to meet those requirements. So it's not dedicated to a specific recommendation because we multitask. The capital allocation, though, is about our platform and our reporting platform and having the technology to support both the collection of the data from the employers, but also things like how we will publish the gender pay gaps and that process. So they're the two main costs that are encompassed in that funding that we received.
And the ultimate question is always, are you adequately resourced?
So we believe the funding we've got does absolutely help us and enable us to meet those recommendations. The challenge we all have at the moment is with the tight labour market, and just the ongoing challenges to meet recruitment, and also we've got great talented, capable staff who continue to get poached into the private sector to deliver on the broad national gender equality objectives. So absolutely, the funding enables us to do it, and we continue to strive to make sure we've got the people to deliver it.
So just to be very, very clear, the envelope in which you're operating is adequate in order to fully implement the recommendations?
We believe it is, yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Senator Waters.
Thanks, Chair. Hi, thanks for being here today. When we last spoke in December, the pay gap was stagnant at 22.8, and you said that must be a signal to employers to pick up the pace by implementing policies and practices that evidence shows contribute to improved gender equality. What do you think it will take to get employers moving on this?
We do believe that the recommendations from the review, in terms of particularly WGEA's role, will be a catalyst for that. So the publishing of the gender pay gap is one of the lead and critical recommendations. The evidence base continues to grow from the UK that that transparency and that shining the light,
The naming and shaming,
and also having the relative comparisons for like to like within industries does put pressure on employers, especially who have high gender pay gaps, to take action to address them. And so we do have, we have the benefit of the UK being, 5 years ahead, so we can see the evidence base that's coming out. So I'm optimistic that that is an important recommendation that will drive change and sustain change over time, as is the target setting recommendation that we require companies not only to report but actually to take action and to provide evidence of the action that they're taking and the impact that that is having. But I think the work on the national strategy is very important too, because WGEA has a certain role, and I think we do have a world-leading capacity to shine a light on our company's performance, but it has to be done in a broader context about what's happening in terms of gender segregation of our industries, gender stereotypes from an early age and how they translate through to participation in the economy, and careers and participation generally over time. So I believe that many of the actions on WGEA are going to help, but that national strategy is important to have that perspective to be able to pull the levers at all levels.
Can I ask about the thresholds for who the minimum standards apply to? Obviously the 500 plus employees is the threshold for when employers actually have to comply and, arguably do something to fix the gender pay gap that their reporting's identified. Firstly, can you tell me how many female employees that covers in the workforce, if it's just the 500 plus employers that are covered by that, which it is? And secondly, I'd like to know, both from yourself and perhaps from the Minister as well, whether you've given consideration to lowering that threshold so that more employers actually have to comply with those standards.
So from recollection, I can double check in my notes, it's 84% of employees are covered by the 500 plus employer recommendation. So it represents somewhere in the 30s in terms of the proportion of submission groups, the companies that will be required to perform against it, but it captures 84% of employees because...
Of all employees or just of female identifying employees?
No, I'm saying of all employees. Okay. So we have the benefit of it because they're larger companies, they obviously contribute significantly more employees to overall. So of WGEA reporting companies, 84% of employees that we capture will be covered by these new gender equality standards.
Okay, my question is, of total female employees in the country, what proportion are covered by employers that have 500 plus employees? Sorry, that's phrased in a confusing way, but I just want to know what's the total what proportion of the total female workforce is covered by the standards?
Okay, I'll need to get back to you on that because we'd actually need to look at the ABS numbers. Yes. It would be an ABS calculation that I can have a look in terms of the numbers.
Appreciate that. And likewise, because I suspect it will be clearly it will be significantly less than 84%. Have you given consideration to lowering that threshold, either for yourself or for the Minister?
So just in terms of the review recommended maintain the 500 threshold where the minimum standards had previously been applied to, and I believe the consideration of that was partly also the additional burden that it would require, especially post-COVID, and the same consideration was given in the review as to whether the 100 threshold was dropped as well. So that's where it ended up to maintain it consistently to where it has been previously. Now, none of these recommendations have even commenced yet. So, certainly our consideration would be that it's worth continuing to monitor that, and we would certainly be making recommendations over time to government if we felt that there was benefit on dropping that.
Yes. Can I ask the Minister, are you considering lowering both of those or either of those thresholds?
We haven't put any consideration into that, and I think I would align with Ms Woolridge's comments there. Like, if WGEA were to come to us with a recommendation around that, we would look at it, but I think the focus at the moment is putting in place the changes that we've got from the review.
Okay. Well, can I come now to those? What consultation was done to settle on those new gender equality indicators?
So this goes back to the review that the Office for Women conducted in relation to that, and there was extensive consultation through both roundtables and an online survey in relation to the indicators. A number of the indicators were already voluntarily being collected by WGEA, so age, location, and whether an employee identifies as non-binary, have had voluntary collection as a way to test response rates. And so most of the new indicators flow from work that we had done and recommended, that was consulted on broadly by the review and then recommended.
Okay. What work will be done to assist companies to understand and report against the new indicators? I know you've done education programs in the past. Can you tell me a little bit more about what's planned for the new indicators?
So we're significantly enhancing our Knowledge Hub, which is what sits alongside our reporting platform, which advises and informs employers on how to report. As I've said, many of the new indicators have already had advice because they've been voluntarily collected, but we put it in place then additional information, and we do have seminars and workshops where we invite people along to, if they have questions, and to talk through some of the new aspects of reporting. So this is our usual course of business that we will continue to do.
Okay. Well, in particular, the new indicator about the prevalence of sexual harassment, plus the measures to address sexual harassment claims and information about the outcomes. It's a very welcome new proposed indicator. Will the assistance that you provide to companies ensure that reporting on those matters protects the privacy of victim survivors where that's been requested?
Absolutely, and the privacy across everything that we do is fundamental. We don't collect, other than for the name of the CEO and our reporting contact, none of the data that we collect is identifiable. We don't have employee information, but that work will obviously continue for Gender Equality Indicator 6 and everything that we do there. And it's fair to say the prevalence aspect of the data collection for that, we are still working through. There's ongoing consultation. In the first instance, it will more relate to what information companies collect, and we will continue to consult with the Respect at Work Council as well about how to do that well, and advise companies in terms of what information we need to collect, how that is done safely and appropriately, and how we protect the information, but learn from it and shine a light in terms of what's happening.
Yes, and given that we know there's a lot of under-reporting, and women often choose not to report because they're worried about the career impacts on them as opposed to their abuser/harasser, have you given some thought to how you have the figures accurately reflect the numbers of sexual harassment in workplaces?
And that's why the prevalence work is ongoing work, because we don't want to create the wrong incentives in terms of what companies do capture or the information that they collect, and the environment that's created in terms of reporting. So we have done some thinking on that, but there's ongoing work, and we won't be capturing very detailed prevalence data initially. That will evolve as we get more information about and advise companies, and the Respect at Work recommendations kick through in terms of companies collecting much of that information themselves that they don't already. I think that will evolve over time, and we'll get a stronger sense of accurate data, and companies are more equipped to be able to know how to do that properly to reflect the realities of their workplace.
Yeah, thank you. Watch that space. Are you anticipating that the information gathered under that indicator that we're discussing will show how many companies use non-disclosure agreements when settling sexual harassment cases?
So we're certainly asking a question that says the use of confidentiality agreements is the language of business in relation to them, but that includes non-disclosure agreements. So we'll be asking those questions about whether those policies and practices exist in the first instance. Then when we have more information about that, we've still to make a decision about whether we will say, for example, how many confidentiality agreements are in place. At the moment, the question will be are they incorporated in your policy to be able to be used? If that makes sense.
It does, but obviously the more detailed information about, well, how often do you use them as opposed to do you have the ability to use them will be more instructive and potentially will drive more cultural change, given the recommendations by Jenkins to dissuade the use of non-disclosure agreements.
And part of the challenge of that the use of confidentiality agreements is they're not always that if a person who's experienced harassment chooses to use them, they can be seen as a positive. So one of the things that's exactly what we're working through to try and make sure that the measure is more nuanced than a blunt measure, so that we can accurately represent the environment that is created in that workplace.
Yes, thank you. And last question from me, will you be reviewing whether or not companies that are currently considered WGEA employers of choice, will you do a review to make sure that they're all compliant with the new indicators?
They must be compliant with the WGEA reporting requirements in order to even apply for an employer of choice citation.
Yes, but if they've already got one and now the indicators are expanding, will you do a review to make sure they're all still compliant with the new ones?
Certainly will. And the employer of choice citation is a 2-year rolling cycle. And so we'll both cross-reference those who are in their middle of the 2 years, and of course the new group will have to apply next year as well.
Can you just remind me how many there are at the moment?
There's 120, and we're just about to announce the both some new and the updated ones from 2020 to 2022. So. In fact, I'll make sure I send you an invitation if you'd like to come along. So our next wave are about to be announced, and that will expand them in a small way.
What proportion is the 120 of all of the companies that have to report?
Well, we have about 5,000, so it's a very small proportion.
It's quite limited.
It is, and it reflects a very significant additional voluntary process that employers choose to go through to be recognised in that way. One of our aspirations with the recommendation from the review is to have a pathway to that leading practice, not just a pinnacle. And so we want more companies on that journey to be striving to reach very good practice in relation to it. So that will be a shift that we'll be doing.
Great, thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Senator Hume?
No, I'm done. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Ms Wooldridge, for your attendance today. We will now move to the Department of Finance, outcome 1.
Finance. Something I said.
Chair, if we have a break for a couple of moments, not on broadcast while we wait.
Yes, I'll suspend while we wait for officials to resettle. Recommence. Thank you, everybody. We now begin the examination of outcome 1 for the Department of Finance. I welcome the Minister for Finance, the Senator Honourable Katie Gallagher, Ms Jenny Wilkinson, PSM, Secretary of the Department of Finance, and officials from the Department of Finance. Are there any opening statements?
No, thank you. Not from me.
Not from me, thank you.
Senator Hume.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, when did the government first become concerned about the cost of energy and the impact that it was having on inflation and on the cost of living and on industry?
Well, I think it's fair to say that from the moment we were elected, and we covered some of this in the October estimates, it was clear that there were significant problems with the energy markets and their operations. I clearly remember Minister Bowen, in fact, on the day he was sworn in, rushing off to deal with briefings that he was getting about the state of the energy market, and those that attention has continued really since day one. You know, particularly when we found out that Minister Taylor had hidden those price increases before the election and became aware of those. And then obviously through the budget process, as we were finalising the budget and we were getting more information about what was happening, it became clear the increases in energy bills were going to be significant. And, you know, I think it's a matter of public record that the government was working on ways to soften the impact of those from that time.
And so you're saying that you became aware well before the 1st of June. Minister Bowen became aware on the 1st of June.
No, I didn't. Don't put words in my mouth.
Well,
I said I became aware. We have been aware of concerns around the operations of the energy market since really the first days of election. Now costs were part of that in terms of the issues we dealt with once we became aware of the lengths that your government had gone to hide the energy, the electricity increases that you were aware of before the election, but actually hid so that they weren't, the public wasn't aware of those. No, we became aware of those.
True, though.
But there were issues around supply, particularly through the winter months, that we were aware of really from day one.
So at what point did you believe that intervention was appropriate?
I would go back and check on the record, but it was certainly through the budget process that...
the October budget process?
Yeah, that's right, that we became aware of the significant increases that were being foreshadowed, and work, you know, was really around that time. I'll check the record, but it was around that time and this really isn't a matter for the finance department.
Well, it is.
No, it isn't. It's an issue that's more appropriately dealt with through Treasury and through the Department of Climate and Energy, as it has been. But trying to assist the committee, policy responses were considered.
Thank you. So can I just confirm that you will take on notice when you first believed that intervention was appropriate?
Well, I will answer when work started. I will answer when work started on policy responses to deal with the significant increases in electricity prices that were foreshadowed. Yes,
and
I
you will
will
take that on notice. So was the Department of Finance involved in costing any of the proposals that were subsequently announced in December?
Yes, so we were involved. We worked with the other departments that were working up proposals, so Prime Minister and Cabinet and Treasury and the Department of Climate Change. We were involved in those discussions, yes.
And which, if any, of the policies was the Department of Finance costing, can you say?
So, as is the usual case for matters that come before ERC, we're consulted on really all aspects of proposals. Proposals have to get to a point in design before you can actually specifically cost them, but we were certainly involved in discussions around all of the elements of the proposals that were brought forward in December.
So when was the costing request received for the policy proposal that was announced in December?
So I'll have to take... I'll have to take on notice. There are a number of different elements of the announcement in December, and as I think the government's made clear
in the announcements around those different elements. The actual cost of those elements will depend on negotiations with states and then the final details of both the assistance for consumers and then the assistance to generators. So, if you like, what often happens in the budget process, and this happened in that process, is that we're involved in providing indicative estimates of the sort of envelope that particular policies might cost, and then we have to agree the specific costs that will be reflected in the budget documents once the details of, in this case, the policy and the negotiations are all settled.
So when were can you, and you don't have to do it today, if you want to take it on notice, can you tell me when the indicative cost request was made, when the indicative costs were provided, and obviously when the next round of costings will be expected? I assume that they will be as part of the budget process. It's a pretty big announcement.
So my recollection is that there were discussions through the second half of October, through November and through December around the different elements of the proposals, and we engaged through that whole process. But I'm happy to take on notice if you like.
Just the timing would be helpful.
The different timings of those.
Yes, please. And when did Finance provide comments on the green briefs that are now that considered what is now the price cap policy?
So we would have provided comments on them when they came before the Expenditure Review Committee, and there were a series of discussions before the Expenditure Review Committee.
Can we have the date of the Expenditure Review Committee?
I think that really goes to sort of details of the deliberations of that Committee of Cabinet.
No, I don't want to know the deliberations, I just want to know the date.
Well, look, because it's sort of linked to, your earlier question, so we'll look at how it can be helpful.
Let's see what we can do.
There's a period of time.
If there were a series of green briefs, and sometimes there are, like a number of them, can you give us the date on notice of each one and which of the announced policies that it related to?
No, I don't think so, because I think that does go to deliberations of Cabinet. Yeah, I think it would, because, implicit in that is the fact of when you're considering it and how you're considering it. So I think, look, we'll try and be as helpful as we can. There's obviously a time period where those considerations were happening, and between the budget and the announcements of the government's policy response.
Yes. Look, I'm just concerned, Minister, you're very, very good at saying we'll be happy to look at that, but that doesn't necessarily mean that you take it on notice. So I want to be very,
well, it's already taken on notice, and I'm saying we will be as helpful as we can to provide that information. But you can be guaranteed that between the budget, between October and November last year into December, there was, active consideration of the policy response, and we were appropriately briefed by all relevant agencies during that time.
Okay, so I just want to clarify that even if you cannot specify the details of the policy that was in the green brief, you can come back to me on the dates of the green briefs were provided.
I don't know. I mean,
I think you can. I don't think there is a reason why you can't give the dates.
Why? No, other than, it was actively, I can tell you, it was actively considered a number of times between the budget and the announcement on the 9th of December 2022.
Yep, and that's all we want is the number of times that it was considered and what dates.
And I've taken on notice how we can answer that in the most helpful way.
Okay. Again, I think that you take the question on notice as opposed to whether you can answer it.
Yep.
Yes. The Secretary of the Treasury said at the last estimates that the energy price increases are also significantly reducing the profits of many businesses and raising questions about their viability. So given this was the case, and as you said, you were aware of the issue well in advance, why was there no policy proposal in the 2022-23 October budget?
Well, Dr. Kennedy, you can ask tomorrow to respond to the statements he made. And I've already explained to you that when we came in to government, there were different pressures on the energy market, which were around supply. And
you actually quite adamant about...
And shortfalls of supply. Like
the problem.
There has been an ongoing issue, essentially, in energy since we took over as a legacy of, well, a couple of things. Putin's war in Ukraine the illegal invasion of Ukraine and the impact that that's having on global energy markets, and also the 9 years of failed energy policy in this country. And part of that was the fact that there was electricity increases actively hidden by when you were in government before the election to I think, distance yourself from the fact that electricity prices were going up under your watch. Now, we have inherited this energy mess, which we are trying to deal with now in a methodical and responsible way.
Due respect, Senator, you said that you knew about this problem the moment you came to government.
No,
in fact, the day that
don't put words in my mouth, Senator Hume. I can see what you're trying to do here. I have explained a number of times that we were aware of issues in the energy market from day one. Now, those ones primarily were around supply, and we dealt with that with the AGDSM trigger and all of those issues that Minister King and Minister Bowen looked at. We then became aware of the fact that you guys hid the increases that were coming through in electricity bills quite dishonestly before the election. Through the budget process, when we were finalising the budget, through that process, so between, heading towards October, we became aware of the significant increases that were being foreshadowed for the next financial year in relation to electricity, and the government determined that there needed to be a policy response to that. So let us just be clear with what I said and don't put words into my mouth.
All right. I put it to you that the reason why there was no response in the 2022-23 October budget, and in fact the response came in December, was because the headlines that came out of the 22-23 budget was not responsible economic management, but the fact that energy prices were going through the roof, skyrocketing and unchecked, and that the cost of living was going to respond in a way that was going to affect all Australians in their hip pockets, contrary to the commitment that this government made in the lead up to the election.
Well, that is not true. I mean, the reason why those energy increases and our budget has been endorsed by a number of the ratings agencies and the IMF as being a responsible economic response to the circumstances of the time. So I think I'll take their view on our budget rather than yours, was the fact that we published those increases so that people were aware of what was coming. So I don't think your proposition is right, and we said that we needed to look at ways to respond to that, but it wasn't an insignificant decision to look at ways to manage and take the heat out of the sting out of some of these increases. We would prefer we didn't have to do that, but the fact is that those increases were being foreshadowed as happening, partly because our energy system is a mess and because we had 9 years of failed energy policies, and we're trying to deal with that. So we're having a number of policy responses to the issues that we inherited.
So the policies that were announced in December, which obviously were outside of that usual methodical budgetary process, were made because the issue became so much more urgent.
No. It was through the budget process that
Why did you announce it in the budget?
It was through the budget process and quite late, and I think if we go back to Treasury estimates, you asked the Treasury Secretary about this, about when that information became clear, and from recollection he gave the rough time that was, quite late in that process, that we became aware. That information was published and we were immediately dealing with the policy challenge that represented and an appropriate response, acknowledging that we had to bring in state and territory governments into that discussion as well, which is why it was a matter that was dealt with in National Cabinet on the 9th of December.
If the increases to the prices were early enough in the process to be published in the budget document, well, why was the response not included at the same time?
Well, that's not what I just said. They became quite late in the budget process. We needed to be careful and consider options about how we dealt with it, because it is complicated and it does involve the states and territories as well. So we dealt with it in the fastest possible time that was available to the government to deal with that in a responsible way that included and involved the industry, which had views, as you could imagine, and the states and territories, and the different impacts that was having in different states and territories.
And the scheduling of ERCs and cabinet meetings about this issue, and I'm not asking what it was specifically that was discussed in those meetings, will reflect that methodical process, you believe, in the lead up to the budget, not just after the budget.
What are you asking now?
Well, I'm asking for Finance have said that they're going to provide the dates of the Greens, not the Greens themselves.
No, we
obviously.
haven't. We've said we will have a look at how we can be helpful whilst, not disclosing deliberations of government.
Absolutely, and I have no intention to ask for deliberations. I just want the dates, and I think that that's a fair and reasonable request. And I thought we'd already established that.
Well, there was a lot of meetings before the budget, and there was a lot of meetings after. That is the answer.
Yes.
Right,
yes.
so it is after the budget.
If there are Greens on energy before the budget, it would be very interesting to see what the dates of those were.
We're not going to tell you what we green on. Like, that directly goes to deliberations of the ERC.
Not after the details of...
Well, you said you want to know how many Greens on energy prices, and that's...
And energy, generally.
Well, yeah. Well, that directly goes to deliberations, and it does. So we will try and answer this as best we can. I'm not sure what your argument is that we should have done something sooner, I think. My response to that...
I think that's Australia's argument.
My response to that...
You were the one that hid the...
is
disaster.
I don't accept that. We became aware of the significant increases for the 23-24 year. Is that the right financial year? I'm trying to think. Jenny will correct me, but through the budget, quite late in the budget process, and we put in place mechanisms for a policy response as quickly as we could.
Perhaps if I could just add, in the October budget process, of course, in the lead up to that, there was all of the work that was done around the AGDSM. So that's a discussion that you would have with the Department of Industry, which was directly addressing those issues, the supply issues in the gas sector. And then, of course, in the October budget, there was also a very significant amount of funding that was provided across a very wide range of programs through indexation. So there was of the order of, I think it's of the order of $34 billion of additional assistance was rolling out, which was reflecting the indexation, which again, so the indexation-related increases in a very wide range of payments, and that, of course, also reflected the increase in inflation, which was very heavily driven by energy prices in that year. So
if this policy was anticipated, why wasn't it recognised in the contingency reserve?
So that was actually booked at budget.
It was booked in the budget.
So all of those monies were booked at budget. But there were a series of discussions, as the Minister said, around energy markets over the course of last year, and with as is reasonably usual in a policy-making process, a series of responses dealing with the information as it's coming available. So I'm just saying that in the October budget, there was a very significant amount of assistance that was provided to help individuals who were in receipt of government payments through the indexation of those payments.
And how did that policy announcement flow into the later policy announcement in December? Was it part of a suite of policies that, that was intentional, that, you were only going to provide some in the October budget and just keep us hanging until we got to the real deal of the price caps in December?
No, there were there's a series of different levels of support that were provided, a series of different interventions. So I guess all of these are just part of a sort of continuum of policy responses.
So that 1.5 billion then, that the costs overall that's in the budget bottom line.
That will be that was a decision taken post October, so that will be reflected in the budget.
The next budget,
in the next
coming budget, but not in the last budget.
No,
and there was nothing in the contingency reserve that said we're anticipating this to be a problem and we're going to have to make new policy.
We hadn't made decisions about the policy responses to how the market was functioning by October in terms of those big price increases that were forecast to come.
So it wasn't a decision made but not yet announced?
No.
Okay. So that means it was policy that was made after the budget?
Well, I think we've been clear. I've answered this, and I don't want to go to deliberations or decisions of Cabinet. We took some decisions. The October budget was essentially dealing with our election commitments. There's a range of funding in there for our transition to support the energy market's transition to renewable energy, so that it was delivering on that. In terms of the policy response to the forecast significant increases off the back of, you know, our energy markets not operating as good as they should, but also the war in Ukraine. Those discussions were had post-budget about what was the best way to respond. And it is a complicated policy space, and it is unusual for government to need to be in a position where we needed to respond, and so that required extra consideration and advice and work, and that was done between the budget and the announcement on the 9th of December.
So all of those things, though, were happening in the lead up to budget?
What do you mean all that?
Well, the war in Ukraine, as you said, and you know, those pressures that you spoke of, they were all happening in the lead up to budget. Why did it seem like such a surprise once we got to budget?
Well, I don't know that... I think the best information available to the Cabinet about the impact that would have on electricity prices, as I've said, and I think as we answered in October last year, came quite late in the budget process, and a process was then put together to look at ways to deal with that.
You can understand why, from an observer's perspective, it looks like that there was a post-budget mad scramble to find a policy that would plug a hole that clearly was overlooked in the budget process.
Well, there wasn't. I mean, that's your political analysis, which is unsurprising. But we were elected in May. By December, we had done more than your government did in 9 years to try and address some of the problems in the energy market. So I would argue, I would counter-argue that we have done a lot in this space, including trying to support the transition to a renewable energy future, which has to happen, which, you know, I even think you probably agree with, that it has to happen. That's happening. Price increases foreshadowed, we've responded to those. They are starting to have impact, as you've seen in recent days with some of the analysis that's come out. And we've been dealing with cost of living payments, which will flow through in May, but also the adjustments that happen to people living on payments that happen in October.
So is that the answer that you would give the thousands, millions of Australians that are receiving their energy bills this month that have more than increased by a third, doubled since in the last couple of years, that are struggling to get by because of increased mortgage repayments and increased grocery bills, that are now getting their energy repayments? That's the answer that you would give them?
Well, I think we've also been clear that we totally understand that these increases that were foreshadowed were too much, which is why we took the action we did, which you opposed, I would say. You also, whilst you're beating us up for taking too long, I think we should put on the record that the opposition opposed the response when it was taken to the Parliament, both the caps and the extra funding to support households with these increases. So let's just be clear about what's going on from your point of view. I would also say, if asked, and not wanting to be too political, that the fact that we had 3 gigawatt decline in dispatchable power actually leave the grid under your watch, the fact that Snowy 2.0 is running 18 months late, the fact that you promised extra capacity and delivered none, that you hid the price increases that were going to happen, and we've seen footage of that going around where you've got the former Prime Minister and Treasurer saying electricity prices are cheaper under us when you knew prices were going up, and 22 failed energy policies over 9 years. So I think there is a little bit of responsibility that should come back to the almost a decade of your governing in this space, that we have now in the last 7 months been trying to deal with effective policy responses. That's what I'd say.
Senator Gallagher, did you consider testing the Coalition's mettle on delivering your commitment to reduce energy bills for ordinary Australians by $275 at all throughout the time that you have been in government?
Did we want to test your...
Yeah, that seemed to be a policy that fell by the wayside.
No.
You never asked the Coalition whether we'd support that or not.
Well, you didn't support the cost of living relief that we took to the budget last year, which would alleviate pressures on households by several $100s. You didn't support that. You voted no to it.
I'm not asking about that policy. I'm asking about $275, which was the commitment that you took to the election.
Yes, it was a commitment based on modelling in 2021 to deliver in 2025. That was the clear commitment of our policy.
Is it a commitment that you regret making now?
We are dealing with the near-term challenges that we have inherited from your government.
Is it a commitment that your government regrets making now, 97 times?
We don't regret at all the commitments we made around powering Australia,
Even if you can't
or the
deliver
fact
them?
that we are taking the transition to a renewable energy future seriously.
Do you stand by that commitment?
I stand by the Powering Australia plan, absolutely. And
so
I
the
also...
$275 reduction, do you stand by that?
I stand by the policy that we took to the election, which was to reduce increases in electricity based on more renewable energy, and we are doing that. And the budget had substantial progress into implementing the Powering Australia plan, including
Senator,
fund
your own budget
for
shows
region.
forecast for electricity prices going up 56%. 56%.
And the response we had in October was to moderate those increases, and our increases that we inherited, that we had no line of sight on before the election because you hid them. That's what happened, and let's be serious about that. Why did you, when in government, hide those increases for political purposes? That should be the question that nobody's been able to answer.
This is Senate, this is budget estimates, and we're asking questions about budget that didn't include a policy solution to a problem that you said was there, that you knew was there well in advance. And yet there was no policy solution there. The only policy solution was provided in a rushed way 2 months
wasn't rushed.
later.
That's the whole point. It wasn't rushed. It was carefully thought through.
If it was so carefully thought through, why didn't it appear in the budget?
Because there wasn't enough time to carefully think through it in time for the budget. That's why.
All right, I think we'll leave it there.
Because we had to work
Thank
with
you,
the
Chair.
states and territories, and indeed industry had some views on it, which I think we're all aware of.
Thank you. That concludes the outcome 1 for the Department of Finance.
Yes, yeah, we're just we're breaking for lunch, aren't we?
We're just breaking for
we're
lunch.
breaking for lunch, not finished with outcome 1.
Okay, I just thought you
Sorry.
said you would
No, no.
leave it there. I
No,
was
no,
going
no,
to
just leave it.
inquire
I'm happy
as
to leave it there because it's
to how many
12:15.
more
I'm
topics you
Coming
had.
back after
Yeah,
lunch,
yeah,
Chair.
yeah,
I'm trying to
don't
pull a
worry.
Swifty on us.
No, I wasn't pulling a Swifty. I was truly had thought you had concluded your questions, but of course we will resume with the Department of Finance outcome 1 after lunch at 1:20 p.m.
1:20. Oh yeah, there was an issue about the SMOS and his...
I welcome the Honourable Don Farrell, Minister for Trade, Tourism and the Special Minister of State, and officials from outcome 3, noting that we will return to outcome 1 later today. Is there anyone with an opening statement?
No.
Thank you. Well, then we will go straight to questions, and I give the call to Senator Hume.
Thank you, Chair. I've got just two last questions, but I want to ask an awful lot about the parliamentary expense management system, but I'm going to come back to that. I just want to ask Minister Farrell, first of all, whether you could provide a complete permanent membership of the Government Staffing Committee.
Certainly can.
Yes.
Somebody should have that. should have had that to you already. We've got a copy here, which I can hand to you, and we'll get some extra copies for
That's fine,
everyone
thank you.
else.
I don't need to recite it.
Is that one there?
So that's the complete, that is not the staffing committee. That is in fact the government staffing table. The staffing committee is that
I'm sorry, I misunderstood.
Sorry, no, that's okay, that's okay.
What was your question?
The government staff committee, so obviously this is a sort of a subcommittee that particularly
who's on
is
it?
responsible, yes.
Who's
yes.
on it? Well, there's myself,
Yes.
Katie Gallagher, and the Deputy Prime Minister.
Yep.
Are the three cabinet members.
Yep.
And
I don't need staff by name, just position is fine. If you'd rather not use their names.
No, I'm happy to tell you their names. So I think we constitute the committee, but there's also Tom Mooney, who's the Chief of Staff to the Leader in the Senate, and Ben Rillo, who's my Chief of Staff.
Yep.
Is there anyone else that I'm forgetting? Huh? And Tim Gartrell, the Prime Minister's Chief of Staff.
Right, it's just a six-man committee.
Yep.
Terrific. That's all I needed to know. Thank you. I just want to ask some questions about the Parliamentary Expenses Management System, and I know that we started this process at the last estimates. So I might start with you, Mr. Sheridan. You're the senior responsible official and the project executive for the delivery of the Parliamentary Expenses Management System. Is that the official title?
John Sheridan, the CIO of the Department of Finance. I am the project executive.
The project executive. So are you the senior responsible official as well?
Senator, it's Mary Wiley-Smith, Deputy Secretary. I suspect that would be me, as I'm the chair of the steering committee that oversees the PEMS build and operations.
Right. Suspect, or is that an official title? You suspect that would be you, or is you?
Yes, well, it would be me,
Okay.
given that I'm responsible as the chair of that committee.
Right, fair enough. And how long have you been the senior responsible official?
So I joined the department, I think it was about just after mid last year, September.
Mid last year. And how long has the program been running for?
So it's been running for quite a while. I think Mr. Sheridan has been here for the length of the program, which I think is 2017.
The project received approval in the 27-18 MyEFO, so the project formally began on the 1st of January 2018.
2018, all right. And obviously both you, Ms Wiley-Smith and Mr Sheridan would be aware of the significance of this project and the importance of the reporting element for the integrity of parliamentary expenses. I'm assuming you're aware of the importance of it.
Absolutely, Senator. Yes. And we also have, of course, for the reporting element of the project, the reporting function, the business owners is IPIA, who I know are up soon. So they're involved in the steering committee and in the build, and indeed they are responsible for advising on the specifications for the build of this particular module.
Mr Sheridan, the last estimates hearing you noted that it was in about April of this year that you knew that there was going to be a delay, and the exact words that you used at that time were, "It became apparent to us in about April that we would not be able to finish the development, the entire build of all the aspects of the expenditure reporting module, but also the actual report by July." Now, in fact, I assume you recall saying that. Yes,
I do.
Yes. In fact, so a copy of a report released under Freedom of Information indicated that you were in fact told in April that some key functionality will not be available on the 1st of July 2022, such as the Parliamentary Expenditure Report. And that report is the Gateway Review Report Mid-Stage Review. Are you aware of that?
I think that's entirely consistent with what I said at the last estimate, Senator.
Well, not entirely. It's that some key functionality will not be available on the 1st of July. The report was presented to the Parliamentary Expenses Management Systems Project Steering Committee, as part of its meeting on the 28th of April 2022. Is that your recollection?
I believe so, Senator, yes.
Ms Wiley-Smith, you're on that committee, so is that your recollection?
So I'm on the committee now, Senator, but I wouldn't have been at that point. That would have been my predecessor if you're talking about April of last year.
April 2022. Yeah.
So I was not yet in the Department of Finance at that time.
So the report also listed other elements of concern, and there were 3 that it listed in total. One was the review of the current phase, the second was the readiness for service, and the third was the readiness for the next stage. And all of these were listed as amber in what I can only assume was a traffic light system. You would have received, Mr Sheridan, this and read this report, I'm assuming, before that steering committee. Is that correct?
Typically, a gateway report is presented to me in my role as the project executive.
Yes.
In draft the day before it's finalised. I talk to the Gateway Review team about that and then present then they provide the final signed version, as it were, on the Friday of their 5-day examination of a project.
So typically that's how it would work. I'm assuming that in these circumstances you would have received and read that report before the steering committee.
I'm sure I did.
Yeah. The Gateway Review also recommended that you review your governance model for the project. At the meeting which then considered this recommendation, the project executive, which is you, recommended that you maintain the governance model for the project until the end of the year. So I'm interested in understanding why you recommended this, which was entirely contrary to the Gateway Review's recommendation.
Senator, I haven't checked it yet, but I would need to check the words in the Gateway Review recommendations. But my recollection is that they recommended reviewing the governance, not changing the governance. And when the steering committee met, it decided to keep the current governance in place until what was then expected to be the time that milestone 7.2 and the subsequent work on the expenditure report was complete. And at that stage, that was expected to be in, I think, September or October of 2022.
Did the minutes express that, in fact, you were simply delaying a review of the governance as opposed to maintaining the status quo indefinitely?
I'd have to take that detail on notice because I don't have them in front of me, Senator, but my clear recollection is that it was decision not to change the governance at that stage, but to clearly change it in the future.
If the review recommended a change in governance, or review of governance, I should say, it probably wasn't expecting that you would review it and maintain the status quo, would it?
I think that would be trying to reflect what the Gateway reviewers were thinking, and that isn't the impression I got both when I spoke to them and when I took the report to the steering committee.
Okay. At the same meeting, there was a document presented to the steering committee called the Project Status Report Milestone 7. Now, that document lists all the elements of the project as having green status. How does that fit in with the independent report that listed not only 3 elements of concern, but specifically stated that the project has taken the decision to de-scope expenditure report data extracts test cases to reduce the testing for go live?
The nature of the project report, the status report, is to reflect progress against the schedule. If in considering where the schedule was at and making a decision to either de-scope or delay something and then meeting that changed schedule, the project status could well be green.
So there is no inconsistencies with the amber status of review current phase, review readiness for service and readiness for next stage, and having only green status elements of all elements of the project in the subsequent document.
I believe that the Gateway Review report in itself, again, I'm just seeing if I can find that fast enough, but I believe it describes in quite some detail what the various ratings mean, and they don't have the same meaning as we would use in a project status report.
That phrase, the project has taken the decision to de-scope expenditure report, data extracts, test cases to reduce the testing for go live. That sounds a little bit, I mean, forgive me, it's been a long time since I worked in project management, but it's got a touch of the jargon about it. That sounds like project management jargon translation for the quote from the Gateway Review, that you've already decided to delay the expenditure reporting capability sometime earlier. Is that right?
Again, I'd need to check the detail because it's not something I recall in that level of detail, but the decision to de-scope that report was indeed a decision to delay the production of the expenditure report until the period roughly described as the end of the third quarter or the beginning of the fourth quarter of 2022. The issues we discussed at last estimates were a further delay after that because the expected development work that would meet that end of the third quarter timing had not occurred, and that's why we did a further delay, and it was the discussion that we had at the last estimates meeting.
Who did you tell when you made that decision?
Sorry, the decision about de-scoping, it was reported to the steering committee.
The steering committee. So at the last estimates, you said that it was in late April or early May we decided to stop work on expenditure reporting itself and instead focus on finishing the expense work that needed to be finished by July. Is that consistent?
I believe so.
I might be able to assist here, Senator, and just help my colleague. I understand that the expenditure work that they were working on was Release 7, which was the expenditure module that went live, I think, in 1st of July. And so that all occurred. I suspect that looking back at the minutes from April, it's got both that module and also the reporting module in the reporting there for Outcome 7.
Yeah.
It was later the reporting module became Outcome 8.
Right. Before any concerns were realised, because I've got milestone 7 in front of me here and it's green, green, green on target all the way.
So that includes the expenditure elements that I just mentioned that went live on the 1st of July, I suspect. And so that all occurred, I understand, on time. But I might just hand back to Mr Sheridan just in case that I'm missing something here, but I suspect that what you've got in front of you are both elements. So the one that was fine and ready to release and the one that actually was the reporting part of it that was to be slightly delayed.
Okay.
So Milestone 7 Phase 1 was delivered in July 2021. Milestone 7 Phase 2, which was focused on office expenses, travel expenses, budgeting and reporting, was aimed at being delivered in July, going live in July 2022. In April 2022, it became apparent that we could go live, and indeed did, of course, with office expenses, travel expenses and budgeting in July 2022, but we could not provide the expenditure report at that time. We anticipated that as the expenditure report wouldn't actually be used until after the end of that first quarter, that providing it by the end of September would be acceptable. After that period, and immediately before the last estimates, it became obvious that we could not deliver what has since been renamed Milestone 8, the expenditure report itself, at that time, and that's the discussion that we were having at the last estimates. I note that this doesn't mean that reporting, that expenditure isn't recorded in the system. It of course is recorded. It's the issue about the expenditure report is getting a quite complex, detailed report with a very high expectation of layout and detail ready in time, and that's what we were not able to do.
Does it not list reporting as green?
So does the status report in when, Senator, sorry?
I've got milestone 7 and I've got 2022. Does it not, is it not green in the second box overall under overall status reporting
What's the date
solution?
of the report you're reading from, please, Senator?
That is a very good question because I've got reports of the dates of the documents I was given this. Report date June 2022.
So I believe that at that stage, that reporting, the reporting function, that the functions that were green would have been those that went live in July, but as reporting was at that stage expected to be delivered in accordance with the amended schedule at the end of September, that at that stage it was still considered green.
Okay. At the meeting of the PEMS Steering Committee on the 16th of June, the minutes that have been made public outline that there were a number of risks to the PEMS upgrades, and you were particularly concerned that the new minister would dump the scheme altogether. I think the phrase that was used was that you were concerned that you would...
A very good chance of that, let me tell you.
...lose executive sponsorship, and I'm not at all surprised about that because I know that Minister Farrell has prosecuted this issue himself many times. I think that is on page 78 of the documents I have here of the second document. I'll find that for you. Can I ask, Mr Sheridan, when did the department first brief the Special Minister of State? Or perhaps Ms Wiley-Smith might want to answer that too.
We'd probably have to take that on notice, I suspect, Senator, because I wasn't here at the time, and unless Mr Sheridan has information in front of him, I suspect we'll have to just take it and double check.
Mr Sheridan, do you recall when the department first briefed the Special Minister of State and whether you were part of that briefing?
So I don't, and Senator, I would have to take that on notice. I wouldn't typically be part of that briefing. That was usually done by my colleagues. I would note that the loss of executive sponsorship is a very standard ICT project risk, and indeed we had included that in the risks for this project since 2018 and considered it each time the risk working group met from that time on.
I would imagine that if the Special Minister of State realised that the extent of the problems that you were facing, the chance of losing executive sponsorship would be dramatically increased. Is that correct?
I can't say what the Special Minister of State was thinking, Senator.
I'm not asking you to think, guess what he was thinking. I would said that there would be an increased chance of losing executive sponsorship if the extent of the problems with the system was fully explained.
So I think by that stage, the stage to which you're referring, we had a working system. It had been managing claims for some considerable time. Indeed, it is still working and has managed, I think, some 140,000 claims since July last year. There are currently no claims awaiting error or no claim awaiting systems issues. They're all being processed. So it's specifically the issues around the delivery of the expenditure report that were attracting and remain attracting attention, and that's the area of concern that we had.
It's the area of concern that we have too, as a commitment to transparency. It's a very important element too. At a meeting on the 11th...
Senator, I might be able to answer that earlier question. It seems from the report my staff just kindly handed me that in early November 2022, Finance verbally advised me that the delivery of the expenditure reporting module would be further delayed until 2023. If that's of any assistance to you.
Thank you. That is very helpful, Minister. Can I ask, I scratch my head and wonder why, Mr Sheridan, you wouldn't be a part of the briefing as the project executive.
because my colleagues typically briefed the Minister on arrangements. That's just the arrangement has been since the project started.
And were your colleagues concerned at that point in time that the system wasn't working as it was intended?
Again, the system is and was working. The expenditure
it's not,
report,
because there isn't reporting, which
the
was a
expenditure
fundamental
report
part of the
module
system.
hasn't been built. And the build hasn't been finalised, and that remains the case, although we have a great deal of confidence that it will be done by May this year and handed to IPIA for their user acceptance testing and wider user acceptance testing then. But the system is and was clearly working to the level it was expected to be working at that stage. The records of the steering committee show, I think, relatively clearly the concerns shared by the chair and indeed the other members of the steering committee, some of whom would be the people who briefed the Minister.
And I might just jump in there too, Senator, and I think we mentioned this at the last estimates. There are 2 delays with the reporting.
Yes.
And so the discussion that you're having at the moment and the questions that are being answered by Mr Sheridan relate to the first delay when the staff involved in building the project and the steering committee became aware that the build of the expenditure report module was delayed till September, October. Then on the second delay that we realised, and I was here for this one, was when we realised in early November that it was going to take a lot longer to be able to deliver it. And so we've been working through now what that looks like in terms of timing with our business owners, which include IPIA, but the steering committee is very kind of focused on that build. The Minister just mentioned that he was told in November. Yep. I know that that relates to the second delay, yes, and which I was here for. But the discussion that you're having at the moment with Mr Sheridan, my predecessor and the people that were here at the time aren't available. They're no longer in the department. So we would have to actually go back and have a look at documentation, including incoming government briefing and everything for you to be able to confirm the type of engagement that the staff had with the Minister at that time.
So I suppose that's really what I'm trying to get to. The Minister's just said that he wasn't informed that there was a problem until November, but clearly there were problems that were apparent before that. When was the Minister first briefed on PEMS in general?
When you're asking me?
Yes, if you can answer.
Look, I'll find out.
Yeah.
I think it's also worth making the observation that while Miss Wiley Smith wasn't there when all this was happening, nor is the former SMOS still in Parliament, and the former SMOS before him still in Parliament. So that's a great disadvantage, I think. But hopefully the inquiry that we've asked the Australian National Audit Office will be able to interview both of those gentlemen, and we can start to get to the bottom of what went wrong here. Firstly, to correct it, but secondly, to make sure it never happens again.
Couldn't agree with you more, Mr Farrell. I just want to ask one more thing. At the meeting on the 11th of August, the steering committee was told that there were up to 6,000 claims that were missing each week. So what was happening at this stage to find out what was going wrong with the system, Mr Sheridan?
So we were advised that IPIA's view was that there were a number of claims, 6,000 I think was at the stage at August, that were not being picked up by the system. And their suspicion at that stage was that perhaps users, parliamentarians and their staff, were not submitting claims, or there was some issue about that.
6,000 of them.
So please, if I might finish. We subsequently discovered that those claims were not in fact missing at all. There were no such claims. That there were, in terms of tickets from the firm CTM, a small number in the hundreds that had been processed more slowly, but there was no gap of 6,000 claims, and our subsequent figures show that very, very clearly.
So why would the number of 6,000 have come up in the first place if...
My understanding is that
exist.
IPIA thought that was the number without referring to historical documents or indeed what we were seeing in the system. But we subsequently indicated by going through all the claims that there was no such gap.
How long did that process take, going through all the claims, to determine there was no such
My
gap?
recollection is that by September, so I was getting weekly reports from the 1st of July, looking at the claim numbers on a daily basis for several months, and it was clear that the claims were approaching the historical levels that had been experienced previously in the old system. And eventually the steering committee and IPIA accepted that there were no outstanding claims, and that's the case to date.
So there was no need then to inform up the line that there was some concern. Well, you must have heard when you heard that 6,000, you would have, your eyebrows would have popped off your head. Goodness me, that's a bit of a worry. Did you feed that up before September?
So my view was we should base such things on evidence, and the evidence available to me was that there was no level of claims anywhere near like that were outstanding, and that indeed proved to be the case.
So you said that you determined...
I might be able to help. So I started in this role at the beginning of August, and I remember, I think within my first 2 weeks, we had a discussion about how the PEMS rollout was going, and like the rollout of, it's many ICT projects, there were some teething issues in that early stage, and there was a focus, I think I'm right in recalling Mr Sheridan, on identifying the acute issues that needed to be dealt with immediately. And I can't remember the detail, but there was the format of some information that was coming in from one of the suppliers had changed and we hadn't realised it had changed. So there was a very intensive effort put in, and I remember being briefed on it at that stage to make sure that parliamentarians were able to put their claims in, and they were being reimbursed, and our suppliers were being reimbursed as a matter of priority. I recall getting briefings from Mr Sheridan, I think weekly over that first month, and by, I would like to say, mid-September, all of those acute issues had been resolved, and I was advised at that stage, and this was obviously about a month ahead of the last estimates hearing, that there were no backlogs in terms of IPIA paying travel expenses or suppliers being paid or parliamentarians not being able to put in their claims. So that's my recollection around that time. There was clearly a concerted effort put in by the team to try and make sure that, particularly that parliamentarians and suppliers weren't out of pocket.
And at that point, Ms Wilkinson, were you the one that was talking to the Minister's office about the problems that you were seeing?
So I don't recall. So at that stage, I think in the first week I was overlapping with the former secretary, and I don't recall the conversations that were. I'm not aware of the conversations that were being had with either officers. All I'm saying is that I'm certainly aware that there was a lot of work taking place in the department to rectify the issues that had been identified as a matter of priority.
Yep.
Senator, there'll be a lot of people listening today who will, be quite interested in this debate. I think there's sort of two sets of issues here, having sort of been involved in this process longer than probably anybody else in the...
except Mr Sheridan.
Except Mr Sheridan, yes, fair point. So the one issue about the payment of travel expenses and all of those, that process kept going throughout this entire period, and there's not... questions were being raised at the time about how well that was operating, but there's no doubt it was operating, and we've heard that there's some concerns that IPIA had about the numbers turned out not to be accurate, and I guess like any new computer system, there's always teething problems, and you try and work through that. the criticism here, and the reason that the government has referred this or sought to refer it to the Australian National Audit Office, is that in addition to doing all of that processing, there was an obligation to report, and part of this government's commitment is to transparency.
That's right.
And what we were concerned about was we were led to believe, in opposition, that all of that transparency work was going on, and that when they switched from the old system to the new system on the 1st of July, we were going to have access to that transparent
I think the government at the time was
document.
also of the same opinion.
Well, we'll find that out. We'll find out. We will discover, hopefully, in the course of the National Audit Office, just who knew what and when. But that's the real problem that we now face at the moment. And I have to say, I was mightily surprised when I discovered that having switched off the old system and turned on the new system, that there was simply no way we could get that information until these new computer programs were developed. And as Mr Sheridan has said, I had a meeting with IPIA yesterday. Well, I won't use the word confident, but maybe I'll use the word hopeful, that the time frame that Mr Sheridan has just outlined, namely have the programs up and running for testing in May, and we can get back to where we ought to be.
Okay, you've actually hit the nail on the head on just my final question, Minister.
Sorry to jump.
No, you made some very important points. I find it bewildering that there should not have been a contingency plan here, that the old system would have been switched off before the new system was ready and tested. So what was preventing you, Mr Sheridan, from providing that reporting under the old system?
Because since the 1st of July this year, which is when, of course, the first quarter of the new reporting system was required, the information has been input into the new system, which is, as I've said, live and working, not into the old system. We can no longer report from the old system because the data since the 1st of July is not in the old system, it's in the new system. We could, I guess, dump an Excel spreadsheet of all the data because it's all in the system, but it's not in the format that the expenditure report was previously and is still required. It will take us, as I said, until May to complete the development of that. Then there'll be user acceptance testing, and we anticipate it being in the hands of IPIA in sort of September, I think, so they can begin the work required to do quarter by quarter the reporting to bring them back up to on time, as it were.
So this project clearly has been plagued with problems from a very long time. It was budgeted originally, I think, at $38 million. It's gone up to more than 70 and rising. With knowing that there were problems all the way through, weren't you concerned about the idea that you were switching off the old system entirely and just crossing your fingers and hoping for the best on the new system when it came to reporting?
No, I wasn't concerned about that. And please,
It doesn't sound like you were concerned about an awful lot all the way through here. This just says this is a great project and it's all working fine.
Well, I think you read from just one status report, if I
I've got
recall
all of them
correctly.
here, and there's a lot of green.
And indeed, if you're, as I said, if you're performing in accordance with the schedule, a project will be green in those circumstances. We had to, unfortunately, amend the schedule several times since it was originally conceived as a consequence of a range of matters outside the control of the project, including the AFP matter we've referred to previously, including having to deal with the period of 2 elections in the project, of having to deal with the COVID lockdowns and the effect that had on the project as well. All of those things caused regrettable but necessary delays in delivering the project. The final delay is the delay in delivering expenditure reporting, but that is, as I've said, a matter of taking the data that's in the system and producing it in a particularly detailed and historical way that's been required by the business owners. And as I said, we remain confident that we'll manage that by May, to put it in the hands of IPIA. Indeed, the first two checkpoints along that road, the delivery of business requirements was expected in mid-December, and that's been delivered. The delivery of functional specifications was required, I think, by the 10th of February, and that's been satisfactorily delivered. So we're on track to deliver by May the work for review by IPIA.
And are you personally now giving updates to the Minister as to how that is progressing to ensure that that timetable can be maintained and delivered upon?
So, Minister, I'm actually working closely with the Minister's office, and his Chief of Staff is actually on the steering committee as an observer, so that getting real-time kind of updates on the rollout of the system. But I should say that this is not solely with Mr Sheridan, so he's helping coordinate and pull it all together as the project lead, but you have senior people from the area which is building the system, so the technical area, which is our shared kind of delivery office. There's also the head of IPIA is on the committee. We also have externals from the DTA and also from Prime Minister and Cabinet. And we also have just appointed an external independent advisor on the committee as well. So the committee is making these decisions about the rollout. The committee agreed to the new schedule and what it looks like. It also into details of who's involved when, including IPIA as business owner. It's really important that they actually are fully engaged in this process. And we've also got the signed off updated business requirements, which happened in December. So the CEO of IPIA signed off on that. The technical people working in the service delivery office, as Mr Sheridan just said, have actually done all the technical specifications. The build has commenced. And so from what we're seeing in terms of the new delivery schedule, we're on track. I should also mention that at the last committee, we also updated our governance arrangements. And so Secretariat is now business-led.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, it sounds like that it is a far more well-informed steering committee than it has been in the past, and that is now being fed up to the Minister's office in an appropriate manner. So I think we take great confidence in that. Just finally...
Senator, I just for your benefit and for those people who might be listening, I indicated before I had a meeting with the Board of IPIA yesterday and tried to get some sense of what went wrong here. And as best I can see, what happened was that the people running the project tended to be the technocrats, the people who were experienced at building these sorts of operations. And there was insufficient involvement from the users of the system. And the report that Ms Wiley-Smith just gave, I think we now have a combination of both of those groups working together. And I think the combination of the technical people who know how to build all these systems and the involvement now of the users, hopefully ends up in a better product. We'll know sometime after May whether that's right, but I think what's going to be most important is the testing of the system. We have to know, based on the user experience, the people who, people in your office, people in my office who actually have to process this, and of course, the community generally who wants to see a transparent account of our, travel arrangements. I think that'll be the key if we've been able to satisfy all of that, and that's the purpose of what we're trying to reach at the moment.
I think that is a noble objective, Minister, and I think we're entirely aligned on that one.
Senator
I just would have hoped it would have been there from the very beginning.
Shortly, but I'll let you finish.
Thank you. I would have hoped that would be there from the very beginning. I would have thought that would be what project management was all about. Thank you. That'll do me. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Well, I'm going to seek the call myself. I think in the discussion so far, there's been some reflection on the time frame. What's in place to ensure the time frame will be met?
If I might, Senator, the schedule for what is now Milestone 8 has a series of checkpoints, and I've described essentially 3 of them, probably implied the 4th, which is the completion of user acceptance testing. So business requirements were due in December, and that was generally met. Functional specifications were due on the 10th of February. That has been generally met. The delivery into UAT is due in May, and we think that's on track at the moment. Then there's a extended period of user acceptance testing in the hands of IPEA from May through, I think, until August or September, and then in September the final product is given to IPEA to run the reporting, if you like. The steering committee continues to meet monthly to review the work of the project, and that's how progress is reported on and checked.
Okay, so in terms of the time for user experience and consultation, that was lacking from the original development of PEMS. I tried to participate in it. I was on the PEMS
user
reference group, and I have to say I'm pretty sure I was the only user on there at the time, and the issues that I sought to raise were pretty much told by the rest of the group that they needed to be deferred because it was beyond their remit to deal with them. And they are still issues embedded in the existing problem. They deal existing PEMS as rolled out. They deal with issues like when you are reimbursed for something and you are submitting an invoice for reimbursement, it displays you. You cannot trace really what product or who the original supplier was. And in effect, you look like you were the original supplier. And this causes great problems when you've got to then go back and reconcile this is only one little bit of our system. For example, we get an electorate allowance and we may or may not be reimbursed for something through PEMS. And if we weren't reimbursed through PEMS, we can then prospectively have a look at whether it's tax deductible against our taxable allowance. So when we're dealing with the complexity of something like PEMS, you then end up with a whole other layer of complexity because the paperwork that we get back using the PEMS system does not allow you to really efficiently you can remain accountable, but in a hugely inefficient way, and it causes all sorts of problems. Are you familiar with the kind of problem I'm trying to describe here?
Senator, I'm not personally familiar with that. The management of expenses in office expenses is, of course, done by my colleagues in MAPS, and travel expenses by IPEA. When there are issues raised, they're logged and we report on those and work towards resolving them. We've certainly done work as requested by users. You might recall that we conducted in November and I think early December a series of 6 or 7 user briefings at Parliament House and one remotely around user requirements and the concerns that user had. The principal one that we were asked about was the ability to have users and, to be clear, both parliamentarians as authorisers and their staff as users notified when claims were submitted or rejected or those things, and that's been in place. We put that in place as a very high priority. We've also done some enhancement work in the context of security to make sure that we were covering issues around people being added to the system and then not using it. So we fixed that issue as well. We're aware of other user accessibility issues, and the plan is for those to be considered by the Governance Committee after Milestone 8 is delivered and then prioritised and worked on then.
Okay, and what about the issue when you tick, and this has been an issue ever since the new system was rolled out a year ago, and it might have something to do with why people weren't being paid their travel entitlement, particularly if you're in Canberra, you've got to tick commercial, non-commercial, Canberra, but in effect there are two places where you have to tick Canberra, and if you tick it in the wrong spot, it comes up with a zero reimbursement and you'll lodge it anyway, and you can still do that inside the system completely inadvertently, and then I've had staff kind of wonder a few weeks later, I didn't get my reimbursement through, and I've had to say to them, well, there's a problem with how you fill in the box. Are you familiar with that problem?
So, Senator, there's a number of issues that are being raised through kind of by users.
Yeah.
I would say that as a department and as a steering committee, we are completely aware of a lot of these issues. We want to actually hear about them, and so we want to actually investigate whatever users are experiencing. If it is a technical issue, then it goes straight to our technical team in the steering committee to see how we can actually deal with it.
Yeah. And when was that put in place?
So this has been in place for a little while. I would say since I've been here, we've been very focused on users. A lot of outreach, talking to users. Yeah. Mr Sheridan mentioned the sessions that we held up here. There's also a lot of training. We send up staff to actually sit with parliamentarians and their staff one-on-one to work through what the issues are. If there is a problem with the system, they bring that back, and we actually, we have a list of all those types of things that we need to upgrade or fix.
Okay, so when I've reported that issue in the past, what would have happened to it, and why didn't I hear back about it?
So did you report it to...
well, I don't know where to report it. I reported it to the help desk when I called them and said, why isn't this working?
Yeah, okay.
Senator, the issues, one of which you've given us an example, are those that arose since we went live with this part of the system, Milestone 7.2, in July this year. We tracked and indeed still track every issue raised in a specific system and work through those issues, allocating them to the appropriate part of the broader project team, whether that's the service delivery office in a technical sense or the business owners such as MAPS and IPIA in a business process sense. I don't pretend that all those what would preferably be intuitive user experience issues have been addressed yet, but I'm confident that there aren't errors being produced in the system now. But there is clearly still work to do in intuitive, developing more intuitive design.
Minister?
Chair, where you've put in a complaint or a concern...
Well, I didn't really know where to put it in.
No, but was that to... I'm just wondering, was that to IPIA that would have gone into? Because they are coming up next and there might be an opportunity to ask them. But
well, one is generated in the PEMS system, and one is generated inside, I think, the way finance deals with reimbursements.
Yeah. But look, if it was something that went to...
IPIA has said
okay.
It's not their
issue. So you've not raised that complaint with IPIA?
Yes, I have.
You have? Okay, well, they'll be here in a moment and we can ask them what they've done about it. But can I say this, and I say this to any senator or member of parliament, if you do think that your issues haven't been properly addressed, please contact my office and we'll make sure that we chase them up for you and get a satisfactory answer, even if it's not the answer that you'd like to get. But no, my office would be very happy, and I've got two young ladies sitting behind me who are just waiting for your calls.
I think we've covered the cost of PEMS in the previous questions, but what are we expecting now the entire project to cost, and how much has been spent on the reporting module to date?
So Senator, Mr Sheridan might be able to give you an update on the costs of the reporting module. In terms of going forward, there is funding in the budget, about 4 million or just over 4 million, I think, for just the general costs of PEMS. On top of that, once the business owners, which include Ministerial and Parliamentary Service and EPS, sit down with finance and kind of work through all the other enhancements, they will be costed, and then we'll kind of work through those next steps with them. But there is a provision in the budget going forward for maintaining PEMS.
Okay, but what's been spent to date in terms of in preceding budgets?
Senator, I'd have to take on notice how much has been specifically spent on the reporting module prior to this financial year.
That's what I'm looking for.
So I'll need to take that on notice specifically. This financial year, we have allocated some $2 million to do additional work on the reporting module to deliver it.
Okay, and PEMS overall?
I think the total to date is $68 million.
68 million. And what, some $4 million this financial year and some $2 million next?
So there's $4 million allocated, to be exact, I think it's 4.04, allocated as ongoing funding for PEMS, essentially to pay for the maintenance and hosting of the additional system.
Yeah, I understand there'll be ongoing costs, but what I don't...
That's the ongoing cost, and we've spent 68 million to the 31st of December 2022.
21st of December.
31st, sorry.
31st of December 2022, some $68 million. It's a big ship to turn around, isn't it, Minister Farrell, to have had that much expenditure and to be trying to put the whole thing back together again now?
My mum used to have a saying, Chair, that every problem has a solution, and we intend to
I'm glad.
Find that solution. I might compliment Minister Gallagher. As soon as, her and I got this bad news about the same time, and she was whipped into action straight away, and between us we are going to get to the bottom of this. So as I said before, it doesn't happen again, but more particularly we resolve the issues.
Yes. So I recall, Minister Farrell, that you referred the PEMS project to the Audit Office.
Yep.
What have you got out of your discussions?
So I met with the head of the Audit Office, Mr Hare. It was probably before Christmas now. If you look up their website, it's one of the items that's under consideration to them. I'm very strongly urging them to proceed as quickly as possible. But they are, of course, they make these decisions themselves. But I'm sort of very hopeful that they will start the process and we can find out exactly what went wrong.
Yeah, and so in that $68 million, where are the big buckets of money? Are they to private consultants or programmers? There's bits, where was the programmer that could have fixed the issues that someone like me has raised, and why does it seem to cost so much money to fix them?
I think it's perhaps helpful to consider what has been done as a whole in the project. It's not just an expense management system, it's an enterprise resource planning system. And because it looks after the entire financial arrangements of what is effectively some 2,500 people.
But it's not our entire financial arrangements.
Well, sorry.
We've still got other buckets of money we have to deal with.
But those that come through this mechanism, it looks after the HR system, so it manages 2,500 people more or less. It pays, I think, 2,200 people every fortnight. It looks after what looks like in this financial year will exceed 150,000 claims over that entire period. It's not just a system for checking your credit cards, as it's been suggested sometimes. It certainly has been expensive to develop because of a range of factors. A lot of the cost is in hiring specialist contractors, not consultants, but specialist contractors, to provide the program experience that is required to deliver this complex SAP system. And if I were to guess, I would say that's where the majority, but not the absolute majority, but the majority of funding has gone in paying for developers to do that work.
Yes, money that is wasted if they're not actually talking to the end users as they do that work. I'm going to move on just briefly. I'm happy to give the call back to the government first. Senator Chandler.
Thank you very much, Chair. Just a short tranche of questions from me regarding security cameras in electorate offices. Following on from my colleague Senator Patterson's questions at estimates last November, when he asked if the department had installed Hikvision or Dahua devices in the electorate offices of any senators or MPs. How many electorate offices at any time have had Hikvision or Dahua devices installed in them?
Kylie Bryant, I'm the Head of Ministerial and Parliamentary Services Division in the Department of Finance. We have 65 electorate officers that have had either, 60, sorry, I'll just correct that. It's 65 officers that have CCTV systems, and then there's up to 88 that also have CCTV systems and networking or networking.
Yeah.
Oh, what am I saying? Sorry.
So isn't it intercoms?
Intercoms.
Yeah. On what date did the department first start removing Hikvision and or Dahua devices from electorate offices?
I might have to take that one on notice, Senator, but we'll see if one of my colleagues has that data with us.
Thank you.
Georgia Wycat, Acting Assistant Secretary, Business Enabling Services. So the replacement of those particular devices is being done as part of our broader security enhancements project. So we read out to parliamentarians in July last year to notify of that project, and the rollout has commenced since that time. We will
Do you have an
notice,
exact date for me?
I'll have to take on notice the exact date, but certainly that work has been underway over the last couple of months.
Yeah. Can you tell me how many devices are yet to be removed? Oh, sorry, I'll make that easier. How many officers still need to have devices removed?
So when it comes to the CCTV systems, there are 65 officers that have the systems installed. We've removed them from 20, so there are 45 officers remaining that need the CCTV systems removed.
Yes.
In terms of the officers that have the intercoms, I think there would be another 20 or so, but we're just scoping, we're in earlier stages with the intercom project, so we're still scoping the removal of those from the officers, so we're much more clear on the CCTV systems numbers, and then the intercom project is being scoped.
Yeah, it might be useful if you can provide that information to the committee on notice, perhaps. Did the department notify the relevant senators and MPs of those 65 or 88 officers that they had Hikvision or Dahua cameras installed?
So we've been working with officers in terms of scheduling for the project generally. So broadly we're covering installation, whether in full or in part, where officers don't have CCTV or remote the electronic door locking, so that's the broader project. And then as part of that there's upgrading either to replace those particular devices or where the CCTV devices are just in need of updating anyway. So we have been working with officers to schedule the works. I would have to take on notice whether that correspondence has been specific about the particular devices.
Yes.
Certainly we wrote out to affected parliamentarians in July just to advise of the broader project, but we have been working with officers.
Because there is a difference between saying to MPs and senators there is an almost run-of-the-mill update of your security devices occurring at some point within the next financial year, which from recollection was the intention of the email on July or in July last year, and then saying, well, we're specifically changing this type of device within your office because we have security concerns over it. I mean, that would be information that I think senators and members of parliament would like to know.
Senator, if I can just say that none of the CCTV systems or the intercoms are networked, and so this is more of a precautionary measure that we're taking. And as Ms Weikart has said, there are a range of things that we're taking into account when we're prioritising which office is getting the system or the replacement or upgrade first. And sometimes that priority might be for an office that has no CCTV coverage at all. But we are definitely, the replacement of these systems is definitely a part of the prioritisation that we do to decide which offices first. We, from the point of view of raising concerns or outlining those concerns, I think from our perspective, it's really more of, as I said, a precautionary measure than a particularly heightened concern at this stage.
I'm glad that you touched on the prioritisation issue, because I did want to ask a question about that. How was the order of priority for removing these devices from offices determined?
I'll get Ms Weikart to help me on this, but as I said, there are a few things that are coming through in terms of prioritisation. As you would be aware, there, with some officers are very concerned that they have no CCTV coverage or the door locking ability as well. So
yes,
that's definitely driving some of the prioritisation.
But they wouldn't have Hikvision or Dahua devices in their offices because they don't have anything in their offices.
That's right.
So in terms of these specific devices, how did we prioritise which offices were going to have them removed first?
What I'm saying is that the way that we're looking at the prioritisation is to look at a few factors. So there might be that there's a particular security concern with having no coverage, or there might be that we can prioritise the replacement of these particular systems, and also then it's about scheduling with the officers in terms of their requirements and preferences, and then there's also negotiations with suppliers in each of the states and territories. So there's a few things that are driving the prioritisation.
And you mentioned being able to organise with members and senators access to their office where, where it's convenient. I assume there would be many members and senators who would be far more motivated to organise time to get devices replaced if they knew that those devices were these ones in question, correct?
Well, as I said, Senator, before, none of these systems are networked. So the particular risk or concern that's arising here is not the same as having a networked system. So yes, of course, we will take any parliamentarian who is concerned, we would take that into account as part of our prioritisation, whether it's a lack of CCTV coverage or because of a particular system installed. And what our expectation is that we'll have all the CCTV systems replaced by April.
By April, okay. And the prioritisation list, let's just say you've got, highest priority member or senator, whoever that lucky person is, at the top, and the poor lowest priority member or senator at the bottom. Has that list changed since you've had the advice that these devices shouldn't be in parliamentary offices?
I might just check with my colleague.
I would have to take that on notice. My understanding is that we've been scheduling the project as a whole, taking into account a variety of factors. That scheduling will change for a number of reasons, including if there is a particular security concern. And that could be a number of factors in and of itself. Increased protest activity, for example, might be something that would trigger a concern and a need to reschedule. Changes to supply of equipment availability and things like that. But we'd have to check whether this has changed the scheduling.
Senator, I might just jump in because I just want to clarify and get my colleagues to actually jump in and help with the clarification. I don't believe that we've ever had advice that we have to remove these systems. So just going back to your question, I think it's more that we've had advice about the types of equipment, including in security, that should be installed.
Yes, and these
so
devices are no longer on that list, is my understanding.
I believe so, but I think it's actually more about the types of equipment and it doesn't actually go into a lot of detail there. So it's just I just want to get them to clarify this for you because I think that's important. And I do want to point out that there was a question on notice which we took from Senator Patterson at the last estimates hearing, and the answer goes to this particular point, and it has been updated. We realised that it was
This
actually
is
not quite right.
F035.
That's the
I
one.
have that right in front of me here. Very good. Yes.
Yeah.
So if they could, so from, I think historically the installation of CCTV has been done on a case-by-case basis, relying on whatever advice we have at the time and conversations with relevant agencies. We are now in the process of, through this security enhancement, I guess having some national consistency. And as we have said in the response to that updated question, the approach that we take is to look at the particular types of equipment that we do want to be using and applying that nationally.
So I'm trying to figure out, has the department prioritised the removal of these specific devices in question, or have they not?
The answer is yes. That the removal of the devices is part of the prioritisation decisions that we are making. Absolutely.
Okay. But that has that, sorry, that prioritisation would have changed when the guidelines were updated in January 2022 and then were considered in July 2022 when you communicated to members and senators?
So, and sometimes the priority might be for an office that has no CCTV. So it's not necessarily that the replacement might override that priority. So there's a few things that we need to consider, because if there may be an office, as Ms Weikart was outlining, where there may be a heightened security concern where it's located or the particular issues that are happening, and if that's a priority, we may prioritise the CCTV into that office. Then there's the replacement of the Hikvision and Dahua systems. But there's also, as Ms Weikart has said, it's a broad project where we're going for a national consistency, and we're upgrading most of the electoral offices or installing for the first time. And so there is a scheduling part, there is a supplier part, there is a contractor part that comes into the scheduling as well in terms of their availability. There's quite a few factors that will determine when an office will be scheduled.
Yes. I just would have thought that if the view was that these devices should no longer be in electorate offices, then that would be, and that was something that you were considering, because you've said you're specifically considering replacing these devices as part of the broader rollout. Should it not have been communicated to MPs and senators that had these devices in their offices, they're here, we're coming in to take them out on X date, and ensuring that there was that open communication around why a replacement was being prioritised?
As I said, I think, so we'll take on notice as I said, the specific communications that we've been having with individual officers, but the devices aren't networked. So this is being done as a precautionary measure. We do have this broader project, so it is an opportunity to do this, given we are having these conversations. So I think in terms of mitigating a whole range of different risk factors, it is one thing that we're taking into consideration. But in terms of scheduling the broader project, there are a number of factors.
Certainly. So I can explain what not networked means. It means that the CCTV cameras are not hooked up to the internet, and so the ability to access the data that's on the equipment is very limited. As I was saying earlier, the decision to do this was a precautionary measure. From the department's point of view, it wasn't such a heightened security concern that we had to write out to members and raise concerns about what was happening with their CCTV systems in the office. It was on the front cover of the Australian newspaper last week, though. Like, you can understand why the public and members of Parliament and senators are concerned. Certainly, Senator, but I just would reiterate that they're not networked. And so So yes, we acknowledge the security concerns, absolutely, and we've been working with security agencies on that. But there's no particular concern that's driving sort of immediate replacement of all right now because they are not networked.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just to clarify that for Senator Chandler and perhaps for my own benefit, my understanding is you have these cameras and, you know, some cameras are networked, you can read them on your computer or your mobile phone, etc. These ones have got a little thing you push into them, and that the information then is stored on, what do they call them, cards or similar to a SIM card. I think it's a bit bigger than a SIM card.
SD card.
Right?
An SD card.
SD card, that's it, an SD card. So in order to access whatever might have been filmed, you've actually got to get up to the camera, you've got to pull this SD card out, and then you've got to put it into another computer to see what's in there. So, look, I think it's important to understand that. Am I right in that respect?
It will depend on the nature of the system installed.
Yeah.
But you are correct, Senator. And the some, depending on how, some of them are quite old, some are newer, some may be connected to the internet to be upgraded, but again, the storage of data on that can vary from 7 days to 30 days. Some electoral officers are not storing any of the film for any length of time. So really, it does depend on each office, and I do understand your concerns, Senator. But from the point of view of the discussions that we've had with AGD and the security agencies, we weren't in any position to think that this was a specific security concern where we had to act immediately. We are acting quickly, and they will be all replaced by April this year. But because they're not networked, this was the assessment that was made.
However, I should mention, Senator, given that there is media around this at the moment, there's nothing stopping us now actually communicating with those officers and letting them know.
Yeah.
So I think we would be able to do that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you. No further questions from me, Chair.
Can I, on this area, sorry?
I just want to ask,
Senator Colbeck.
just a process thing around the information. So you've got 65 officers with cameras, 88 with intercom, and you mentioned also door locking. Are they... Not all officers with door locking have intercom with the door locking. So I just want to know if they're cumulative. So 65 plus 88?
So the response we gave to the question on notice was 122 systems across the 88 sites. So the 122 systems was the 65 CCTV and then 57 intercoms across 88 sites. So some sites might have the CCTV and intercom.
Both.
Yeah.
So
the difference between the 65 and the 88 will be officers that only have an intercom.
okay, and the door locking
So
is
So the broader project is the rollout of the CCTV and door locking, and that's 187 sites all up.
But there aren't any issues with any of the door locking systems, which is a separate electronic system.
No, so it's just the intercoms and the CCTV.
Okay, thanks.
I have questions. Oh, sorry.
Just on the same topic, if I may, Senator McGrath.
Smith.
Just more generally, when electorate officers start to experience increases in criminal activity in their very, very close or in close proximity to the office, even during the day, and antisocial behaviour, you know, a shop might have opened up, you know, next door to or in the same complex as an electorate office. What are the various remedies that might be available to a member or senator to manage those increased levels of criminal activity, antisocial behaviour, which might be putting their staff at risk?
I can get Ms Weikart to answer in more detail, but this is part of the project that we're rolling out. So the CCTV cameras and the door locking will allow the door locking to occur from like back in the office or at the reception desk. There's different ways that the CCTV cameras can work to give staff like a film of what's going on out the front of the office or out the back of the office if they're there late at night on their own. There are a range of things that we can do in each electorate office depending on their requirements to increase the safety that they need. But
In addition to the door locking and in addition to the CCTV?
So we'd certainly be happy to have a conversation with any particular office. Those are I guess, as a minimum, what we're trying to have in each office. There are also additional training that might be available to staff. There might be conversations with local police.
Criminal activity and antisocial behaviour, or to the?
Sorry.
To be fair, I think most staff of members and senators are suitably mature, professional people. So I don't think that's the remedy we might be looking at.
No,
but,
sorry. If I could clarify, but training in terms of being able to deal with. My colleague will correct the name, but being able to deal with constituents, depending what the activity is, in terms of increased training for them, and then working with local police.
I don't think it's correct to characterise these issues as constituents. These are individuals that might be operating in neighbourhoods on weekends when staff might be coming to work, individuals that might be engaging in antisocial behaviour during office hours, leaving dangerous implements, syringes and other things in car parks. Often electorate officers have a restricted number of car parking bays available to them, so often staff have to travel from their car or from public transport to the electorate office. So my question was about what are the remedies, in addition to door locking and CCTV, that might provide some safety to electorate staff between the electorate office and where they might be moving to a private vehicle, coming and going from work or supporting their member or senator during the day.
So I might just jump in, and I'm sure my colleagues can correct me if I'm on the wrong track here. But I actually think, Senator, that we can actually get a physical kind of security risk assessment done for your electorate office. So I understand that the Attorney General's department does that, and I suspect it's also in consultation with the AFP. If those types of things that you've just described are occurring, then I think that we'd probably want to do that for the office.
Excellent. So, and this is in regards to criminal activity and antisocial behaviour, not just other sorts of threats that often get talked about in the context of parliamentarians' offices.
Yes.
Okay.
We are very happy to work with any electoral office issues, particularly any safety or security issues, particularly on a case-by-case basis, because there are quite different experiences depending on where the electoral office is located and the issues that might be arising. So we're definitely happy to do that.
And so if a vehicle is damaged while an electorate staff member is at work, or their number plates are stolen while an electorate officer is at work, does the department manage the various police representations on behalf of the electorate officer, or do they have to do it themselves?
I think it would depend on the circumstances, Senator, in terms of where the car was. And like it was in a public car park, that sort of thing, then you would expect that would be directly with the police. But if it was in a work car park that was managed...
immediately adjacent to the electorate office, yep. Okay, thank you very much. Yep.
Senator Pratt, I've got some questions. Senator McGrath. Just in relation to cameras, do you provide cameras to parliamentarians at home who might be under threat for various reasons? Would that fit within your remit, or is that another department?
I'm not aware of any of that. We might need to take that on notice in terms of whose responsibility it would be. I would imagine it would be something that we would be working in consultation with the AFP on if there was a personal security risk.
If you could take that on notice, please, because I imagine those cameras probably would be networked in terms of the questioning from my colleague Senator Chandler. So
I can say that we don't currently provide cameras to any personal locations, but whether we could or what the arrangements would be, we can take that on notice.
Thank you. I'm aware of some, but I just don't know if it's within this department or the AFP or somewhere else.
That's what I think it's probably unlikely to be with us, but we will definitely check.
Senator Farrell, I've got a question for you. Minister Farrell. I'd like to thank you for this very worthy document listing the staffing arrangements. If I could just take you to page 3, please. There's a body called the Caucus Support Unit who employ, what does it do?
It supports the caucus, Senator.
Like structurally? I mean, can you expand? What do you mean by support?
Well, it's a body that provides assistance to. It's under my care and control, and where the caucus need assistance or support, we provide support and assistance to those caucus members.
Okay, so there's 15 people there.
Hey?
15 members of the caucus support unit?
Oh, hang on a sec. No, I'm sorry. I thought you were talking about the Office of Staff Support. No, Caucus Support Unit, I think, is the... I think they're the whips staff, are they? Yep, sorry. They're the whip staff, I'm sorry. I thought you were talking about the ones under my control there.
So what's the difference between the 15 staff in the caucus support unit and the 6 staff in the Office of Staff Support under you, Minister Farrell?
So the caucus support unit, as I understand it, I think we've already answered this question. No, I don't think you do. No, we didn't. The Caucus Support Unit provides support to caucus members and reports to the Chief Government Whip. The Office of Staff Support provides advice and support to the government staff and reports to me.
Okay. I think it's, Senator Farrell, I commend you for this in that you've got the 6 staff in the Office of Staff Support who report to you. In addition to, excuse me, you've got an additional 15 staff in your role as Minister for Trade and Tourism. So that's 21 staff. So you've got more. The only person in the government who's got more staff than you is the Prime Minister. So you've got more staff than the Deputy Prime Minister, the Treasurer, Senator Wong.
That's correct, Senator.
So, well, I commend you for your empire building. Thank you. I don't have any further questions at the moment.
Thank you. I just want to ask briefly about professional development sessions run by Ministerial and Parliamentary Services. Are volunteers eligible to access professional development? And what's the procurement process for outsourced professional development courses available on MOPS Learning?
I'll just hand to my colleague, Mr. Abrahams.
So Tim Abrahams, Assistant Secretary of Business Enabling Services at Finance. So at this stage, volunteers are not able to access a number of the programs that we have. Under our enterprise agreement, professional development's covered under Clause 58, and that covers ongoing and non-ongoing employees. In terms of the procurement process for the training programs that we have available on MOPS Learning, obviously the Department of Finance follows Commonwealth procurement rules for any procurement that we undertake. And we obviously have a number of programs, substantial programs, such as the Safe and Respectful Workplaces training program that we roll out that would obviously be details on AusTender as well for programs of that size and scale.
Okay. And how do we navigate between in-house IT and MOPS Learning for, skilling up for office management and office systems, for example?
So MOPS Learning is available for all both parliamentarians and MOPS Act employees. It just requires access to be granted by MAPS.
Yeah, I understand. So that's the online learning?
Correct. So that's the portal. Correct.
Yeah. And what's the procurement process for outsourced professional development and for courses available on MOPS Learning? How do we know that it is the professional development on MOPS Learning outsourced, and how do we know it's relevant to our needs?
So we have a number of professional development courses available via MOPS Learning, either on-demand courses or opportunities for face-to-face courses. So currently there are 136 different professional development opportunities on MOPS Learning. For those where we have sourced external expertise for the training, the Department of Finance would undertake that procurement process. In terms of what programs are available and how we assess and determine what programs we make available to parliamentarians and MOPS Act employees, we have a calendar of training opportunities, and we certainly engage with the employee consultative group under the MOPS EA to determine training.
And what are they currently asking for?
So at the moment, the most popular training courses and what they're asking for is around media management training and also constituent management training. They're probably the two most popular courses that we have available.
And what about records management and software, Word, Excel, all of those kinds of things for creating, running our office budget, or Coro systems, for example? They may not have asked, but I just don't know. I know I can see MOPS Learning online, but it doesn't tell you contextually how to deal with your responsibilities as an MP and using the resources that you've got.
Sure. So I'm not aware of MOPS Act employees coming forward specifically around the software-related training that you mentioned.
Yeah.
I might have to take that on notice in terms of if we do have programs available or where we are pointing staff towards if there is that interest in those programs.
But I should jump in there just to assist my colleagues. I think, Senator, that if there are requirements to actually have some kind of assistance in terms of upskilling, in terms of office budget, and how to kind of some of the management issues in the office, then Ministerial and Parliamentary Services, as well as, of course, the EPA, can actually come in and actually work through it and provide face-to-face sessions and take you through that.
And it's a spreadsheet with all the formulas and stuff in it that we would need to work that out.
So I'll have to go back
Create
and just
a budget
double check with our colleagues
and make it all add up. And
so we can definitely, like as part of the induction, our staff have actually been involved in actually sitting and going through those types of issues, obligations, and how to actually manage some of the things that you've just outlined. Then certainly we can do that. If it goes to particular spreadsheets, I'm not quite sure about that level, but I'm happy to actually take that on notice and we can come back to you.
Okay, so for example, trying to do a budget for your electorate support budget where you've got to plan what you're drawing down in relief staff and what you're taking out in flights and travel. Yes, you'll give us out the back of PEMS, you can get some of that, but it doesn't help you plan that. For example, it doesn't help you plan how to use that or make a judgment about whether you're buying too many expensive flights and you're going to run out of money at the end of the financial year, for example. And there's a whole myriad of those kinds of budgeting issues that, we're not given templates or support to do.
Okay. So if there's a demand for those types of courses and support, Senator, then we can certainly look at that.
Would you think that every office has currently a different way of doing that and that would be the most efficient use of our internal resources?
So, sorry, Senator, could you just repeat what you said?
Is it efficient for every office to have a different system of trying to work out how to do a budget, for example? Anyway, that's kind of relates to MOPS learning, and I guess that intersection between outsourcing professional development and trying to pursue it. Yes, I'll let
just
Senator Stewart.
Just one question from me. I understand that one of the trainings that are in demand is de-escalation training for constituents, or if you're out and about doing a street stall, for example, and you come in contact with somebody who's quite angry. So I understand that there's some training that you offer, but it's always full. Is there a plan to kind of, like, what do you do when things always full to respond to the demand, I suppose is my question, because it's actually, if it's full all the time, then it suggests to me that we should put more on, because it's a skill and a technique that is necessary to keep our staff safe and us safe.
Certainly, Senator. So if a training program is fully subscribed, we would look to generate and have more sessions available to staff. It will depend, of course, if it's a face-to-face session versus an online session, as to getting providers that are able to sort of be around Australia, closer to electorate offices, where staff would benefit the most from the training. But certainly, for the majority of our training sessions, we do it on a on-demand basis. So if there is particular interest in a program and is oversubscribed, we'll look to certainly put on more sessions for staff.
And we can specifically look at that issue, please.
Yeah. So how do you know that something's been oversubscribed, or that people have there's an interest in it?
A waiting list.
Yeah. How do you know?
So all registrations for training is via MOPS Learning. So for each session that we run, depending on the session that it is, we'll have a number of staff, like a maximum attendance number, and we would be tracking that attendance number up to and close to the date of that session. If a course is fully subscribed, there is an ability for an employee to register their interest in the program, and certainly then we would look at scheduling additional sessions.
Okay. So they need to register their interest. There isn't a way to...
So certainly they can reach out to the MOPS Learning team via email or via the help desk, but all training registrations are done through the MOPS Learning system, the platform.
Can I ask what feedback you're getting from MOPS Learning? What are the reviews like? Are people completing the training, and are they generally satisfied with what they're getting?
Yeah, so obviously there's as I mentioned at the start, there's around 135 professional development courses. So we seek feedback from staff members on the majority of those courses, particularly ones that are live learning activities, and the feedback is fairly positive on those courses.
Is that how do you know if someone's actually completed the course when they've logged on to it? Are they giving legitimate feedback, or have they just, do you know if someone's completed the whole course? How do you know if people just started it and went, oh, this isn't for me, and they didn't ever provide feedback to you?
So with the online courses, we'll be able to determine whether someone accessed the course and then went out of the course during the completion of the program.
And what data have you got on that for us?
I'd have to take that on notice. I don't have that data with me today, given the number of courses that we run. If there was anything specific, any courses you were interested in, I'd happy to.
Well, I would like to know, I guess, whether when someone logs on, whether the majority of people are indeed completing a whole course, and what level of satisfaction they've expressed. You've said that it's generally positive. Are you able to give any data around that, or you're welcome to take that on notice?
I can talk to the induction program that we've rolled out. It's obviously been a flagship program since the commencement of this parliament. The feedback on both the online module that we have and the face-to-face and face-to-screen modules has been extremely positive. So from the around 95% satisfaction rate with both the content and information that's delivered, and also the delivery method.
Thank you. If I, as an MP, didn't find, for example, the the course available on MOPS Learning wasn't going to enable me to put a new office system together and then teach people how to use it, how do I it might give you the technical skill, but you still need the leadership and initiative to work out what you want your office system to be. How do you navigate that space in terms of what we need in our offices?
So in terms of any professional development opportunities that aren't offered under the professional development program, there is an ability for a parliamentarian or a MOPS Act employee to request ad hoc training based on requirements in the office. There is that ability for the parliamentarian or staff member to procure that training or work with the department. If we get a sort of a systemic issue that's coming up, it's not offered under the professional development program, then we will look at putting something in the professional development program that would cover that issue and address
So, for
that capability
example, we
gap.
could get some offices together and say, let's invent some new office systems because we want to identify what's inefficient about what we do, and we want to plan something and then train ourselves how to do it. How would you approach a question like that?
Senator would be very happy to have a chat to you and the other officers and try and see how we could help you meet your needs. We can also offer functional reviews of offices in terms of how even the office is structured and what roles and skills and people that the staff might need or that sort of thing. So really happy to have a chat with you or any other parliamentarians on their needs.
Okay, thank you. And how do you advertise these sessions? I know we get newsletters. I know you've encouraged people to equip themselves, particularly of the workplace set the standard training. How are you ensuring that people do the right training according to their needs?
So we, as you mentioned, Senator, we send a monthly email to parliamentarians and MOPS Act employees which promotes the training calendar and what is available and what's coming up. That email also asks of parliamentarians and MOPS Act employees if there are any other capability gaps or skills that are required to let us know in finance, and we'll look to work with officers to address that and to put programs in the PDP. So we do that monthly email. For any new starters, we on a weekly basis, as part of the new starter emails, we will promote programs such as the induction program and the Safe and Respectful Workplaces program as well.
Thank you. I think that concludes us, colleagues. So, Senator Colbeck.
Yeah, one question.
Yes.
I've just been waiting for some feedback from my office, that's all, in relation to the PEMS stuff. So my question is, it doesn't appear to me that the issues around allocation of travel to respective budgets has been resolved, or my office can't get an answer on that. And it hadn't been corrected last week. So I can perhaps deal individually on that.
How about we have someone come round and meet with you and talk about
I think Senator Farrell's organising that right now.
I think I know exactly the issue you've raised, Senator, and it's not just an issue for your state, it's an issue for other states as well. We have raised it with the relevant tribunal, and I'll see if I can get an answer as to where we're up to.
I'll come and have a chat. Tea break.
Yep, thank you.
Thank you, everybody. We're going to break for afternoon tea, or do you want to go straight through to IPIA and break for afternoon tea a little bit later? Because
I prefer to go straight through, but it's up to you, Chair.
In that case, could we have a 2-minute break?
let's take afternoon tea because that will make it easier. Thank you. We should definitely do that. Thank you to everybody here. I'd like to welcome the Independent Parliamentary Expenses Authority, Ms Anwen Godwin and other officers. Thank you very much for coming along to estimates today. I understand you have a short opening statement, and I might ask also that that be tabled.
Certainly. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you.
And committee members, of course. So an opening statement for the first estimates of the calendar year has become a tradition, and I thank you once again for the opportunity to provide my reflections on the year gone and my thoughts on the year ahead. I've divided this into two parts. The first section is under the subtitle of 2022 Opportunities to Regulate Through Education. So IPIA commenced the year with the knowledge that there would be an election. We prepared by implementing the lessons from our first election in 2019. And these included early engagement with political parties to reinforce the role of IPIA and the application of the principles defined under the Parliamentary Business Resources Act 2017, or the PBR Act. These regulate the use of parliamentary expenses. Post the election, as polls were declared, IPIA made early and personal contact with the 35 newly elected parliamentarians and their staff. We provided opportunities for refresher information for returning parliamentarians and reached out to the non-returning parliamentarians to discuss their post-election arrangements. From feedback, this prompt and targeted engagement was well received, and we will continue to build upon and refine our approach. Education first has always been an important aspect to IPIA's approach. With the large number of newly elected parliamentarians, IPIA is working hard to build understanding of the principles-based framework with officers and the necessary trust with IPIA to raise queries early and often. The response to our interactive education sessions is always very positive, and in 2022, 96% of education session participants that completed our survey were satisfied with their sessions. A significant piece of feedback has been the confusion around who does what in the parliamentary environment, particularly between IPIA and the services provided by other agencies, including by Ministerial and Parliamentary Services and the Department of Finance. In summary, IPIA is responsible for personal advice, administration of expenses and allowances, and travel provider and cab charge arrangements for domestic and international travel. IPIA also has responsibility for reporting, monitoring, assuring and auditing for all parliamentary work expenses under the PBR Act. That's a nice summary for us on what we do.
Thank you.
I'd like to now move on to 2023 and the opportunities that we have to regulate through service delivery. In addition to the election, there were many influences on the parliamentary environment in 2022. For example, there were nearly 60 recommendations for change. These were in the combined IPIA and PBR Act review report and the Set the Standard report, which have all been published. These recommendations signal important opportunities for Parliament to take a whole-of-system consideration of the parliamentary workplace, its culture and how to support diversity. Through applying good policy principles, there is also the potential to reduce some of that client confusion I just spoke about and to enhance the effectiveness of the services provided. IPIA welcomes the opportunities in 2023 from these recommendations to fulfil its dual roles of supporting parliamentarians when undertaking their important role representing all Australians and providing Australians with transparency and assurance on the appropriateness of work expenses incurred by parliamentarians and their staff. With regard to transparency, on the 8th of November 2022, the government announced that the publicly available parliamentary expenditure report from 1 July 2022 would be postponed until the second half of 2023. This is due to delays in finalising the build of the expenditure reporting module in the Parliamentary Expense Management System, or as we've come to know it as PEMS. And IPIA continues to work with the Department of Finance, the project owner, who is working with us to define, build, test and implement this functionality. Eventually, IPIA is keen to move from quarterly to monthly reporting as the systems-based issues are resolved and full functionality across all of PEMS is implemented. While published expenditure reports are not currently available, Australians can be assured that IPIA continues to undertake our many behind-the-scenes assurance activities. Consistent with our no surprises approach in previous opening statements and our responsibility for assurance on all parliamentary work expenses provided under the PBR Act, In 2023, parliamentarians can expect EPA to look more broadly at non-travel related expenses administered by both EPA and other agencies. This focus is in addition to EPA administered travel related expenses, such as family related travel, business class travel, and desirable destinations previously targeted for assurance activities. EPA continues to lead in the parliamentary regulation area with excellent results in the APS census and independently conducted client satisfaction surveys. The most current results are available on our website, and these results are a reflection of the commitment to service and the integrity of all EPAns, including staff and members of the authority. Thank you, Chair. I'm available for questions.
Thank you, Ms Goodwin. Senator Hume?
Thank you, and thank you, Ms Goodwin, and everyone else that's come today. IPIANs, I haven't heard that phrase before. Is that what you said? All IPIANs?
We are proud IPIANs, and that's actually something that staff at IPIA noted quite early on, and so we've used the term ever since.
Sounds like something from Gulliver's Travels. I love it. I just have a couple of questions. Noting that the PEMS issues have impacted the process, what progress have you now made on the implementation of the recommendations of the independent review that was initiated in the previous government?
So this is the independent review of the EPA Act, and then there was also the PBR Act. Those recommendations were tabled on the 2nd of August last year, and my understanding that the government has provided in-principle support for those recommendations. I am not aware of any significant progress per se with regard to the individual recommendations for IPIA, mainly because they have got caught up in some of the wider issues to do with some of the set the standard and some of the other factors that are currently under consideration. IPIA has certainly done its own internal work about how we could progress some of those processes, but they're not in any significant external fashion.
Right, so there wasn't a timeline that was put in place that has had to be adjusted, or no? That's fine. That's fine. Okay. Would you then be expecting legislative change anytime soon, or are you waiting now for those set the standard implementations in order to progress those recommendations?
So, Senator, IPIA is not we don't own the legislation. That legislation is actually owned by the Department of Finance in that portfolio. So any of the legislative programs and other factors would be something that the Department of Finance would pursue.
Right,
I'm not aware of a specific time frame.
Okay. Are there any other sort of operational or system changes that you're making to respond to some of the other observations made by that review?
So there were certainly some themes that came out of the review, and one of them was to do with how you could better support parliamentarians who've got parental responsibilities, and that's something that we have been working internally. We're certainly very aware of some of those impacts and have reached out to parliamentarians who are in those sort of situations to make sure that they are across some of the arrangements or options that can be put in place. And we've also reached out on a case-specific basis to particular areas, other agencies who work in this area, to try and facilitate some responses in that area.
Okay. And my understanding is there's a task force. Did you say there was a task force between IPIA and the Department of Finance that's responsible for managing the implementation of the recommendations?
No, I'm not aware of a formal task force in any way.
There is no formal task force?
Not that I'm aware of.
Doesn't sound like the recommendations are being progressed at all. It's just...
I think, so we're not the policy owner or the owner of the legislation. It is a question you would need to ask of Department of Finance for those sorts of arrangements. I do know that there are tend to be some overlaps between the IPIA and PBR Act reviews, both in terms of timing and some of the nature of the parliamentary environment with the Set the Standard report. So I do think that that they're trying to work through those factors in a very holistic way.
Minister, maybe you can just sort of give us a heads up. I thought that there was some progress made, but it doesn't sound like there is, potentially with very good reason. But is there an intention to implement the recommendations of the independent review?
Well, let's go back a little bit. So under the former government, we were invited to submit a name of one person to conduct the inquiry that I think you're talking about.
It was Miss Ellis.
Kate, and we proposed Kate Ellis, and you might recall that Kate took a decision to leave Parliament because she felt there were some difficulties combining her, parental duties with the pressures, particularly in her case, of being a frontbencher in opposition and then previously a minister. And I think on the government side, it was Kelly O'Dwyer who I think would be fair to say may have, and you may know more about it than I do, took similar decisions. And it's fair to say that their recommendations did very much focus. So I think the general context of the report was that the system was working well, and I think apart from the problems we're having with PEMS, I think that's fair to say, and I think most MPs appreciate the fact. I certainly do, that you can ring IPIA and say, look, these are the circumstances, but there are problems in relation to the responsibilities that you have both as a parent and as a parliamentarian. We were left with a range of issues to implement, including the set the standard. We have every intention on moving on these proposals. I've only been in here 8 months, look, I could make the comment if I wanted to be cruel that this report was handed down well before the last election, and if the government had wanted to act on it, they could have acted on it more quickly. But we're a responsible and measured government. We value the report that has been received, whether it's the report of Kate Jenkins or any of the other reports that the previous government has initiated, and we're working through all of those in a measured and sensible way. But if you ask me, yes, I personally support the recommendations. I do think we have to make a better family-friendly workplace in the Senate and the House of Reps. I shouldn't leave them out of it. We'll certainly be working through those recommendations. And can I say this? It would be my intention to have discussions with the opposition about the implementation,
yes,
as was the courtesy that was given to me by the previous government.
Yep, I would hope that we can continue exactly that, Minister Farrell, and I understand exactly where you're coming from. The only thing that I would point out, I suppose, is that that independent review was announced in September 2021, and both the government and the opposition agreed to accept the recommendations in principle. Yep. I realise that there are obviously some, there's always going to be some problems, some frictions implementing recommendations that you accept in principle. However, Section 56 of the PBR Act requires that it's an independent review of its operation, of the EPA's operations, every 3 years. So we're sort of galloping along to the next independent review, and we haven't sort of tackled the recommendations of the last one. So it's just something I'm acutely conscious of, but I'm sure it's something that you and I can work through together.
Yeah, look, I'm very happy to have that discussion with you. The fact that it was initiated so long ago does, I can't remember when the report of finally, December, there were opportunities for the previous government to implement those recommendations.
And April.
Yeah, well, there we go. There we go. Plenty of time. Plenty of time. You could have got through
There's plenty of opportunities between May and now too, Senator Farrell, but yes.
No.
I realise it's a busy time.
No. Look, we haven't forgotten about the recommendations, I can assure you of that. We support the principles that Kate Ellis and Kelly O'Dwyer came up with.
Yep.
and I'd be very happy to talk with you about how quickly we can implement those.
Terrific. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Do we have other questions? Okay. Thank you. I think we're very grateful for the work you do supporting us, and thank you for coming to estimates today. And I guess I'm sorry we haven't put you through the mill more today, but perhaps you're grateful about that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I think we all vented at the previous agency.
Yeah, you got lucky.
And thank you, Minister Farrell. I think you are now
Excused.
dismissed, and we will. We are returning to outcome 1, and I guess we just need a few minutes for the minister to reappear. I hope someone's able to make contact with her. We'll suspend until we've got the right officers and the minister at the table. I will not begin with any of the previous formalities because we were partway through this outcome for the Department of Finance, so I will give the call to Senator Hume.
Thank you, Chair. I have some questions regarding the budget process operating rules. I have a copy of them in my hand, and this is a version of that was tabled in the Senate in November last year, and effective from June 2022. And I assume I'm correct in saying that they were the budget process operational rules that governed the 2022-23 October budget process?
Yep.
Thank you. And are they still the version of the budget process operating rules that govern the budget process?
They're new. There's a updated version that is guiding some of the decision making, or guiding the process for the May budget.
For the May budget. So
largely the same, but with some variation.
And when were those new rules approved?
That was early December.
December?
Yep.
Early December. And did they go to Cabinet?
The BPAWs always go to ERC.
To ERC for approval? Yep. And when was that?
In December.
Do we have a date?
No, I haven't
done the Cabinet date. No. Can we get the Cabinet date on notice? Please?
Well, yeah, sure.
Thank
I can
you.
see.
Did they start operating immediately from the date that they go to ERC and get approved?
Amanda Lee, Assistant Secretary Budget Group. Yes, so we issued them to agencies in early December, and so they take effect from the Cabinet day, but we sort of when we send them out to everybody, which is very soon after they've been finalised.
So, and I know this is a very strange question, but obviously because they go to ERC to get approved at ERC, does anything that's subsequent on that ERC agenda have the old budget rules, the old BPAWs attached to them, or the new ones?
They would be operating under the ones that were
the existing ones. So it's anything from that ERC.
Yeah, because
okay.
the submissions were prepared earlier.
Okay, and can you tell me what the changes were between the two versions?
Well, we've had this discussion in the Senate last week. And I am genuinely trying to be as helpful as I can, which is why I released the last ones. But as I said in last week's discussions on this, I think when a motion was passed seeking these, we are currently in active consideration of the budget. They are guiding the process. I think, and they're not just my document either. I mean, the Department of Finance issues them, but it's a decision really, I think, for the Treasurer and I. about whether they're released in the future, but they are largely the same.
So
They, you know, and our BPAWs are largely the same with some tweaking that guided your budget decision making, or extensively, as I understand.
can I just clarify then, what you're saying is there are no substantive changes to the BPAWs, is that right? Is that what not largely the same means?
So Kath Patterson, our Deputy Secretary Budget Group. Senator, look, in terms of the substantive rules around movement of funds, estimates, variations, etc., the rules are largely the same. Yeah. I mean, as we discussed at last estimates, where there was a significant change in terms of the minors going from 75 to 20, the rules this time are largely kind of housekeeping. Yeah.
Okay. So can I just clarify then that if the rules changed in early December, and you're going to come back to me on that date, that these existing rules were in place up until that date, that there wasn't a vacuum at any point in time. It was always
No.
So essentially what you're saying is that these rules were in place after you had given me the document.
I don't know when that document was tabled. Was that, it
November.
was post this, it was post a question
November.
I took here, I think.
It was November.
Yeah. And we're checking the date, but I think through the early budget prioritisation process, the new rules were agreed in December, but we will come back on that if it was slightly earlier than that.
Yeah. So it was the 28th of November.
Yeah.
They were released.
But honestly, I mean,
in response to an OPD.
There's no big smoking gun here. They're largely the same. There's, I think, one of the more significant changes around evaluation. So having a focus on evaluating things to make sure that they are working and that we're not just, continuing to spend without anyone knowing what's happening. So that is an example of one of the changes.
Okay. So I understand that there's no smoking gun, and I promise you I'm not looking for a smoking gun, but it does obviously assist us to understand the thinking behind the policy decisions that you make. If we've already had a copy of this document while it has been the governing document for the decisions that you were making in ERC, what is
Well,
the
it was
thinking?
for that budget process, which was complete.
But
it was
surely-
complete.
Well, let's not have that argument about decisions that were made in ERC and in Cabinet again post-budget, because obviously
Yeah,
there were
but they
many
are
decisions that
subject
went
to
through.
this process, right?
But they were subject to this process, weren't they?
I don't think, well, I am genuinely trying to be as helpful as I can, but I'm not going to go into the deliberations of ERC or Cabinet. There will always be pause in place. You have the version that guided the October budget process.
And up
there
to
is
December.
a new, slightly amended version that is guiding the May budget process.
So I have a copy in my hot little hand of the version that was in operation until December. Is there any good reason, if that is the case, and particularly if there's not substantive changes, why you couldn't table a
Well,
version
it's a
that's in
matter of
operation?
principle because it's guiding decisions
Well, it's not
that
a
are
principle. I
currently
mean, the
being...
Senate's ordered you to table it.
Yeah, and I have said we disagree, and I've also gone and made a statement to the Senate explaining why, and said that I will consider release of it after the budget when it's not guiding current decisions that are before the ERC.
So but that's not the principle around which you abided the first time around. In fact, the first time around, you gave us a copy of the BPAWs. You put a public interest claim on briefings and minutes and advice provided to you, but everything else was fine. And we haven't asked for briefings or minutes or advice.
The budget was finished.
But it was still the governing document for any decision that went to ERC, and you said so yourself just then, that you had ERCs in December that used this as your governing document. So is there any reason why you wouldn't give it to us again?
I've told you why.
For the decisions that
I've told you why. We are currently in the deliberative stages of the budget, and The government, or my decision, is not to release it until that budget process is finished.
So the Senate's rejected your public interest immunity claim, and there's still today you won't table them.
Well, I have explained why we opposed that motion. It's over to the Senate if they want to choose to enforce that or require some other process. I'll leave that in the hands of the Senate.
I actually thought that was what happened when we had a vote, when you rejected it, the request the first time, and therefore it had to go to a vote on the in the chamber, and you lost. Thought surely that is
and
the
so
Senate
I will respond to that
appropriately.
I will respond to that, and then it's over to the Senate to determine.
Can
I'm sorry, but we spent years in opposition without you responding positively to public interest immunity claims. So I am trying to be more reasonable by providing information where I can than just a straight no. And I've explained why I would prefer not to release those BPAWs now, but
you acknowledge that your decisions here are inconsistent.
No, I'm not. It's not inconsistent.
Well, they are. I've got two letters that are absolutely identical, asking for exactly the same information. One says, yeah, sure, and the other one says, no way.
No.
And yet they covered your ERC deliberations that are current when you handed us the first document. So you don't acknowledge that they're inconsistent decisions?
No.
Okay. With regard to the updating of the BPAWs, can you tell me what the process is?
So we undertake engagement with agencies. So we asked agencies for their views on different rules, and we work through those. We look at whatever decisions have been made through the time since the last BPAW. So sometimes, as part of consideration of reviews, etc., Cabinet might make a decision about they'd like something to be included as part of the budget process. So we go and look at those and gather those up. Mm-hmm. And then we prepare with Treasury advice to ministers and then a submission.
And who's the sponsoring minister or ministers for
The Finance Minister and the Treasurer General.
Finance Minister and the Treasurer
of the submission that goes into Cabinet.
And it goes, that's what I was going to ask you. So obviously it's gone to ERC. Did it have to go to Cabinet too, or does it?
I think yes. I think they signed off all the minutes from ERC go to Cabinet. So I think.
Yeah, for investment.
All right. And what was the decision? What sort of guided the decisions around that? Not particularly substantive change that you mentioned, and potentially other not so substantive changes that may also be in the new BPAWs around what wasn't working and what needed to be changed. Why did they change?
It's responding to feedback, and when it comes to the example I gave you on evaluation, acknowledging the kind of elevated role we want to give evaluation in agencies bringing forward consideration of new policy proposals. Mm-hmm. The same way we want to see First Nations or outcomes for First Nations people, or embedding our gender equality focus. I mean, they are all priorities for the government, and and that would be reflected in the budget process.
So when you say feedback, who is the feedback from? Is it from ERC colleagues? Is it from Cabinet colleagues? Is it from colleagues outside of Cabinet? Who's the feedback coming from that you're responding to?
Well, it's discussion across departments with me, Treasury officials. So
it's not with colleagues.
I don't think I have had a conversation outside the ERC with colleagues on BPAWs. They want to understand what the BPAWs are, so they align with the process. And so departments have them. Departments will brief their ministers on them. But
so obviously BPAWs put some. Sorry, go on. No.
I was going to say this is a completely standard process for Treasury and Finance. So I think almost at the beginning of every budget process, there's a discussion with ERC about updating the BPAWs. Mm-hmm. We in Treasury and Finance, or in Finance and Treasury, gather feedback through the budget process. There's often things to be clarified.
Feedback from?
Just as we're going through the budget process and people are asking for clarification about, I don't know, how different measures should be presented or how different rules apply. So they ask us questions about the existing BPAWS, and we think about whether actually it would be useful to clarify some of those, and sometimes it reflects different priorities that governments have over different times, and so that leads to changes in them. This is genuinely a completely standard thing that, as in my experience, has happened at the beginning of every budget process I've been involved in. There's a look at the existing BPAWS, a discussion amongst departments, and then, of course, with the ERC about whether there should be any updates to them, and then they get endorsed and they get sent out to agencies.
So something like an evaluation process, which makes perfect sense. You'd say, well, if we're going to continue on with a program or whatever, we want to evaluate whether it's working or not. Is there only some quantitative evaluations that are being included as part of the BPAWS, or is there also qualitative or?
No, it would be a process thing. So it's about the process. So I mean, a classic one that everyone's familiar with is offsets,
yes.
Right? So clarifying what are the circumstances in which offsets must be brought forward, should not be brought forward, that sort of thing.
Mm-hmm.
And it's providing clarity about, if you like, what are the rules that ERC ministers are giving the rest of their cabinet? What's the guidance they're providing them about how the ERC process is going to run? That's what it's about. So it's all about process.
Mm-hmm.
It's not about. It doesn't contain quantitative or qualitative analysis at all.
Again, I know it's all about process, and that's one of the reasons why we've asked for it. I'm interested to know why. Obviously, this version of the BPAWS that I've got is marked official sensitive, but the letter that you've written states that that providing them will divulge cabinet and confidence discussions. So are the new BPAWS cabinet and confidence, or are they protected cabinet classification, or are they still just official sensitive like the original BPAWS?
So generally the BPAWS are official, sensitive, which helps us with distribution of them.
So lots of people have these?
They go to the departments and they go to agencies. But they do, as the Minister said, they are part then of the basis for all the work that goes on and goes in through ERC and Cabinet.
And sorry, did we get a clarification as to whether they go through ERC and Cabinet or ERC instead of Cabinet?
I will check with the Cabinet Secretary on that, but Cabinet, and I don't know how much I'm meant to disclose here, but there's an endorsement process around ERC decision making.
Okay. So I'm interested to know then, what was it in the original BPAWS that, other than that, when you've said evaluation, but was there something that wasn't working? Was there something that, has been dramatically improved that would mean that you can't release them publicly? That if they're not substantively different.
Senator Hume,
Okay.
honestly, there's nothing more I can say other than they are in place now. We're putting that budget together. My preference is that we don't release them while we're doing that, with a view, and I think I said this in the Senate, that once that process is complete, that I would be in a position to release them to the Senate.
So can I get a commitment then from your minister? That
That's the intention, honestly.
That you release the BPAWS to me immediately after the next budget.
They will be very unexciting reading for you when they come, in the sense that they won't be dramatically different from the document you already have.
So can I get a commitment from you here?
It's my intention, if I, and again, it's probably not only a decision for me. In consultation with my colleagues, yes, with suitable consultation, Senator Hume, that would be the intention.
Did you consult with colleagues last time before releasing
There was
this
discussion,
version?
yes, there was. It's a document in a sense that I share ownership of. I'm the Treasurer and I, senior members of the ERC. So yes, of course I would consult.
So your letter to the Senate President says that while you will not be releasing the budget process operation rules today, you can confirm that you will be in a position to release the rules after the delivery of the 23-24 budget. Obviously, that could be any time from May the 8th.
Well, we have estimates pretty much straight after it, so
Yes.
I would think that it would be... I think,
Could I
I suspect
ask for a
that you will
commitment?
come and ask for them if
The
we
day
have
after?
not. Yeah. Yeah.
And as has the Senate requested that.
Yeah,
you
and I
provide
am very respectful of the Senate, which is why I responded, you know, I am genuinely trying to provide as much information as I can, which is a different approach that I think was taken under the former government.
All right. I have some questions around decisions taken but not yet announced as well. We heard evidence in the that the I hate that word debitnir. It's such a stupid
Yeah.
you know.
It's a very quick way of saying a long.
That's hardly a belt way. Yes. The decision taken but not yet announced line in the budget, taking into account both receipts and payments, is about 1.8 billion. Is that correct?
Correct.
Yeah. Okay. So since the budget in October, how many policies that were decisions taken but not yet announced have been publicly announced?
Ms Patterson?
So, Senator, there's been 5 prior round debitures announced since the release of the budget. So are you happy for me to just run you through
Yes, please.
what they are? So in the Attorney General's portfolio, the administrative review body that replaces the AAT, which the Attorney General announced on the 16th of December. There's some, in the defence portfolio, some additional assistance to Ukraine and funding for defence that was announced on the 27th of October. In the Employment and Workplace Relations portfolio, extending the VET fee help student redress measures, which was announced on the 9th of November. And in Home Affairs, the Northern Rivers Resilient Homes Fund, New South Wales, with New South Wales, and that was on the 28th of October 2022.
Is there a dollar value associated with each of those?
Yes, that's from the in the public domain.
Yep.
So for the Attorney General and the AAT, that's 75.1 million. For defence, no, I think that's no announcement on that one. On the vet fee help was 1.6 million. And on the Northern Rivers Resilient Homes Fund was 350 million.
300. So, forgive me, because my maths isn't that good. What's the aggregate?
Closing the gap.
Okay. Sorry, didn't turn the page. So yes, Closing the Gap, the new one-year partnership with the Northern Territory Government to build remote housing, which was announced yesterday on 13th of February, and that's 111.7 million.
Okay. Can I just ask, save my maths, what's the aggregate value of all the debitners that have been announced since the election?
Total, including 538.4. Someone's nicely added up.
0.4 of the 1.8 billion. Okay. Look, on notice, if you could provide a table with all of those with their profile over the forward estimates, that would be very helpful, as well as any additional years that have been released as part of the announcements for each of those policies. That would be helpful. Thank you. I have some questions also around public service. Are you happy for me to keep going, Chair? I've just got one more, a couple more things. Yep, thank you. I've got some questions around the public service average staffing levels as well. I'm assuming the Department of Finance still track ASL centrally for each portfolio and each department, and all the agencies within that portfolio, and that's all in budget paper 4. That's correct. Terrific. So the October budget showed an increase in ASL of about 8,000 between the May budget and the October budget.
7,564.
Sorry, 7,564. Thank you for your accuracy, Minister. Is it correct that, taking into account the machinery of government changes, that there is no portfolio that has fewer ASL in it now than it did in March 2022? Every single portfolio has grown in size in terms of headcount and ASL?
Yeah, we'd have to take it on notice. I can think of some that might not meet that criteria. Or that.
Do you have an updated ASL figure since October?
No.
No.
No,
Because
not
we
yet.
do the returns for the budget. Yeah.
Okay, all right.
The vast majority of that was in extra compliance staff for the ATO in terms of, but there were additional resourcing going to DVA to deal with the backlog for veterans, Services Australia, the NDIA, which were election commitments, Department of Climate Change, which was a new department, and Home Affairs to deal with the visa backlog.
Yeah, obviously,
Yeah.
I mean, if I could get that information, that would be helpful. And I know there's been changes in the machinery of government, but if there could be sort of an equivalence, that would be particularly helpful. Thank you. On that issue of, whether each portfolio has in fact grown in size, the $3.6 billion save, is that here or is that in outcome 3?
Yes. Yep.
How is that $3.6 billion save occurring when the increase in ASL has gone up sort of so significantly?
So, well, they're two separate things. So we have supported extra ASL where, there has been a case made for that, or to support an election commitment of ours, or where, in Home Affairs, for example, with $1 million visa backlog, we needed to get the visas processed, so that required extra staff.
Yes.
The reduction in, the allocation of savings for the reduction in consultancy in contractors, which I think what you're talking about is the 3.6.
Yep.
So that has been factored in. That's a decision agreed. It's in the budget. We allocated 1 year of it, attributed it across the APS, so that saving has been made, and then it's linked to some other work being done, but we just wanted a bit more time to consider a fair attribution of the rest of that save once we had some more information come through, for example, about the use of consultants and contractors, who was using them, how much, where they were going, and that work's been collected as part of the audit of employment.
Okay, can I ask on, and this might be a little bit difficult to provide today, so just bear with me. If you could take it on notice, that would be terrific. If the department could identify the savings that you're going to make across the areas, the specific areas to achieve the cut. So external labour hire, which was one of the areas, consultancy, advertising campaigns, travel and legal expenses. I think they were the 5 areas that you outlined. So if you could give us an indication of how much in each of those areas, that would be helpful.
Is this the one Senator Smith was asking about? That
Yes.
we said was done.
So at the last estimates, Senator Pocock asked a question in relation to this, and we have provided in FO 53 a breakdown across external labour, advertising, travel and legal expenses.
What date was that you provided that?
I have to check what date it was. You've got a tabling date on that. And that obviously shows a breakdown between advertising, travel and legal for 22-23, because we still are to allocate those savings for the remaining year. Just got the total amount. So it was tabled on 15th of December.
Right.
It's FO 35.
So can you then provide them sort of broken down across each portfolio and each agency that has to achieve them?
So that information is available in each of the portfolio budget statements for 22-23. Yes.
22-23.
Yeah. So we provided
alright.
that advice to them, and they've included that in their portfolio
In their
budget statements for October.
Okay,
budget.
so you don't have that. You don't hold that centrally, so that I don't have to keep flicking
Well,
through.
we can
from
have a look
department
and
to
see
department.
if we can provide that to you to assist.
That would be good.
Yeah.
Okay, and has the department been informed of the cut that's going to be made to your department around funding for the next financial year, or forward estimates?
For this financial, so the only allocation that's been made across departments has been for this financial year, and the amount that was allocated to us was a little above $5 million.
Right.
The allocation of the rest of the save across is going to be made. There's a decision for this next budget about the allocation of across the forward estimates.
We wanted to try and be fair about as fair as we could about how it was allocated.
Yeah.
Acknowledging that there are large agencies who have requirements, often big consultancy budgets, but who might have good reason for that for a particular policy reason, versus small agencies that haven't been using them. We wanted to see if there was a way to navigate that. I'm not sure there is, to be honest, because it is so complicated, but it's an open question. But the out years will be allocated.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Can I ask then, can the department confirm, and again, you won't have this on you today, I would imagine, the total number of new contracts, both ongoing and terminating contracts, and the total cost of the contracts that have been issued on AusTender since the 30th of June last year that relate to the 5 areas: external labour hire, consultancy, advertising campaigns, travel and legal expenses?
For the Department of Finance or for the public service as a whole?
Ideally for both.
So I'm not. So we can see what we can do with the AusTender data, and perhaps when we're talking about outcome 2, my colleague who knows all about the AusTender data in detail can talk to you about what's possible. Things like external labour is usually not on AusTender. So AusTender, there's a threshold for the amount of spend that you have to spend in order to actually put something on AusTender. If you are using someone as through a labour hire company, for example, that doesn't necessarily go on AusTender.
Right.
So AusTender's not. So AusTender tells you about the significant contracts that have been undertaken, and there will be some. There will definitely be some contracts to do with advertising, for example, and there'll be some contracts and consultancies. But I mean, like only about 1% of all of the contracts which are on AusTender actually are labelled as or flagged as being consultancies.
Right.
So we can. So.
This is the problem I had when I was in your role, is trying to get useful information out of AusTender. Useful in the sense of this topic. It is hard, and Senator Coleman used to always tell me you can't use AusTender for the purposes for which you're trying to use it, because you can also have a situation where you might let out a 10-year contract for, say, management advisory services or something like that, or probably unlikely to do that for 10 years. But anyway, let's go with that. And that would be a cost. That would be a cost attributed in the year that contract was let. Even so, it would look like a big increase in that 1 year, even though it was smoothed out over a long period of time. So it is difficult to use AusTender for that purpose.
So can I just clarify? Labour hire is never on AusTender.
So labour hire may be sometimes on AusTender. Right. I guess what I'm saying is the work that the government asked Finance and the APSC to do together, the audit of employment, is exactly to actually shed light on this question about external labour hire within the public service that supplement APS staff. But I can just check with, I could just note Mr Jaggers has joined the table. Labour hire will sometimes be on AusTender?
Yes, Andrew Jaggers, Deputy Secretary, Commercial Group. So the threshold is broadly $10,000 for AusTender. So if there's a labour hire below that amount, then it wouldn't appear on AusTender. It's a contract that's above that $10,000 threshold, unless there's another exemption, then it would be on AusTender.
10,000 per annum?
But we don't.
Or 10,000?
10,000 per contract, so it's contracts entered into rather than expenditure. We don't have a sort of a subcategory for labour hire on AusTender. They're just contracts.
Right. I have a question about a specific contract that was on AusTender. And again, you probably don't have all this stuff to your fingertips, but it is number CN 3944457. I say that for the benefit of Hansard so that you can write it down. It looks like a contract with RPS App Consultants for $1.2 million of work from January 23 to January 26.
For which department?
Finance, by the looks of things. Yes, Department of Finance is the agency. For management advisory services. Funny you should say that. I mean, I'm conscious that, Minister, you were quite public in your commitment before the election around the Labor government's commitment to reduce expenditure on external consultants.
Yep.
but this seems to be a considerable expenditure for consulting service to the Department of Finance. So can you tell me what the contract's for?
Yeah, well, I'm sure people will be trying to get that information for you, but I think the key word in your question there, or your statement, was reduce reliance on consultants and contractors, which is exactly what we intend to do. We believed it had got out of control. When you've got Department of Veterans Affairs, Aged Care Quality and Safety Commission, with upwards of 25% of their staff being external labour hire.
This is $1 million in management consultancy.
No, I know, but I'm just making the broad point. We are not saying that there will be no consultants or contractors. There is a role for them. I've always been clear about that. But the election commitment was about reducing reliance on them. The first step of that is actually trying to find out what is happening. And so the audit of employment is doing exactly that, because nobody could answer the question of what is exactly going on with external forms of labour across the APS. There was no central information of that. So we are doing that work. That's almost complete. That will feed into other decisions. We've got departments who are converting contractors or labour hire staff into permanent jobs as we speak. Some are more ahead of others, where there is clearly a permanent job rather than a temporary job or a non-ongoing job. So that work is underway as well. But there will be contracts let. I mean, let's be serious, there will be.
So, again, though, what's this one for?
Oh, we'll have to take that on notice. I think someone's looking it up to work out which one it is, and we'll come back to you while we're still at the table if we can.
Okay.
But, yep.
If we could get that number again.
Yes, absolutely.
Thank
CN
you.
394447.
Thank you, Senator.
Can you tell me, and I'm not entirely sure who to ask this of at the table, but how many other contracts have been entered into for 22-23 that are worth more than $1 million for management consultancy services?
So I'm not sure. So what I can tell you is that thus far, in 22-23, there are 110 consultancy contracts that we have entered into, and 327 non-consultancy contracts. And just by way of comparison, so that's for the first half of this year. During 21-22 in total, Finance entered into 222 consultancy contracts and 714 non-consultancy contracts.
So on note, I'm not going to ask you to read them all out right now, but if you could list them for us and give them to us on notice, that would be very helpful.
I don't think so. Like, that would be a huge amount of work to list every one of those over 1,000 contracts, I think, that were different. Like, again, we're in the middle of... Let's be reasonable about the ask here.
Yes, so my ask was for the ones around management consultancy, which you would kind of think would be something that the Department of Finance would, in most cases, be able to manage from their internal resources, depending on what the issue is. I grant it.
The Department of Finance is a very large portfolio with a huge commercial arm and a whole range of things. So I don't think it's unusual that they would call external expertise in from time to time. What the Secretary is telling you is that for the first 6 months of this year, there has been a reduction in the use of contracts and external arrangements, which is exactly what we had indicated we would want to see. Not the elimination, not the fact that you wouldn't have management advisory contracts for over $1 million, but we wanted to see a rebalance happen and a reduction of their use overall across the APS. And I think all agencies understand that's the government's policy, and we're implementing it in a sensible and responsible way.
Sorry, can I just reiterate though, you just said that there are, did you say 100 or 1,000 management consultancy contracts in the Department of Finance?
No, I mean, the Secretary just said she gave you what happened the year before this financial year, and in that instance I think there was 714. I was quickly adding it up on my, so there was 714 non-consultancy contracts.
714 non-consultancy, right.
In 21, 22 and 222 consultancy contracts. So you add that together, that's nearly 1,000 in that year. At this point, you know, it's less than that, 327 non-consultancy contracts and 110. I'm saying that I don't think it's a fair or reasonable use of the department's time to go through and provide you with a list of all of that. I just don't think it is.
Perhaps the department could provide a list of organisations that have numerous contracts and how much they are for, potentially.
Well, let's...
Because there'd be a lot of repeat offenders there, I'd imagine.
Okay. You might get an answer back saying it's an unreasonable diversion of resources, but we'll see what can be done that's helpful in a way that the workloads can be managed.
Thank you for the heads up on that one. I don't suppose that you could then provide how many contracts in the same period that have been over $500,000 for the same thing, as opposed to over $1 million.
I think let's see. So your interest is in contracts over 5 million and contracts over $1 million.
Contracts over 1 million and contracts over $500,000.
So, sorry.
Oh, 500,000.
Yeah.
Oh, so contracts over 1 million, we've only got one contract that I'm advised.
There we go. And that's the one that I've picked up on, is it? This is the N3944457. That's 1.2 million.
Sorry, I think we're talking at cross purposes here. You're talking about what's been listed on AusTender. What I'm talking about is what has been our consultancy spend in the first half of 2022-23 on consultancy services.
Yeah. Okay. So
they're different because what's on AusTender will be new contracts that we're entering into, and it could be for the next 10 years, it could be for the next 2 years. What I guess I was trying to provide you with was the most up-to-date information we have on our consultancy and non-consultancy contractual spends this year compared with last year.
Okay. So I think we're getting into the same roundabouts that that the Minister mentioned before, the use of one form of data for one thing and one form of data for another. So perhaps the department could simply give the committee a little bit better an indication of the use of contractors for contracts of up to $500,000 and over $1 million that are currently in play and have been entered into during the last 6 months.
Yeah, let's see what we can come back to the committee with.
All right. Okay.
I think.
All right. I do have some other questions, but I think I am happy to put some of those on notice. Chair, if you want to spread the call, I'll just double check.
Is there anyone else who wants to speak to finance?
Future fund, but whatever.
Going to close outcome one and now move to the future fund.
Can I just ask one more question on one more issue, and then we'll move on to future fund. Thank you. I want to ask some questions around the National Reconstruction Fund. Obviously, the government introduced this bill in November, and the October budget papers stated that it was a $15 billion that would be made available for the National Reconstruction Fund. The legislation says it's only appropriated $5 billion available for commencement, but the remaining $10 billion is going to be made available by the 2nd of July 2029, and that's going to be in instalments as determined by the ministers. So I'm just wondering whether you have a profile of that remaining $10 billion and how that will be appropriated.
So I don't think that has been determined. That is a decision that will be made by ministers. It's not in, as I recall, it's not in the legislation, so that's a decision that ministers will take in the future.
It seems like an enormous amount of money for the ministers to have not decided how they're going to appropriate, but just to have in their pockets jangling around like spare change.
Yeah. Well, but that would be a decision that would go through the Expenditure Review Committee. It wouldn't be a decision that the ministers can take on their own.
Can I ask what factors then will be taken into account when determining that profile? So fund performance, for instance, be one of the considerations? If the fund does well, will that speed up or slow down or?
Yeah, there'll be a range of consideration. We want to get the fund up and operational. That's what the first decision is about. But, you know, in line with, I think, some of the commentary that's been made, we are being responsible about the phasing of it, you know. So those decisions will be taken, but certainly the decisions to date is enough to get that fund up and working and doing what we want it to do.
Can I ask about whether the Department of Finance provided advice on the establishment of the National Reconstruction Fund Corporation? Obviously it was, you know, an election commitment.
Yep.
So...
Yes, they did.
Yes, we
They did. And when was that provided? I don't need to get to the substance of it, I just need to know when it was provided.
Well, we can take, I don't know whether Mr Jaggers has all the answers, but it's been an ongoing provision of advice since our election.
Okay.
We can take on notice when we provided advice to the Minister on the Reconstruction Fund.
That would be good. And what about the decision to proceed with the policy? Was it a joint submission from the Minister for Finance and the Minister for Industry to ERC and then to Cabinet, or was it just the Minister for Industry? Or
The Minister for Industry and I are working together on the establishment of the fund.
Right, so did you both take it to Cabinet or did you both take it to ERC?
It was a joint submission.
To the ERC and then to Cabinet? Yes?
We're working together on it. We
Sorry.
have joint responsibilities, and I've already told you enough about what we've taken to Cabinet.
The $10 billion referred to in the October budget measure that will be appropriated down the track, how is that reflected in the budget? Is it in the contingency reserve? What is it? Is it just not appropriated yet?
So my understanding is that the National Reconstruction Fund has been partially reflected in the budget. It has been financed. It's reflected on the balance sheet through an increase in liability, but it hasn't yet been reflected on the asset side because that depends on the investment mandate.
Right. So it's more than so it's in the budget. So it's more than just a commitment. It's actually in the budget.
Yep.
But it's only a liability. All right, well, okay. So the initial $5 billion appropriation, this isn't reflected in underlying cash, is it?
It would normally be reflected in the headline cash balance.
It is?
But I think we have to take on notice the detail. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. Because it sounds like a rather large rhetorical flourish if it's not reflected appropriately in the budget.
It is reflected appropriately in the budget for the stage that the vehicle is up to.
Are you seeking a commercial rate of return on this?
So that's a matter for the investment mandate, which will be, which is not yet determined.
Okay.
And that would be the normal course of events.
So sorry, just explain to me how much...
finalise the investment mandate once the fund has been formally established, which, as you know, is before legislation before the Parliament.
Yeah. So how much money is actually in the budget for the National Reconstruction Fund? Only the 10 billion or the full 15?
So, Senator, I'm happy to take it on notice. I had thought that the full 15 billion had been reflected in the budget, but very happy to take it on notice and to confirm that that's the case.
Okay. So, given that the 5 billion is borrowed, have you calculated in the budget how it will add to debt repayments?
So let me just see whether we've got anyone who can speak to the details of how it's been treated in the budget. I don't think we've got anyone here who can, but you know, the normal process is that yes, of course, additional borrowings would be captured. So you know, all of that information to do with balance sheet investment of that nature would be captured in the budget.
Okay, so
reflected in the in the, I don't have the budget documents here with me, but in that part of the budget papers which projects the outlook on debt and debt repayments.
And how's that calculated? What is it? Is it the long-term bond rate, or is there another way of figuring out what the debt will be on that $5 billion?
So that's determined within Treasury in consultation with the AOFM.
Right, okay. Can I just ask about the investment mandate for the fund? Is that, am I asking the right people here for that?
Is it? Outcome two?
Yep. So, yes, so what's your question? Sorry?
Can I just ask about the investment mandate?
Yep. So it's being developed to provide guidance to the future National Reconstruction Fund Board. The investment mandate will be made under Section 71 of proposed legislation when that's passed. The investment mandate will be informed by consultation with a broad range of industry, government and community stakeholders.
Okay. Yeah. Will the Reconstruction Fund differ in the way it's accounted for in the budget to, say, the Housing Australia Future Fund? Will it look different? Because that's already in the budget.
Well, they're both in the budget. I mean, it's a different type of fund from this Housing Australia Future Fund. The Housing Australia Future Fund is a fund which is being established and managed by the Future Fund, and then disbursements, current proposal, the disbursements would then be made to Housing Australia, who would then make payments out of the fund. It's a different model. The National Reconstruction Fund is a different model from that, so it will have different budget treatment.
Okay. Can I ask about whether the new fund, well, actually the Rebuilding Australia Fund Corporation, will that be considered a government business enterprise under the appropriate act, the PBPA Act?
Senator, it's not being considered as a government business enterprise. It's being established with its own legislation as a fund, which is the legislation that the Minister indicated was before the Parliament.
Right.
Like other funds, they're not established as GBEs.
But this one is different. As you said, it's different for the housing.
But we have a
Future
range
Fund.
of specialist investment vehicles.
It is expected to get a commercial rate of return, though, yeah.
Well, the investment mandate is being developed.
You can't have a budget, a great big fund off balance sheet and not have a commercial rate of return. It's just
investment mandates outline the rate of return that's expected from the fund, and they can be different.
So you're just going to set up a great big $15 billion fund, not necessarily have it make a commercial rate of return?
No, I'm not saying that. You
its repayment,
continuously try to put words in my mouth.
Well,
we are saying where we're up to at the moment is that we've got legislation before the Senate. In fact, it's before a Senate committee right now. I think it's due to report. And the Parliament will consider that. You're opposed to it. As I understand it, you've taken that decision. So getting it through the Parliament will require us to work with the crossbench. But it is absolutely our intention to get that legislation through and set it up, because it's about manufacturing, it's about manufacturing jobs, it's about sovereign capability, all of those areas that we've seen slip. And we are absolutely determined, as is the business community who is very interested in this, at getting it up and running to support new jobs, new manufacturing opportunities. No, not at the expense of the taxpayer. I cannot give you the details of the investment mandate before it is determined.
Okay, but you can't even tell me whether it will be a commercial rate. So my understanding is there's only about $90 million in cash associated with the NRF that's currently in the budget, that's reflected in the current budget. There is no provision for the rest of the $15 billion at all. And there is seems to be no sort of logical provision for the interest on the $5 billion or even the $15 billion that's reflected in the budget. Is that correct?
So there's a lot in that. The budget papers fully account for the National Reconstruction Fund, and that includes the interest payments on debt, right? So I think what you're trying to say is that we're not fully accounting for something when we are, because the budget papers provide that information, right?
Do they?
Yes. For the decisions that we have taken.
Can you point to where?
Well, I don't have the budget papers with me, but for example, if you want to look at debt and interest payments on debt, there is a section in the budget papers which takes you through that on an annual basis. I think in the EM, which you might have for the bill, which I'm just reading now with my squinty eyes, it talks about the phasing of the 15 billion. A total of 15 billion will be made available for the purposes of the corporation, with 5 billion available from commencement. The remaining 10 billion will be made available by the 2nd of July 2029 in instalments as determined by the ministers. The corporation is expected to generate revenue from investments which will be available for reinvestment. So I think that actually answers most of your questions.
Well, it doesn't, because I
in
asked whether
terms
they were in
of
the
the
budget.
revenue/investments, until you have the mandate in place, you know, that is the vehicle where you provide the specific detail. And we have told you the investment mandate is not in place yet because the legislation hasn't passed the Parliament.
Except the legislation hasn't passed the Parliament for the housing fund either, and yet the investment mandate is clear for that one.
Well, it's a different fund, as we've explained.
So this is still budget estimates. I'm sure there's a copy of a budget somewhere. Perhaps you could point to somewhere in the budget.
Senator,
there must be papers somewhere.
Senator, in budget paper 2 on page 153, there's the budget measure, which outlines.
Sorry, yeah, okay, go on.
Yeah, budget paper 2, page 153. It outlines the measure. It includes. There's a line for related receipts, but they haven't been published due to commercial sensitivity, and obviously there are expectations around returns on the fund, but that. They'll be informed further by the finalisation of the investment mandate and the work that's happening at the moment in establishing the fund.
Okay. So it sounds like we're still a long way away from appropriate recognition in the budget of such an enormous commitment.
I think it's recognised in the budget, but some of it hasn't been published because there's still work to go in the establishment of the fund, including the passage of the legislation, which could impact, of course, on the variables as well.
So, you know, I mean, again, if you knew this was coming and it was an election commitment and everything else, why wasn't it, without just accounting for the 15 billion, why didn't you just put it in the statement of risks?
Senator, just in relation to statement of risks on page 255 of budget paper 1, there is a section on specific risks to the budget, which actually does call out both the National Reconstruction Fund and Rewiring the Nation. It says details of these measures are included in budget paper 2, and that's one of those pages is the one that Mr. Jaggers just referred to. And as these measures are implemented, it is expected that they may entail risks that are not fully reflected in the budget estimates. These risks will be reflected in the statement of risks at the point in time when it is apparent that they exceed or will exceed the materiality threshold for inclusion. So a kind of overarching statement was included in the statement of risks, reflecting that at the point in time we drafted this, yes, that we didn't have anything more specific that we could include in relation to those funds.
So the material threshold to put something in the statement of risk is 50 million, is that right?
It is. I've just got it off the top of my head. It's 20 and 50. I'll just grab it. It is in here. Yeah, so it's risk with a possible impact on the forward estimates greater than 20 million in any 1 year or 50 million over the forward estimates period.
And this is 15 billion over 7 years. That exceeds that, wouldn't you say?
Well, it's reflected in the statement of risk.
Well, it's...
I mean, that's what Ms Patterson just read out. I mean, the insinuation that the budget papers don't appropriately or adequately reflect government decisions is a reflection on Treasury and Finance. And they have been, I just want to make it clear, it has been appropriately accounted for the stage of development that the fund is currently at.
So is it listed as a risk?
So it's captured in the overview of the risk. The statement of risks. The statement of risks captures. So it reflects risks and which are a function of where the implementation of something is up to. So once there is a fund that has been established, then the statement of risks would capture what are the risks associated with the operation of that fund. But what the government chose to do was actually to highlight in the overview of the statement of risks that this was something which, if you like, it's flagging that this is a risk that will be further, which is something which the government will be managing over the period ahead. But the statement of risks only ever captures matters which are assessed as having a material risk and are at the point at which you can make that assessment, whereas early on, before something's being legislated, for example, you can't actually make that assessment.
Okay.
And you've dealt yourself out of it, so we have to talk to others about progressing that legislation through.
Well, I mean, I think that's entirely relevant to this conversation, Senator, which looks like that this is an enormous investment of taxpayer funds, $15 billion, which is going to impact debt for generations to come.
It's about driving manufacturing, seizing opportunities,
15 billion?
creating jobs.
15 billion.
Creating jobs, phased appropriately. 15 billion phased appropriately, 5
billion
billion
have 10
for
billion jangling in your
commencement.
pocket ready to spend
What
any time
do
you
you
like.
have against jobs and driving job opportunities and growth into
I think I
sectors?
used that line against you,
Well,
Senator.
no, I mean, that's what you're saying no to, the no-alition, that just say no to every idea that comes before you.
Only the
And you
expensive,
deal
only the
yourself out.
extraordinarily expensive and inflationary ones, Senator. The IMF said that this fund was inflationary. The IMF said that this type of fund is if they did.
No,
They said
they
it was
didn't.
inflationary, and
They
yet you
didn't.
persist with it.
No,
So
they
let's
didn't.
not talk about fiscal
No, they didn't.
responsibility here.
Well, don't
Can
verbal
I
the
ask?
IMF now.
Can I
Don't
ask?
verbal them. They talked about phasing of funds, which is exactly what you're now criticising us for doing. So let's just be clear what the IMF said. This fund is a very important part of our economic plan, and we intend to pass it through the Parliament and seize the opportunities in renewable energy, in medical technology, in all the new areas of potential job growth that's happening around the world. And why should Australia miss out? We should just let all that happen overseas, should we? Well, that's not the view of this government. We want the fund up and running as soon as we can get it up and running through the Parliament so that we can get on with seizing the opportunities that are before us. And we wish we had your support.
Well, the proliferation of these funds is not necessarily, I think, what the
there isn't a fund
what the
that does
IMF
this work.
had in mind.
There isn't a fund.
Proliferation of
There isn't a
balance sheet
fund
funds.
that does this.
Can I
work.
ask about with GBEs? My understanding is that the Department of Finance sometimes develops a skills matrix for selection of board members for a GBE, such as this one.
Careful where you walk down with this line.
So I'm wondering whether the Department of Finance has developed that.
For this, for the NRF.
I know that skills matrices are not exactly your strong suit, Senator. We've had that conversation earlier today.
Let's just be careful what you wish for. Be careful what you wish for, because I think there are plenty of examples which I could push back on with that happen under your government.
I'm just asking whether the department
for
has
example,
developed a skills
there is a
matrix
board.
for this one.
There is a board for a
this
very
one, Senator.
significant project, bigger than the NRF now, where a skills matrix was done and there were no skills relevant, or very few skills across the board relevant to the project they'd been asked to run by your government. So just be careful about this.
I'm dying to see you verbal and put that into on the record outside of parliamentary privilege as to which one of those board members you feel is unskilled.
It's not a board member; it's a board, and it will be clear.
Board.
It will be clear. Relatively
outside of
soon.
parliamentary privilege, I think that would be a very brave move of you.
Right.
May I ask the department whether a skills matrix has been developed for this board?
There's an advisory board that we are considering in in trying to get the fund up and running. And the Minister and I, in consultation with our departments, have been considering relevant skills for that board. So yes, skills is central to appointments, suitable appointments for that.
Is that something of which you can provide this committee a copy?
Not at this point in time because it's currently being considered.
It's amazing that you can choose the board members before you've even passed the legislation or budgeted for it appropriately.
Well, I didn't say that had happened. Again, stop verballing me.
Can I ask about the Housing Australia Future Fund? You said it's different, but the mandate of that fund hasn't been determined according to the legislation. So can you outline for me how the $1.6 billion currently propping up the budget bottom line is being held by the Department of Finance has been determined in the absence of an investment mandate for that fund?
Sorry, Senator, could you just repeat that question for us?
So, the Housing Australia, I wasn't going to bring up the Housing Australia Future Fund, but it was...
Well, it's probably more appropriate tomorrow in housing, but or Treasury, when we do the housing side of Treasury. But you've got specific questions about the fund that relate to finance's role in the fund.
Well, it's very interesting the different ways that you've approached these two funds. Obviously, one is fully accounted for.
Order, Senator Hume. Sorry to interrupt your questioning. I just need to clarify if we have in fact moved on to the Future Fund.
Not officially, but we can very soon.
Okay, so we're still on outcome one. I would like to share the call, but of course Senator Pocock has questions for the Future Fund Management Agency, but I guess I might highlight to Senator Pocock that given the context of the questions you could consider doing them here. Senator Hume, I'll give you a couple more minutes and then I'll rotate the call.
So HAF would technically, the finance side of HAF would technically fall under outcome 2. We have been pretty flexible on outcome 1, but...
I will ask questions in outcome 2, but I'm just interested to know specifically on page 191 of the budget, safer and more affordable housing has the investment mandate of the Housing Australia Future Fund is very clear. You know, the returns are very clear, and in fact, it's supporting the budget bottom line. But you say you haven't got an investment mandate for it yet. Is that right?
I'm just checking on that for you so I can provide some accurate information. Minister Collins has overarching portfolio responsibility for the HAF.
It says that it's being held by the Department of Finance.
Sorry?
It says that it's being held by the Department of Finance in the budget. This safer and more affordable housing, Department of the Treasury. It says related receipts for the Department of Finance.
I don't believe I've signed off an investment mandate for the HAF. Okay, because the HAF hasn't passed the Parliament either. So
Mr Williamson can explain whether...
Nathan Williamson, Deputy Secretary Governance and Resource Management. The investment mandate has not been set for the Housing Australia Future Fund.
Right. All right. I will ask the questions about the Housing Australia Future Fund later. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, well, we'll get to that very shortly. Yes, Senator Pocock.
Thank you. I'm just curious about the funding mechanism for the Housing Future Fund. As I understand it, and I've got a very general understanding, it's $10 billion to be held in the Future Fund with the interest then diverted to building housing, social and public housing. What if the return in any year is negative or doesn't fund anywhere near what it has very low level of return.
Yep.
Is there a floor? How are you going to manage?
So acknowledging that the legislation still is before the Parliament, but it's envisaged that if the returns weren't sufficient to meet the disbursements, and the disbursements are up to $500 million per annum, you would then still draw down on the capital. So the disbursements would still occur. Mr Arndt, the CEO of the Future Fund, might be able to go to it in the next session, but the Future Fund is confident that they will be able to meet the returns over the life of the fund. So we wouldn't look at things in just 1 year, we would look at it over the life of the fund.
But you're willing to run down the capital of the fund to hit your $500 million?
In the event that the returns didn't match, but I didn't acknowledge that that would be the case. We don't know what's going to happen in the future.
So I'm curious, you mentioned the IMF before. One of the things that they have spoken of and they have said is that the government should revisit the stage 3 tax cuts. Why have you chosen a mechanism within the Future Fund over reducing the $250 billion on stage 3 tax cuts and not diverting direct funding to fixing the housing crisis?
Well, they're two separate decisions. One, we haven't changed our position on stage 3 tax cuts, and on the housing policy, as at the election, was to establish an enduring fund that kept in, as the Future Fund has now been over a long period of time, generating returns to invest in social housing. So, I think it's important from my point of view. The Commonwealth vacated the space in housing, and particularly social and affordable housing. This is about legislating a permanent model, generating revenue to go into that priority area for government in an enduring way.
I understand that issue as a fair way to run, but anyway, interesting. Thank you. Can I move to some questions on the Future Fund?
Yes, let's now close outcome 2 and outcome 1.
Before we move on, Chair, can I just ask one more question just to clarify? There was somewhat confusion. There was a little bit of confusion there about how the revenue has been booked on the NRF and on the Housing Australia Future Fund or the Housing Australia Fund, I should say, when neither of them has an investment mandate. The revenue, you say, is in the budget, is that correct?
Go ahead.
Senator, as I understand it, the returns are identified in the budget based on the PBO costings of the measure.
Right.
And so receipts are indicative, and obviously the investment mandate will determine whether there are any changes to that.
Right. So you have no investment mandate yet, but you've calculated returns. So just...
I've said the receipts.
Indicative returns.
The receipts have been included on the basis of the PBO costings, is my understanding. I'll clarify that, Senator, if that's incorrect.
Well, it'd be interesting to know how... PBO costings, okay.
Yeah.
So it'd be interesting to know how PBO costed... how they calculated the returns on a fund that doesn't have an investment mandate. Can we clarify that?
Because we specified, I think, and we might come back to it in outcome 2, and I'll just get further advice. But in the getting the election commitments costed, we had to provide some detail to the PBO.
Yep. But that investment mandate is still up for negotiations potentially as part of the passage of the legislation with the Greens?
It will be finalised post the passage of the legislation, which is the normal way. I would imagine that investment mandates have been signed off for the other funds that were established under your watch. You would not sign off an investment mandate while legislation was before the Parliament.
No, but I don't know we would have banked the returns either.
I imagine you would have.
I'd be very interested in seeing if you could point to that somewhere.
We're doing nothing. We aren't doing anything different to the way these funds have been accounted for in the past.
Okay. I'm concerned that the PBO has a very different profile on how it calculates these returns to an investment mandate. It was talking about $3.3 billion
that's why they're indicative. So
over
that's
3
why they're
years, not $10 billion up front.
And that's why they're in the statement of risk. So that will all be finalised once the legislation passes the Parliament.
So what you're saying is that the budget could look very different after this legislation is passed?
No.
I guess that depends.
Stop putting words in my mouth. Honestly, you've been verbaling me all day. That is not what I'm saying.
Well, the budget has $3.3 billion over 3 years, and you have the opportunity to just whack $10 billion in upfront. So that's going to create a very, very different return outcome.
Well, I think we should come back to it in outcome 2, and we'll make sure we get relevant officials are available for it. And if there is more information, I don't know where you're saying 10 billion and 3.3. So I'm starting to, and I don't know if you're talking about the NRF or the HAF. So I think, you know, let's get the right officials and come back to this in outcome 2.
Yes. Okay. Let's do that, and perhaps you could give us a little clarification on what it is that the HAF and the NRF are going to return in a more accurate way, so that we can.
Well, I have been accurate. I have been
apples.
accurate with you. The investment mandate has not been finalised. It will be finalised after the passage of the legislation. That answer won't change.
And whether that will be in the statement of risks or whether it will be budgeted would be very helpful too. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now move on to the Future Fund Management Agency. And I'll commence the call with Senator Pocock.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Williamson, can you just turn it so, thanks, I can't see it. Okay.
Thank you. I welcome Dr. Raphael Arndt, the Chief Executive Officer and Officers of the Future Fund Management Agency. Do you have an opening statement this afternoon?
I do.
You do? Okay, please go ahead.
Thank you.
And if you don't mind, it's always handy if you're able to table it too.
Of course.
Thank you.
Earlier this month, we reported on the performance and positioning of our funds to 31 December 2022. We continue to navigate a difficult and fast-changing investment environment. During 2022, developed economies experienced inflation of a scale not seen for 30 years. This brought an end to a long period of extraordinary policy stimulus. Central banks have responded by rapidly increasing official interest rates to control inflation. This has had a significant impact, driving down asset prices and investment markets. For the 2022 calendar year, the ASX 200 fell 5.5% and the S&P 500 by 13.6%. A simple 60% equities, 40% bonds portfolio fell around 15% over this period, the worst return since the 1930s. In this context, the Future Fund's return for the year of minus 3.7% was resilient, positioning the fund to benefit from a recovery. In the second half of the calendar year, the fund showed positive growth and markets have rallied strongly in 2023. Looking forward, we expect inflation to continue to challenge policy settings, pressuring asset prices. The Future Fund is a long-term fund, established to strengthen the Commonwealth's long-term financial position. Over the past decade, the fund has delivered an average annual return of 9.1% against a target of 6.7%. As at 31 December 2022, the fund stood at $196.1 billion, having earned $136 billion since inception. In December, we released a position paper pointing out challenges for the traditional way of investing. We noted that many of the tailwinds that have propelled investments over recent years have turned into headwinds, which will make it tougher for investors to generate returns in years to come. The paper also explains what we are doing to ensure that we can continue to deliver into the future the strong investment performance taxpayers have come to expect from us. The portfolio continues to be positioned towards the middle of the range of risk settings. Over the past year, we've made significant changes towards investments that rely more on investor skill than on market risk for returns. We believe this approach will be better rewarded as rising rates and slowing growth drag on market returns. Our focus remains on protecting the portfolio from a range of scenarios, including the potential for sticky inflation leading to prolonged higher rates and the risk of a global recession, while seeking opportunities to generate long-term returns. The other funds we invest on behalf of the Commonwealth have performed as expected in the volatile environment. As at 31 December, the total value of the assets managed by the Future Fund Board of Guardians stood at $243.5 billion. I welcome your questions.
Thank you, Dr Arndt. Senator Pocock.
Thank you, Dr Arndt. I have questions in three general areas: transparency, the investment practices and locations of investment, and thirdly, the question of governance. Are you familiar, and is the Minister familiar with the Nordic sovereign funds?
Well, there's quite a few Nordic funds, but...
The major sovereign, the one that holds $1.3 trillion US dollars.
So I presume you mean the Norwegian fund?
Yes.
BIM, yes.
Yeah, yeah. You're familiar with that?
I am, yeah.
Yeah, and are you aware that at any time here on your phone, you can look up every investment in that fund, every company, the amount of money invested for each of those companies, the number of houses and real estate that are invested, the bond profile, the countries in which those investments are held. There's a full, broken down disclosure available at your fingertips on your phone for all the citizens of Norway and anyone on the world who wants to have a look at that fund. Are you aware of that?
Well, the construction of that particular fund is quite different to the Future Fund. It's got a different mandate, and as you just pointed out, it's much, much bigger than the Future Fund. So as a result of that, it almost solely invests in public market listed assets, equities and bonds, and it has very, very few private market assets. And there are commercial sensitivities with disclosing valuations of privately held assets, particularly those held through private equity funds, hedge funds and the like. The Norwegian fund does not have material investments in those funds, so it's a very different situation to the Future Fund.
As I read it, it invests in 9,000 companies, around 70 countries. It has a lot of diverse funding in its portfolio, not that distinctive from your own. I mean, I find that their level of transparency for the citizens whose funds it are is in very marked contrast to that available to Australians in relation to the Future Fund.
So we have something like 15% of the fund in private equity, almost 15% in hedge funds, and quite a significant amount in privately managed by third parties property and infrastructure. As a result of those type of investments, the fund was quite resilient in the environment I just described. So where equities fell 18% for the year, bonds fell 10%. The Future Fund fell 3.7%, which is never nice, but still resilient. The Norwegian fund is primarily, as I said, invested in equities and bonds. Its return was about minus 15% for the year, which is what I said a 60-40 portfolio equities and bonds would be. And that tells us that its assets are primarily invested in those listed markets. We have no problem when we get questions from this committee or freedom of information requests to explain what our exposure to those listed assets are, because they're not commercially sensitive.
But you, as Rex Patrick pointed out yesterday, was it the day before, you are my questions are about transparency. Not about the composition of the fund, but the fact that citizens in some countries have very ready information about where the funds are invested, and we do not here in Australia. He described the Future Fund as having been very resistant to enable transparency, and I would have to agree with him. To senators, I believe, in this committee and in other places of questions on notice and so on, I have found them obfuscating, unclear and at times patronising. You yourself have said, for example, that the investment structure in the Future Fund is very complex. And you've said to me that I haven't asked my questions in the right way to know where the assets of Australians are being held. When I asked for your assistance, you suggested we go offline, and yet we've never met, despite efforts to do so. So I'm asking you and the Minister, why is it so hard for Australian citizens to find out where their investments are when it's their money? And why is the intention on transparency so blocking, so resistant to telling citizens where their investments are?
So with respect, Senator, I don't agree with your characterisation. The Future Fund does answer questions from this committee from any senator, and it does respond to FOI requests from any citizen, including Mr Patrick, asking about our exposures, and we answer those questions. The only reason we wouldn't is if the information requested was commercial in confidence to third parties, and in cases where the request is dealing with the exposure to and value of listed securities, such as those held primarily by the Norwegian Sovereign Fund, we do answer those questions.
Well, I feel from what I see that you are resistant. We have to use questions on notice and freedom of information requests to get at information which should be available to the Australian people. So the question of transparency is very unsatisfyingly met by the Future Fund at present, in my view. But let me go to the question also of ethics. The Norwegian Parliament and the Ministry of Finance have laid down rules for the management of their fund, delegating responsibility for its management to Norges Bank. The Ministry of Finance has set up an independent council on ethics to perform ethical evaluations of companies. The Council on Ethics sends its recommendations to the bank executive board, which then makes final decisions on exclusion, observation or active ownership. Would you, Minister, consider a measure like this which runs the ethical tape over the investment structures of the Future Fund?
Well, I think the approach that's been taken under former governments and this government is that investment decisions are a matter for the Future Fund and Future Fund Board, and we are assured and reassured by the board and the Future Fund itself that ESG considerations form part of their decision making. I mean, I'm happy to look at any proposal you want to send me to have a look at, but I would say the Future Fund has been an incredibly successful sovereign wealth fund for this country. When you look at the fact that I think it has exceeded its target rate of return on every year over the past 10 years, is that right?
Yep.
And so, you know, I think whilst I'm open to have a look at it, I think both the Treasurer and I are very comfortable with the way that the Future Fund has been performing.
Well, I understand in your reply to my letter yesterday that came through that you do have a consultation underway
On climate.
on climate issues in particular. I want to go to that.
But I think your question was around ethics.
Yes, a broader question. So I'd be keen to take that further. I think applying the highest standards we can to the nature of the investments being made, not just about returns. It's about the nature of investments that Australians' social contract have a comfort level with, that the investments are doing the right thing around the planet and keeping certainly the interests of Australians to the fore. So you've indicated...
Sorry, Senator, I just want to clarify something. You seem to be implying that the Future Fund Board of Guardians doesn't apply an ethical lens in its investing, which isn't accurate. And as the Minister just pointed out, the board does have very detailed policies around how to apply ESG and responsible investing overlays to its activities in accordance with its investment mandates.
So I'd like to come to some of those particular investments in a moment.
The Norwegian fund has a very different governance structure, as you've pointed out, and in their case, as I understand it, the government actually has quite an active involvement in the types of assets that the fund can invest in. And it's just a very different construct. It's not, the Future Fund is an independently run through an independent board investment fund, and that's been one of the key reasons we've been able to generate the returns that we have over a very long period of time now, 16 years. Unfortunately or otherwise, the political systems mean that there's great discourse about what is and isn't appropriate investments in these type of funds, and many people would have different points of view, and that impedes the ability of the investment staff to have clarity around what they should be active in. And as I said over the last little while, certainly that shows up in the relative performance between the funds.
There is, I want to go to the question of the climate issue. You have previously told us in response to questions on notice that there's something like 3.5 billion in fossil fuel investment in the fund, in the big 50 largest polluters on the planet. And I understand there's consultation underway to, from your letter, Minister, to apply the Future Fund and comparable Commonwealth entities as a disclosure standard around climate impacts. Could you please clarify that? And is that disclosure standard going to apply to both the public and the private sector?
Well, that's work that's underway, but yes, in short, the expectation is that it would.
So it'll apply to the Future Fund and its components in full alongside...
Well, I'm leading, so the Treasury and Treasurer are doing the work on climate-related disclosures, and running alongside that, we would be looking at how we could implement appropriate arrangements for comparable Commonwealth entities, public sector entities, and we would expect that that would include the Future Fund.
And so have you got particular work underway in relation to the climate risk disclosure in relation to public assets?
Well, in the sense that we're working alongside the work that's underway with the Treasury and looking at how to adapt that to the public sector.
And what's the time frame for these standards to be introduced?
Well, there's a consultation process underway which is due to finish in the next couple of days, I think, by the end of this week, and 17th. So then we'll make some decisions based on that.
Okay. And when we look at what's the purpose of the climate-related financial disclosure? What are you aiming for?
Well, I think so that people have an understanding, I guess, of, and provided with information and transparency about the performance of companies. So I haven't attended any of the consultation. I haven't seen, that hasn't finished. I'll get a better sort of assessment of where I think it's going to head once that I've seen that work come through.
So when I look at Jim Chalmers' essay, which is relevant to this discussion, he makes a recommendation, or he says, we will create, and on page 28 in the essay, a new sustainable finance architecture, including a new taxonomy to label the climate impact of different investments. That will help investors align their choices with climate targets, help businesses who want to support the transition get finance more easily, ensure regulators can stamp out greenwashing. This strategy begins with climate finance, but over time I see it expanding to incorporate nature-related risks and biodiversity goals. Will that framework, as he sets out there, apply to the Future Fund?
Well, we haven't taken any decisions. As I said, there's a consultation process underway that will be complete, and we will take some decisions based on there. But I think you can see that where the Treasurer is leaning into in terms of that work going forward. I think particular questions about how that would look are probably best placed with when Treasury appear with us, with the people who are doing that work with the Treasurer that he's leading. But the intention is to have, it's hard because we haven't finished the consultations, and I need to have some information provided about that. But the intention is to mirror as much as we can the arrangements for public sector entities.
And do you think the public fund, like the Future Fund, should be leading as an exemplar, for example, on action on climate change, and, for example, be moving away from fossil fuel and increasing its share of renewable investments?
Well, I think the way the Future Fund has been set up and the success of the Future Fund is that those investment decisions and the way the Future Fund does its work is a matter for the board. I think that's clearly been part of the success, the board and the staff, I should say, who the board oversees.
And the Treasurer mentioned greenwashing specifically, and a number of us saw a program, Four Corners, last night, which was very concerning about greenwashing. You say the board, of course, it has an independent relationship and so on, but are you confident the Future Fund has no investments in companies that are participating in fake carbon credits or greenwashing?
Well, I'm confident that the Future Fund is considering a whole range of matters when it's making its investment decisions. And I'm not sure if Dr. Arndt can add to that, but I mean, the insinuation, perhaps it's not intentional from you, Senator Pocock, but it does seem that there's a perception that they are not doing the work that's required to sort of understand where they are making investment decisions and into what, and I haven't seen any evidence to support that. I think they do the work and they do consider a whole range of factors. But they also have to return a rate of return on this sovereign wealth fund, which they have been doing, which is to the benefit of all of us.
I'd like to go then to some of the information that was revealed through Rex Patrick's Freedom of Information request and the answer that he received. And I want to acknowledge ex-Senator Patrick, a valiant South Australian who is pursuing questions of transparency. And he points out that the Future Fund holds a fund of 17 million, a stake in the Chinese manufacturing conglomerate BYD Limited, which in 2020 was identified by the Australian Strategic Policy Institute as being connected with the exploitation of forced Uyghur labour. And many of us in this parliament have had recent visits from people who have escaped from Uyghur prison camps, and it's very powerful evidence about how inappropriate it would be to invest in such a thing. The Future Fund needs to explain this investment in Rex Patrick's words, and so I'm just asking you, is this investment current? What size is it? And do you think this accords with the government's values?
So in terms of your specific first part of your question, certainly the information we gave Mr Patrick in response to the FOI request was accurate at that time. We haven't changed our approach to investing since we provided that response, but it's quite possible that the composition of the portfolio or the value of the assets would have changed between then and today, and I don't have that information today, but I would expect it would be similar to what it was.
So you have a continuing investment in BYD?
I don't know, but I expect we do.
And do you have concerns about the impact, the use possibly of forced Uyghur labour by this enterprise?
So I've explained here before what our process is around how we make investments in emerging market equities, which is what this particular company is. And without going through all of the detail again, we haven't changed the process. That particular company is not sanctioned by any government, that it's not on any export control lists, and our fund managers who invest the portfolio for us, who do apply due diligence, haven't screened it out.
And will you be doing any additional due diligence in view of this report?
Well, we invest through third-party fund managers, but I'm quite happy to bring to their attention those particular issues.
Okay, can I turn to Russia? In 2022, Dr. Arndt, you told us the estimates, I wasn't here then, in April, that its Russian investments you had sold down from 200 million to 180 million. I notice in the Freedom of Information data that they are valued as, it looks like, zero. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Can you tell us about what happened there?
Sure. So, as most people would be aware, once the Russian invasion of Ukraine happened, there was a reassessment of the risk and return and merits of Russian investments by investors around the world, and a large number of investors, including the Future Fund, made a decision to divest from Russian investments, and that's why we were able to reduce the exposure somewhat. Pretty quickly thereafter, the Russian government, through its central bank, actually changed the law to prohibit non-Russian residents from being able to sell Russian securities. And so since that time, it's not been possible to exit the position. So we still legally own the same positions as we did on that date because we've not been able to sell those securities. We have instructed our managers to sell those securities, and they will do so as soon as we're able to. As at the 30th of June last year, so for the end of year accounts, the board had to make a decision about what value to hold those securities at, and given that they're not tradable, the decision was made by the board to write them down to zero.
And what were they investments in?
Well, they're listed companies on the Moscow Stock Exchange.
Their industries, their activities?
I'd have to take the question on notice, but I believe we've previously published that list, so it wouldn't have changed because we're not able to trade them.
So if you could provide that, thank you. Turning to India, some of the future funds investments there are also interesting. There's a stake in 2 Adani companies, I understand, of up to 33 million, and maybe a third enterprise also may have a different name, where there's quite an extensive set of investments in Indonesia's energy, mining and forestry sectors, well known for environmental problems, including companies connected with the controversial copper mine in Freeport copper mine in West Papua. I think there is a widespread concern about Adani more recently, given the report by Hindenburg that alleged Adani's engaged in stock manipulation and accounting fraud, leading to tens of billion dollars being wiped off the value of their listed companies. What's your view about the investment in Adani, and have you revisited that investment in light of the Hindenburg reports?
So we hold the Adani exposure the same way we hold the other emerging market equities exposures that I've explained. In other words, through broad index tracking mandates with third-party managers. Those managers run their own due diligence on the companies they invest in, and unless they're sanctioned by a government, we don't preclude them from holding those companies. So in this case, the manager's decision was to hold the companies because they're part of the composition of the index. In this case, I assume it's the MSCI Emerging Market Equity Index, and so we continue to hold them.
So you have no concerns about the statements and research undertaken by Hindenburg about the practices of Adani? That's not a worry to you?
That's the responsibility of our fund managers to look into. Our decision, as I've explained here before, is to set the overall equities exposure for the fund, and within that, the amount of that would be allocated to emerging market equities. Given our views of changes in the world and its outlook, which we set out in the position paper at the end of 2021 and again at the end of last year, we have reduced our emerging market exposure quite considerably over the last 2 years, but we continue to hold some exposure to those companies.
So you put a lot of trust in your investment managers, do you not?
Well, we're required under the Act to invest through third-party investment managers, so yes, we do that, and our focus is to do due diligence on them to make sure that they're appropriately resourced and skilled to invest taxpayers' money.
Have you ever sacked a fund manager for inappropriate attention to the fund requirements?
Yeah, we fire and hire fund managers all the time, either because our strategies change and we want some other set of skills, or because on occasion fund managers, we might lose conviction in fund managers for a whole variety of reasons.
How many fund managers do you have?
They're published on our website, but it would be last time, it's in the order of around 110, 120.
So I wanted to go to the question of governance, and this is really questions for the Minister essentially. The last direction that was issued to the fund was in the names of Treasurer Scott Morrison and Senator Matthias Cormann some years back. I'm curious as to why you haven't revisited the instructions to the fund and the investment mandate, reflecting the values of the current government, which is certainly different from that of the previous.
Well, we are doing that climate disclosure work, so that will inform any prospective changes. In terms of, we go through an annual process with the funds. I'm trying, because I'm a shareholder and minister in a few of them, to review them and on advice from departments whether particular changes need to be made. But I don't believe, Mr. Williamson might amend what I'm going to say, or always worrying when an official runs towards the table, any direction that's required, or any formal direction that needs to be provided to the Future Fund. I would think it's unusual to provide direction.
Are you concerned about the possibility that the fund is engaged in modern slavery through its chain of investment decisions, or greenwashing, or environmental damage, alongside, of course, investment in fossil fuels and climate risk?
I would expect the Future Fund to be managing those risks, and in the meetings that I've had with the Future Fund, including with the chair of the Future Fund, the government has made clear that we expect the funds themselves to manage these and operate with the highest of standards. And I haven't been given any reason to believe that we need to make any amendments to the arrangements that exist for the Future Fund. Notwithstanding that, on the climate issue, we are looking at climate disclosure, and I would also say there is a piece of legislation that lapsed at the last Parliament that we are, that is still there. We're holding that to see whether we need to or should have to incorporate anything that comes out of this climate work into that.
And are you confident in the leadership of Peter Costello?
Yes.
Do you intend to renew his contract?
Well, that's a decision to be taken in normal time. I think the position is in 2024. Yeah. It's not something that the Treasurer or I have turned our minds to.
Do you have any problems with his recent statement, there's never been any attempt to direct the funders of the Future Fund to what investments it should take? And I think once you start down that path, it'll become very bad end. If people start thinking they can take this money and direct it to various purposes of their own, and I think the game would be up. There wouldn't be any point in continuing to have an investment. Are you happy with that attitude, which is, leave it to me, I'm in charge? It's reminiscent for me of the robber barons of the 1800s. It is not the approach to a transparent management of 250 odd billion of funds that we would expect in this day and age. It's not a 21st century approach to transparency, in my view. And I wonder, are you confident?
There is legislation that establishes the fund, so it is something that the Parliament has considered. There are investment mandates that are published. There is a whole range of information that is available. I think there is something to be said about, and Dr. Arndt touched on this before, about individuals not directing investments on judgments that they have made, that they don't like this particular investment, or they don't like that one for a different set of reasons. Obviously, you can go to the extreme end and use, things like modern slavery and greenwashing, but then there's what bothers you might not bother somebody else as much, and I think that's where I think there is something to be said in terms of, I don't probably agree a lot with Mr. Costello in terms of our politics, but I think there is something to be said for putting the framework in place, having a clear investment mandate. Yes, always looking at whether you can make it better, and I think that is an open question that we're looking at in terms of climate risk reporting, but employing the experts to do their job and to hold them account through processes like this.
This is a fund of Australians' money.
Yep, and it's
$2.5 billion.
It has been incredibly successful, Senator Pocock.
Yes, but my questions are not about the success of the fund in terms of returns. My questions are about, don't Australians have the right to know where their money is invested? Clearly, the fund has made a decision, for example, not to invest in tobacco. So it has made some decisions which clearly reflect social norms.
Yeah.
Social norms are changing, and they should be reflected in the investment mandate for a large $250 billion fund like this.
So perhaps I could offer a comment, Senator. Firstly, I would say that we do report a lot transparently. In our annual report, we set up quite a lot of detail on the portfolio. We report the largest 100 positions in the fund. We disclose, as I said previously, every fund manager that we have. If we fire them or terminate the arrangement, they disappear off that list too. We appear here and answer questions. We respond to questions on notice. We respond to FOI requests within the rules of the Act in terms of commercial in confidence, protecting commercial in confidence third-party information. In terms of the issue that you raise about changing social norms and views, that's actually one of the issues that we pointed out in our discussion paper, that we agree with you that societal expectations are changing. And as a long-term investor, that's absolutely something that has to be taken into account, because ultimately if you invest in a company which is doing something that will not be accepted by society in due course, then it will not be a good investment. So absolutely, the board's investment process, and the one we applied, does look at these long-term trends and does think quite hard about what is and isn't an appropriate investment over the long term. And I'm sure many people would have different views about what is and isn't appropriate, but it would be incorrect to assume that we don't spend significant resources thinking about those issues.
My concern is that the chain of investment structure that you have is that creates risk, that you're unaware of environmental damage, of slave labour, of climate damage, because of the long distance between we're decision maker here with an investment mandate and where the rubber hits the road out in a company. So that's my concern. Also, we're obviously seeing a government keen to grow the Future Fund and create long-term sources of revenue to fund important social services. If we're going to grow the fund, then I think there is an even more pressing case for paying attention to the social norms and adapting to them. That's my last comment. Thank you. Thanks, Chair. Thank you for taking
Any more from the Coalition? Thank you, Senator Pocock. Okay, I think we're able to move on from the Future Fund.
No, we haven't.
Well, okay. Are you ready?
I do. Can I just ask one question off the back of an answer you provided to Senator Pocock while Senator Smith's getting his papers together? You talked about your investments in India being part of a fund.
Emerging markets.
Emerging market fund, and they were also investments that were listed as a part of an index. So in the circumstance where those investments fall out of that index, how does that affect the investment itself?
So in most cases, the fund manager would have to sell that investment. In some mandates, the fund manager is able to hold a small number of companies outside the index, but it would be quarantined to a very small part of the mandate.
And so that's part of the relationship and the arrangements that you have with those fund managers that you contract to make the investments for you?
That's right.
Okay. So that also feeds into your broader risk strategy in managing those things, because their presence within those listed indexes actually accounts for some of those risks.
Do you mean the companies?
Yes.
Well, it depends on the mandate, but on active mandates where the fund manager is aiming at generating a return rather than providing an exposure, then absolutely they have to take those things into account, and it's part of our due diligence on them that they're good at that, and part of their core skill that they can do that in a way that would add value over time. And ultimately, if they can't, then we wouldn't keep them as a fund manager. There are other mandates where the exposure is what we're contracting for, and they tend to be very quantitative, very driven by algorithms and analysis of stock market composition, and we would do that to get a broad exposure. So, for example, emerging market exposure, and in those cases, they would either follow the index directly, and the index we use is the one published by MSCI in New York, which is the same index provider that APRA uses to monitor most of the super fund equities performance. And depending on the situation, we would limit the universe only through the board's sanctions and ESG policy.
Okay, cool. Thank you. Senator Smith. Thank you very much, and thanks very much, Dr. Arnott, for making your time available to us this afternoon. Just want to turn to your opening statement. In the second last paragraph, you talk about sticky inflation, and I was just hoping you might elaborate a little more on that. But you also talk about a range of scenarios, and I was wondering if you could share with the committee what you regard as the best case scenario and what you might regard as the worst case scenario.
Sure. So starting with the inflation question. So we started warning about the risk to investors, which is our lens, from higher inflation way back in 2021. And the reason we did that then was because of concern about the monetary and fiscal stimulus that was going on globally, and also the potential for a range of other global government policies around supply chain deglobalisation. At that time, there were issues to do with tariffs and other sanctions between the US and China, for example, and the intense cost of changing the energy infrastructure in the world towards a decarbonised one, that we thought all of those things would create some pressure on inflation. And what we've seen in the time that's elapsed since then is that some of the supply side constraint inflation drivers are falling, which is helpful, but that some of the other ones are still remaining, to do with the amount of debt in the world, to do with the deglobalisation trend that continues and so forth. And so we're not predicting inflation, that's not what we do, but when we look at inflation in the USA, it's obviously peaked and it's started to fall, which is a good thing, but we think it will be difficult to get inflation all the way down to the target band that the Fed has because of labour constraints and other demand factors.
That's the sticky inflation explanation. Thank you very much for that. So can you then share with us what you would regard as a best case scenario and a worst case scenario?
So just to qualify, I'm talking from the point of view of a global investor.
Yes, I've been very alert to that.
So the worst case for sure would be an elongated stagflation. So where inflation stays high for whatever reason and economic growth is low. And in that sort of scenario, you would expect interest rates to either keep rising or stay high, and you don't have the economic growth tailwind to drive corporate performance and economic performance. And in that scenario, if it was elongated, we would expect asset prices would still have a fair way to fall. The response by central banks around the world is actually, to some extent, helpful in trying to reduce inflation through raising interest rates, and it remains to be seen whether that's successful or not. The best case would be a productivity shock. And so in this scenario, for whatever reason, it could be technology driven or it could be any other reason, productivity would rise, and that would allow economic growth to take hold without generating inflation. And that would be very positive for asset prices from where they currently are, which we think is broadly fairly pricing the expected path of interest rates, but not fully factoring in a particularly deep global recession. So there's downside if the first scenario were to eventuate, but there's upside in the second scenario.
Just turning to, in the same paragraph, you also talk about the risk of a global recession. In Australia over the last week or so, people have calculated, 70% risk of recession, etc., etc. Are you inclined to give us a sense of what you regard as the risk profile of a global recession?
We don't forecast an actual path, because I think as an investor it's important to stay humble in our ability to forecast, and that's why we think about scenarios. We want a portfolio that's resilient in all scenarios.
But earlier you said you had effectively foreseen the inflationary issue.
We said we were warning about the potential for inflation. But it's quite plausible, having said that the Fed, in its effort to control inflation, will tip the US into recession. Europe arguably is already in recession, and so that would transmit through the globe. So they're the main. China, I assume, I haven't seen the data, but I assume has been in recession due to the COVID lockdowns, but is now rebounding, so that's a contrary force. So I think the biggest risk in terms of the economic outlook globally is that whether central banks can manage the really difficult task that they have of trying to control inflation without causing too much pain to economies. And if you look at history, more often than not, unfortunately, that path proves too difficult.
That narrow path?
Yeah.
Proves too difficult?
In other words, that interest rate rising cycles quite often cause recessions.
Is that real and imminent risk domestically?
We're not, as I said before, we're not making a forecast, but obviously there is a risk that the rapid increase in interest rates impacts the economy here to the point where it is in recession. Yes.
In our previous discussion at a previous estimates, in the life of the previous government, we talked about issues similar to those that Senator Pocock raised in regards to in investments that may not have that may not meet the expectations of Australian electors. Could you, at a high level, could you just give us a sense of the sorts of remedies that have been put in place to respond to those sort of general concerns?
So I presume you're referring to the discussion we had about companies that had activities in Myanmar?
Yeah, and then the use of the indexes. Right. That's right.
So, so at high level, the strategy hasn't changed in the sense that we still seek emerging market equities exposure for the reasons I've previously discussed. We have reduced the size of that due to risk and return issues. Rising interest rates, particularly in the US, aren't typically good for emerging markets. In terms of the composition of the companies that we own, we still use the same indices, but we have worked with our fund managers to ensure that they are applying due diligence processes to make their own assessment of what is sensible to have in the portfolio or not. So there is fewer companies now in that mandate than there was when we previously discussed that issue.
Thank you for that. That demonstrates responsiveness on the part of the fund to the issues that myself and others have raised over time. I just want to turn to another matter, and that is in regards to a question on notice that was returned to the committee, and it's in regards to question on notice number F059.
So I don't have that in front of me, but if you could tell me which question it was, I'm sure I'd know.
Well, can I begin by complimenting the Future Fund Management Agency for the comprehensive nature in which it responded to the question on notice, which is not often a feature of responses to questions on notice, but it deals with questions that were raised with the Future Fund Management Agency in regards to some comments that Minister Watt had made in regards to fossil fuels. Does that ring a bell?
It does.
And just to... Great, thanks very
I don't
much.
know what comprehensive is. No.
Sorry, Senator Gabba?
Sorry, no. I think nothing.
Am I flagging it too well?
No, I thought you said you just commend the Future Fund on the comprehensive nature of the answer.
Of the answers, yeah.
Yeah, right.
So the Future Fund was asked seven. The Future Fund was asked 7 questions. The first question was: has there been any correspondence between the Future Fund Management Agency and the Minister for Finance in regards to exploring options for investments that better align with the government's commitment to net zero by 2050? And the response was no. The second question that was asked of the Future Fund Management Agency was, has there been any briefing papers, information papers, email letters or other documents prepared by the Future Fund to inform discussions between the Future Fund Management Agency and the Minister for Finance or her office on the matter of exploring options for investments within the Future Fund that better align to the government's commitment? The answer from the Future Fund Management Agency was no. The third question was, does the Future Fund Management Agency consider that its current investment strategy and investment holdings are contrary in any way unaligned with the government's commitment to net zero by 2050? And the response from the Future Fund was no. Then there's an explanation. Fourth question was, has there been any meetings between the Future Fund Management employees and the Minister for Finance or her office on the matter of exploring options for investments within the Future Fund that better align with the government's commitment to net zero by 2050? And the response was no. The fifth question was, has the Future Fund Management Agent undertaken any modelling, scenario analysis or other preparatory work on strategies to divest from investments that relate to companies that are involved in the extraction, production or sale of fossil fuels? The response to that was no. Question number 6, there's only 7. Question number 6, has the Future Fund Management Agency undertaken any consultation with stakeholders on the matter of amending its investments to better align with the government's commitment to net zero by 2050? The answer was no. And finally, the 7th question, was the Future Fund Management Agency aware of the decision by the Minister for Finance to discuss with it options for investments within the Future Fund that better align with the government's commitment to net zero by 2050 prior to the 22nd of November 2022? And the answer was no. So thank you very much for those
Is there a question?
answers. There is now.
There is?
And it's to you, Senator Gallagher.
Oh, okay. I thought there wasn't going to be one. That's all right. After all that,
After all that, I've sat here all day and I've listened to the.
You got ready for that one. That was good.
So my question is to Minister Gallagher. Given the questions that were put on notice, given the responses from the Future Fund Management Agency, those responses from question 1 to 7 were all no. Given that, how is Senator Watt, your Senate colleague, correct when he said to the Senate on the 22nd of November last year, the Finance Minister will work with the Future Fund and the Department of Finance to explore options for investments within the Future Fund that better align with the government's commitment to net zero by 2050? It's clear by the responses to those 7 questions on notice that have been given by the Future Fund Management Agency that Senator Watt's statement to the Senate is incorrect. There have been no discussions with the government on any of these matters.
The government will work with the Future Fund on climate-related disclosures when that work is finalised.
Will work.
Well, that's actually the quote from...
So it hasn't worked?
Well, the quote from...
I'm just wondering if Senator Pocock is still here.
You're specifically saying that his comments were to the Senate correct, and he says the Finance Minister will work.
Yes.
And the Treasurer is leading some work about climate risk reporting, and as I was saying to Senator...
The Treasurer is leading some work.
The Treasurer is, but the Treasurer and I are joint shareholders in the Future Fund.
Yes.
Okay. He's leading that work from a whole of economy assessment point of view, and the work I'm doing is looking at how that, when it's complete, will align with our expectations of reporting across public entities. And I've already said we would expect that could involve the Future Fund, or would involve the Future Fund.
So yourself and the Treasurer have yet to commence?
No, that consultation work is out for discussion now. It finishes on the 17th of February.
Out to who?
Industry, broadly. I think it's on the Treasury website.
So the engagement with the Future Fund between yourself?
Will occur as that work progresses. We haven't finished the consultation stage.
So can you give us give the committee a sense of what is the full extent of the process? So there's a consultation phase,
And then
there's a...
there'll be, you know, discussions across government about how to proceed with it, and we will make decisions accordingly.
And so which part of the process are we up to at the moment?
We're in the consultation stage.
And at which part of the process do you expect to be engaging with the Future Fund?
Well, as we need to. I mean, as we do. The department engages with the Future Fund on any range of matters as needed.
Has the department...
So would the Treasurer and I.
Has the department engaged with the Future Fund to explore options for investments within the Future Fund that better align with the government's commitment to net zero by 2050?
The Department of Finance have answered that question as well.
But the agency is saying no.
Which hopefully you're
But the
not
agency
going to
is saying,
require to be read out from questions 1 to 7 again.
But the agency is saying no. You've just said that the Department of Finance...
Yeah, in general. Like, we have a good relationship with the Future Fund.
At Senate estimates, we're very, very comfortable with the granularity of things.
I know you
We're very uncomfortable with these sweeping statements.
I know that from your point of view, Senator Smith.
So Senator Watt is off the hook.
Hey?
Senator Watt is off the hook.
There is work underway around climate-related disclosures that is progressing across government, and we will consult with the Future Fund appropriately. We will do that work.
Would the Department of Finance like to take on notice to provide to the committee the detail, date, names of positions of officials that have engaged with the Future Fund agency on better aligning on options for investments with
that? They have answered that question from Senator Hume, F059. Okay.
On what date was that?
Well, it was from the last round. So, I don't know, it would have been answered in December.
And for the record, on what dates did the Department of Finance engage with the agency?
Sorry? Did Department of Finance...
So my question is...
Oh, yeah, in general.
So, Senator, the process, as the Minister's outlined, is that the Department of the Treasury is leading the public consultation on climate disclosures. Our role will be, once that work is completed and Treasury sort of provides advice to us on possible options and paths, is to work with the Future Fund and any other government entities to discuss how recommendations or options could apply to them. So at this stage, we don't have that work yet to be able to discuss with the Future Fund.
So it's futuristic, excuse the pun.
But once the Treasury has completed that consultation work and we have discussions with them, we would then work with the Future Fund, and we would probably work with Treasury and the Future Fund to understand how it could apply to the Future Fund.
Thank you, Mr Williamson. So I'll go back to a previous question. What is the timeframe around that? When do you expect the consultation work being undertaken by Treasury to be completed, and when do you expect to be engaged?
So the consultations close on the 17th.
The public consultation,
yes.
Yep.
And then we will engage with Treasury in due course. I don't have an exact date for when that.
So futuristic, it's starting to sound.
Well,
I'm trying to
get... The Treasurer has outlined it as a priority piece of work for him this
Minister,
year. So
do you have an...
We're doing the first bit, then we'll do the second bit, and we'll do the third if that's necessary.
Minister, do you have an expectation in terms of when this work will be completed?
I will have a better understanding of that once I'm briefed on the public consultation process, because that will give me a better indication, and I presume and the Treasurer who's leading the work, about challenges and opportunities. Let's just say that.
So how many days, weeks or months do you expect it to take for the public consultation process to come to a conclusion and then for you to be briefed on that?
Well, I can't give you that. I'm happy to try. I'm happy to make that clear when those decisions have been taken. But the decision so far has been to have a public consultation to indicate that we want to do this, have a public consultation phase that's been completed on the end of this week, and then we will know more and be able to shape what the next steps are. It's too early for us to give you that answer, essentially. I'm sure we will come back to this at a future hearing where I will have...
Fair chance.
Yeah.
I know, May is not very far away.
It isn't.
No, that's right. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank
you,
you.
Mr. Arthur.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry, Dr. If I could just, some other questions, if I may. So if I heard your evidence correctly, you were suggesting that the approach taken by the Federal Reserve in regards to interest rate matters was the correct one?
Oh, it's not for me to judge what is and isn't correct.
Yeah.
I was just reflecting
Yes.
that is what they're doing.
Yes, but that was... Okay. Yeah, okay. I'll leave it at there for the moment. Yep.
Thank you. We are now concluding the Future Fund Management Agency, and we'll now continue with the examination of outcome 2 for the Department of Finance.
Sorry, where we go back to?
We begin outcome 2.
Yeah.
We've done outcome 1.
Yeah, we have, because we've lost those people, so that would be a...
Yes, sorry to confuse you. You were clearly not confused. I was.
No, I know where we're going. I think
Chair,
Yes.
Senator Hume's going to have some questions for me.
Yes. No, we dismissed outcome 1 before. The officials.
We haven't. No, we didn't
left.
dismiss that before.
No, I'm sorry, but we did because they have in fact gone.
Okay.
What time was that?
When we went
Right
to the
before
Future
we
Fund.
moved to the Future Fund Management Agency, I gave Senator Pocock the call, and it should be very clear in the Hansard. I'm very happy to pull it out for you. Anyway, while I do that, perhaps you might like to make the most of questions to finance on outcome 2.
So are we ready? Senator Dunniam will start.
Senator Dunniam.
Thank you very much. I'm pleased to be here. I wanted to ask some questions about property management and projects, if I can. I just wanted to get an understanding of the role of that part of the department. Hello, team. Thank you for coming along. So I'm just interested in the role and scope of this part of the Department of Finance, and I'll explain why in a moment, but if you could just take me through what it is you exactly do.
Senator, in relation to property...
well, what do you do generally, yeah?
We do generally.
Let's start easy.
Okay.
Sure.
I'm not scary.
Afternoon, Senators. Nick McClintock, First Assistant Secretary, Commercial Group. So, Property Management and Projects branch sits within the Property and Construction Division. It has responsibility for, so the team that actually comprises the bulk of that branch previously had responsibility for delivery of the purpose-built quarantine facilities.
Yes.
That Finance delivered on behalf of the previous government, and that transitioned into the division around the third quarter of last year to form a branch. They're currently leveraging that experience and expertise that they developed under that to work with other agencies in terms of some of the work they're doing around projects, but they also have responsibility for the portfolio and contract management function within the division. So that's based around the finance-owned estate. So finance owns 60 tenancies and land around Australia with a value of about $3.3 billion. So we oversight that and manage that on behalf of the Commonwealth. The branch also has responsibility for the property finance team. So our functions are broadly drawn from the property special account, so a special account under the budget, and they have responsibility for the ongoing monitoring and management of the financial arrangements around delivery of property and construction services through finance.
Okay.
Senator, there's also in the property generally, we have a team that's responsible for APS net zero by 2030 for agencies. We have a team that is managing the National Security Office Precinct, which is a new major construction project in the ACT. We have responsibility for the LAA, the Land Acquisition Act, in property, and we also have responsibility for leasing, the Commonwealth leasing strategy, and a range of other policy items relevant to property.
So just to be clear, that's across the suite of the property and construction division within finance.
Column
So
on your organisational structure. Okay, so is that a branch? Is that the nomenclature we use?
Property
here?
Management and Projects branch is one of 4 branches that sits within that division.
Okay, division. Right, then thank you for that. How many people are employed within that branch?
It's got an ASL of around 30.
So, beg your pardon?
It's got an ASL, of around 30.
30? Okay.
Currently working under that. We're, like everywhere else, we're undergoing recruitment processes to try and fill those positions. So at the moment, I think we're operating at around 24, 25 people within the branch.
Are any of those contractors or are they all APS?
So I think they are all APS. There might be 1 or 2 residual contractors as a hangover from the delivery of the purpose-built quarantine facilities. And part of the function of the branch is resolving the outstanding contract arrangements and settling final compliance around contractual arrangements in support of those centres.
Sure. Mr McClintock, you talked about a transition from the purpose-built quarantine facilities into other work.
Yep.
What is that other work that they are going to be doing now, leveraging this experience or expertise, as you said?
So part of that is, so this was, there was an expertise within finance that was leveraged and stood up in 2021 in response to the previous government's decision to stand up 3 purpose-built quarantine facilities in WA, Queensland and Victoria.
Yes.
Through that process, working to Mr Jaggers, who headed up that project, they've really expanded on that experience and expertise, working with private sector partners in the delivery of that. So now there's a real centre of I guess, expertise around delivery of major construction and property projects that we're looking to try and leverage in engaging with other entities that are in the space for delivering major projects around that. And that could be working with them in terms of advice around business case development, just, I guess, providing additional capability to inform some of the work that's being done across that space.
So this expertise that you're looking to leverage, and is there work currently underway by the people that have this expertise, or are we looking for work for them to provide this expertise and advice to? I mean, what sort of projects are they working on at the moment?
I need to... So there are projects that they're talking to other departments across the APS. I probably just need to be a bit cautious because some of those projects are at different stages in terms of decision-making of government.
Sure.
So I don't want
Perhaps
to...
on notice then, you could provide me a list.
That'd be good, yes, please.
Noting that, of course, things do sort of, there are confidentiality.
Senator, if I could just add, this isn't sort of a new function. This is a we've had teams within that property and construction division for a long period of time that have been assisting other entities who have potential construction projects at different stages. Finance has generally been a core source of advice, managing the finance-owned estate, having a number of our own construction projects that we've delivered over time. So we're a key sort of source of assistance to APS agencies in not just construction but leasing strategies as well.
Sure.
In general in property.
And is it a matter of course that agencies will come to this branch and seek this advice on the way through, or engage the expertise, or is it an optional thing? Do you go out and look for
different agencies have sort of different levels of expertise in property and construction. Bigger agencies like Department of Defence have specialist teams, and so you wouldn't see them come to us for advice on construction projects that often, but smaller agencies with one-off projects would often come and seek assistance. Sometimes there's been discussion at senior levels about the need for finance to supplement capability and capacity by being engaged and assisting in the development of proposals or delivery of projects at different times.
Okay, that's fine, I understand that. So on notice you'll provide me a list of projects that are currently being contemplated or advice perhaps being provided to other agencies on, where possible. I understand that not all of it you can. You've told me that there are 30 ASL, I think you said before, 24, 25 at the moment. Can I also have on notice the level of each of these positions, please? Is this, the whole of, the Department of Finance has a travel policy. Does the same travel policy apply to these staff?
Yep.
Yep, okay. Is that publicly available, that travel policy? Like whatever rules are around staff, travel allowance and accommodation?
Senator, I think so. But
Okay.
can we take it on notice?
Yes, I'd appreciate
happy to.
that.
Yep.
I'm just interested in some of the work that may or may not be done by this unit. This was the entity that looked after the Davis Aerodrome project, is that right? In partnership, or part of it before it morphed into this?
It's not really.
It's not?
So it's a team. There are individuals in the team that Mr McClintock is talking about that were involved in that project.
Right.
That project, as you know, didn't proceed.
Yes.
And at the time that it didn't proceed, the resources were reallocated to other parts of of that division, and some of those people then were allocated to the quarantine, purposeful quarantine centre project because of their expertise in sort of construction and managing construction projects.
Sure.
And so that team, as Mr McClintock has said, is after the major construction work had finished on the quarantine centre, there's still bits and pieces happening on that. We've got leasing arrangements and maintenance and other obligations with those centres. That team has taken other responsibilities. It's actually reduced in size from what it was.
Yes.
And it's also taken on the responsibilities of another branch that was delivering that's delivering another project. So it's not to say that team that was the team on the aerodrome project, and now it's just this branch. There's a number of common people, but not the same team.
Sure, okay. And the 24 or 25 staff you've mentioned, are they all based here in Canberra?
Yes, with the exception of one off the top of my head.
Right. If you could provide me their locations and if there are any work from home arrangements as well. I do have one last question. There'll be more I place on notice with regard to this, which will probably precipitate further questions down the track. The Antarctic and Science Precinct in Tasmania, is that a project which you've had any involvement with or not?
Yes.
Yes, okay.
Yes,
so there was some reference in DQ estimates yesterday about a Commonwealth Development Corporation. Are you that? Or is that some other entity somewhere else?
We're not that.
Who is that? Is that somewhere else?
I mean, there is no Commonwealth Development Corporation, but it's a policy option that's been developed for consideration of government, and I saw the exchange yesterday in estimates in relation to it, and I think the officers there indicated that they were working with the Department of Finance, and one of the options that was being looked at was, for delivery was a Commonwealth Development Corporation.
Yes.
So government hasn't made a decision in relation to whether that's a policy option it's interested in implementing.
Right.
So it's a policy sort of piece of work that we've been doing, but at this stage we've had some discussions with that entity about that particular project. That project, there are a number of other delivery options that are open to how that precinct is developed.
Yes.
In terms of whether it's developed by the agency itself, whether there's all sorts of different options around PPPs or different arrangements. So they've worked through a range of options. We've had engagement with that, but there hasn't been a government decision, or it hasn't been before government what those options might be.
So is your team assessing the strategic business case that was also referred to in that session of estimates last night?
Yes, I think that part of our engagement is, or has been, to consider and to work with the agency in relation to their business case and development of business case. There have been, I think, a number of iterations of that piece of work, and finance has provided some assistance along the way.
Okay, and then to that end, has any information from the Tasmanian Government come to your entity around the stadium proposal, and if so, how might that impact on the assessment you provided for the strategic business case?
It's not something I'm aware of.
Not to my knowledge, Senator.
Could you take that on notice? Sure. Okay, I'm done.
Senator Pocock.
Sorry. Do you want me to ask more? I can.
Excuse me, I'm just fine.
I'm sure others will be able to feel the time. Yeah. Yeah, I did.
I'm ready.
Okay.
You have the call, Senator Pocock.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, officers and Minister, for your assistance. My questions are around consultants and labour hire, and I did catch the tail end of earlier answers, and excuse me if I am covering ground that you may have already answered. So Labor promised to cut spending on consultants and labour hire by $3 billion over 4 years. The budget indicates the government will achieve savings of $3.6 billion over 4 years from 2022-23 by reducing spending on the 4 categories of external labour, advertising, travel and legal. In response to our question on notice received on the 16th of December, the Department of Finance indicated that of the $3.6 billion cut, $3 billion is attributed to savings from external labour, which we know includes consultants and labour hire. However, the department has been unable to indicate what amount of the $3 billion is attributed to consultants compared to labour hire and any other categories that might be termed covered by the term external labour. So I'm curious about how that divides up within that $3 billion, and then the expected spend on external labour, including consultants, over the forwards.
Okay. So we did cover a little bit of that.
Yeah.
There is an audit of employment underway to give us some information about a snapshot essentially of the use of external labour across the APS. That information wasn't available at whole of government level, which is why the audit of employment is being done. That's being finalised now. It hasn't been finished and I haven't been briefed on it. We know that the labour hire issue has been more prevalent in some agencies than others, and we know that it's not just a matter of, for some reducing their labour force, it's about looking at how they engage their workforce. So we're already seeing some changes in that, where we're seeing departments choose to recruit permanently from instead of on short-term or non-ongoing arrangements. In terms of the saving as it's booked, the government has said that's where we expect it to come from. The savings are then applied to agencies. That is, that appropriation is essentially taken out of their budget. But, agencies are responsible for their budget overall. We are reducing their appropriation by that amount. We believe the area where there was room to reduce appropriation was in consultants and labour hire. There was very clear evidence on questions on notice from when I was in opposition that in some instances, in many instances, the use of labour hire was actually more expensive than employing permanent workers in those jobs. So we do expect that there is a genuine reduction in expenditure that can happen, but how agencies choose to attribute that across their budgets is a matter for them.
So you can't tell us what that split is going to be within the $3 billion?
We can tell you how we are attributing that across the APS in terms of how much we expect from each agency. We've done that for 1 year. We're now, through this budget, we'll go through how we attribute the rest of that save. And that was really, so we took, did it in 2 steps because we in part wanted the audit of employment to inform some of those decisions. It may be that it's, you know, it's too hard to try and do a differential application based on how an agency uses its workforce, but that was the idea between attributing it for 1 year and then have it coming back once that other work was complete.
And how did you arrive at the $3 billion as a target?
That was a work we did in opposition based on the information we could elicit through questions on notice and processes like this about what the overall spending was. It was informed by questions on notice about the cost of labour hire at a particular level versus a permanent employee at a particular level. So we did that as part of our costings process. We took the decision to make it that figure, and it was essentially, from memory, and I'm trying to recall this, but it was a percentage reduction over time. So, you know, a 10% reduction in year 1 and a 12.5% in year 2 and up that way. So that's how we did that. And then we had an additional save, which was for advertising, travel and legal.
Legal.
Which sat on top of that, which again was based on information we could elicit about the expansion and spending in some of those areas and a desire to use that budgets more efficiently.
Can the Australian public expect the government to spend less on consultancy services in the 2022-23 financial year than in 2021-22?
Well, that's the clear expectation of the government, is to reduce our reliance on consultants, contractors and labour hire, and to rebuild capability into the public service through a permanent secure jobs. So, you know, that is the expectation. But I would also say, you know, we understand that there is also a need to spend in this area, partly because it's going to take a bit of time to rebuild and you know, get that capability uplift that we're after, and that rebalancing to occur. But, you know, it is certainly the government's view that we should be spending less on consultants and contractors.
Thank you for those answers. I now want to turn to the question of PwC and the recent issues that have had a lot of public discussion. Do you accept the Tax Practitioners Board finding that PwC's former Head of International Tax, Mr Collins, shared confidential government tax plans and policy with other PwC staff, who in turn disclosed the information to their private clients?
Well, I've got no reason not to believe the information that's come out through that.
And how much tax revenue was lost as a result of PwC's breach of confidentiality?
Well, I think this probably is a matter that should be dealt with in Treasury estimates, because they were actually the ones involved in the procurement and the consultation, actually, in relation to that. And I think they can answer those questions fully. It wasn't related to the Department of Finance.
Okay. I'll take that question about the tax impact to there. But why was the confidentiality breach confined to Mr Collins and not also his colleagues?
Well, again, I think the officials that can answer that will be coming tomorrow. My understanding is it was a case that went over a fairly long period of time, that there were other individuals involved, but they may have left the organisation in the time that the case was underway. I understand it to be a matter of years. But I think officials from Treasury would be better placed to answer your question specifically about that matter.
Okay, thank you. PwC were paid close to $1 million by the Department of Human Services to review robo-debt, but settled for a visual, I understand it may have been a PowerPoint presentation after the Commissioner investigating robo-debt, Ms Holmes, suggested a nod and a wink had been given by the department to bury the report. The Commissioner said the consultancy firm's approach to fulfilling the contract was very laissez-faire, to quote. In my previous life, $1 million would have bought you 20 really significant pieces of research by an Australian researcher, probably on a question that mattered. Do you think it's a good use of taxpayer money to award a consulting firm close to $1 million to bury a report and instead deliver a presentation?
Well, I think on that specific, and I'll answer it in a generality, on that specific we await any recommendations that come out of the Royal Commission into robo-debt and whether the Commissioner has a particular view about any changes that should be made in light of some of the evidence that's been heard at the Royal Commission. On the general point, I would say that that the public service probably needs, well, from my point of view, and it's not a negative reflection on the public servants, but we need, we need to expect a very high quality of work for consultancies when they are, let for at any price, really, because it is taxpayers' money. And I would expect, and I think, again, you'll find random examples that the public servants as custodians of, those decisions are aware of that, and expectations about consultancies are clearly explained to the consultants who win that work. I would say we work, across the board, even in Mr Jagger's areas with delivering, large-scale national infrastructure. We work with a lot of companies that do excellent work for the country. But, yeah, I think, there's a clear expectation. Part of what I'd like out of that in-house consultancy model, and it's being developed, but one of the opportunities there is some better expertise to advise departments, particularly those that don't engage consultants for, much, or, it isn't part of their core sort of functions, or they don't have large areas of their departments that deal with that, to provide better centralised guidance about, when to engage consultants, what to expect from them, how to manage the contracts and all those types of things. Because I think, for big agencies, perhaps like finance and defence and others where they have a lot of that engagement, they build up particular skill sets and expertise that doesn't necessarily apply right across the board.
And do you think, given this recent experience, both with this example in PwC but also the one in the Tax Practitioners Board example, there is an argument for a stronger formal process of review of outcomes and evaluation of delivery of a contract, of a consultant's work against the expectations and ensuring value for money?
Well, yes, absolutely, but I would expect that secretaries and, their executive teams are being clear about that. On the broader point of evaluation, that is something that we want to lift up as, as an area for development in the Commonwealth Public Service, and that's not just about, I guess, evaluating our own programs, but you would expect that to flow to work that you were contracting out as well.
And does the Department of Finance have in place clauses in its consultancies that allow for termination for cause, for example, of breaches of confidentiality and for not fulfilling contracts?
Do you want to answer that? I would
Yes,
hope so.
Senator. I mean, the short answer is yes. I'll ask Ms Antone to provide some details.
Thank you, Senator. Rachel Antone, Acting First Assistant Secretary, Commercial Group as well. Absolutely, Senator. So particularly in relation to the whole of government coordinated arrangements, as we call them, or panels for the whole of government that finance runs, but certainly more broadly through our contracting suite. There are clauses that enable the entity responsible for a contract to cease a particular contract based on any breach of a term, but also more broadly, in the context of these panels, we have what we refer to as a head agreement or a head deed, which indeed also contains a provision that ensures that any breach of the types of obligations we're talking about allows finance to terminate their involvement in that panel altogether.
I must say I find it really astonishing that a large company like PwC makes such a serious breach of confidentiality and yet only has what the public have been offered is that they will do some training internally. I mean, that shocks me. That is such an inadequate response to such a transgression of trust.
Well, I think there's been a fair bit of reputational damage done to PwC, to be fair. And I think they are acutely aware of that. I've had some discussions with them and they've certainly made it clear to me the changes that they are putting in place, which does involve training.
Training about observing a breach of contract.
Yeah, well, to make sure that people
conflict
are fully,
of interest.
Yeah, which I think, yes, you wish that didn't have to happen, that people would understand that implicitly, but I think it's probably useful now that this has been identified as a problem that they are taking steps to reassure their, people they'd like to partner with that this wouldn't happen again.
So it's probably also just worth mentioning there that because PwC is on finance panels, we have written to PwC recently to seek assurances that appropriate actions have been implemented by PwC, by the organisation, to prevent future breaches of confidentiality. And it does come down to ensuring they have the right policies and procedures in place, and they've given us assurances around the maintenance and updating of their confidentiality arrangements. They've also given us some assurances around the training that they provide to all staff, and in particular staff that have security clearance need to undertake additional training with their which is really about ensuring those confidentiality obligations are maintained, and training for their partners as well as their staff, not just obviously the staff in the organisation. So we sought a range of assurances and have received correspondence from PwC, but we take it very seriously as they are a member of our panel. We've had discussions at very senior levels within the organisation, as well as, of course, the comments that the Minister just made about conversations that have been had.
It is really distressing, though, isn't it, that you have to be trained in basic ethics and treating material confidentially when you've been asked to. I mean, in a university ethical environment, you're just asked to act ethically. Training can't...
It is our expectation that those confidentiality requirements would be observed, yes.
Yeah. Did you consider removing them from the panel or having a year where they were excluded from contracting new work?
Well, that's not a matter for me, who goes on the panel on that, quite rightly.
The engagement that the services that were provided, that PwC had provided to the ATO, weren't through one of our panels. They were through a contractual arrangement with the ATO. So there's, so there wasn't sort of a sanction that could be applied under a panel that they weren't procured under. The contract under the Management Advisory Services panel, for instance, didn't provide the services to the ATO, which is why we did obviously want to sort of take some action in terms of seeking a range of assurances from them.
Despite examples of questionable behaviour, the ones I've just mentioned, AusTender data show almost 600 million in active contracts were awarded to PwC 2021-22 financial year across government. So you have no intention of moderating or decreasing that level of PwC contracts?
Senator, Finance doesn't issue these contracts under the panels or individual procurement arrangements of each entity. So every entity, every accountable authority and their staff needs to make decisions about the appointment of consultants or contracts that PwC or any other organisation enters into. PwC is still a firm that is on a number of panels, and agencies would take into account their past performance in making selections.
And they'd have to meet the requirements of the tender or the contract.
Yes, of course. What's the threshold then for terminating a government contract? If that didn't, cause them being significantly...
Well, I don't think there was an existing contract that related to that matter. It's my understanding, but again, we can test this tomorrow, but because that was a matter that had gone over a number of years. And it wasn't subject to a panel arrangement.
Coalition senators, am I okay to rotate the call before dinner, or how much more do you have?
I've got one last question.
One last question, you keep going.
The recent AEC data shows the Labor Party accepted over 121,000 in donations from PwC in 2021-22. Can you understand how the Australian public would view this as compromising PwC's ability to provide independent advice to government, and how can they be relied on to provide objective advice, given that on the one hand they're giving money to you? What confidence do we have?
What confidence is that those arrangements are disclosed fully as clear, so that donation is available and clear and transparent, and ministers do not have control over the awarding of contracts, nor should they. Like those panel arrangements are not matters that ministers determine. They are matters appropriately handled at the departmental level.
Thanks, Minister. Thanks, officers. Chair.
Senator Cadell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for
And
having me.
can I check if there's an appetite to finish this outcome before dinner?
No, we won't finish before dinner.
Well, I guess it depends how long you want to go for and if there's an appetite to delay dinner by half an hour in order to do so.
Don't think that'll work either.
Okay.
Not being particularly helpful today, Senator Colbeck.
I referred in here by DQ from yesterday, so if I'm in the wrong place, please feel free to refer me. Regarding the electric vehicle target and the purchase of Commonwealth fleet. Is that right? So, under the Powering Australia plan, the commitment was for 75% of new leases and purchases of the fleet in 2023 and forward. Can I ask how that's progressing and how many EVs are currently in the fleet, given supply chain concerns? I haven't been referred, so that's a good start.
We'll just get right the opposite of the table.
Senator, I might start and I'll ask my colleagues to assist. So in the October budget, $15.9 million was allocated over the forward estimates. And the Department of Finance has been developing a policy and working with other Commonwealth entities. I'll ask Ms Anton to provide some details about the arrangement.
Senator, thank you for your question. We are indeed tracking quite well on the target of meeting 75% of new leases and passenger vehicles by 2025.
Is it only passenger vehicles, not utes or anything like it's passenger vehicles?
Passenger vehicles, including SUVs, indeed. Okay. Obviously, there are categories of vehicles that sit outside this target insofar as they require some specialist needs being met, operational mainly. As you can imagine, these things take a little bit of time to ramp up. So year one tends to be a little slower, with everyone taking the time to assess their needs and how they will be met by the range of electric and partially electric vehicles on offer to the Australian market. So at the moment, we do have 305, I believe, low emissions vehicles on order. My understanding is they're all electric vehicles, but my colleague can just confirm that. And at this stage, we're assessing
the number of orders in the pipeline for the given year and ensuring that the great majority of those are indeed electric. And at this stage, we're tracking around the 50% mark. But as I say, slow to start off with and certainly will increase over the next few years.
And I understand that. The context I'll give you for the reason is this is solve the great whilst they are small. Josh, public servant in Canberra, has come to me. He lives in a multiple housing complex.
Sure.
He's consulted with Strata and can't get power for charges into his thing. So is there an audit as part of this process of Commonwealth buildings and Commonwealth offices to see the electrical infrastructure is there to charge these vehicles if the fleet goes there?
So, Senator, part of the policy is that with the funding that the government has provided over that period of time, entities that purchase an electric vehicle will also get funding to support them to put in charging stations in their office location. Ms Anto mentioned that we'd ordered a large number of vehicles, and part of the negotiations around those vehicles was to ensure that supply is additional to the market. And we're working with all Commonwealth agencies about that bulk order. So the way that the Commonwealth buys vehicles in general is through finance, through a service provider. So that service provider is sourcing electric vehicles, and then we are allocating those to agencies on an agreement sort of basis. And funding is supporting the electric vehicle, like the changeover from non-electric to electric, and also for charging stations in office accommodation as well.
Okay, no problems policy, happy with that. But I was at Port of Newcastle, specific example. We went to Ionic for zero emission vehicles. Then we found out a commercial building didn't have the electrical infrastructure to put the chargers in. We might have had the funding for it and the goodwill. Are we doing that sort of audit?
So I think that this intersects a couple of different pieces as well. So we also have responsibility for net zero 2030 in our property space, and Mr McClintock is going to talk to you about that element as well.
Yep. So we have responsibility for APS net zero, the commitment for net zero emissions by 2030. Just to be clear, that excludes the Defence Forces and also security agencies. So as part of that, we're working with entities and owners of tenancies around what is available across the Commonwealth space to ensure that going forward we have that capability increasingly. But there's commerciality elements to this that we need to work with those owners and those providers. Separate to that, we also have responsibility for whole of government property services arrangements. So we provide services to non-corporate Commonwealth entities who are lessees of a lot of these tenancies. So as part of that reporting framework that we have there, also looking to leverage those arrangements to work with the owners of these tenancies about having more of these facilities in place as we go forward.
Thanks. Some of these cars come with fuel cards, service cards now. Will they be looking at subsidising allowances, funds for people to charge at home where they can, or is this all going to be charge at work, or how's that going to, have we thought through that?
So this policy, I guess, relates to Commonwealth vehicles. So the expectation is that they'll be charged at work, but every agency is responsible for its own vehicles and its own selections and own decisions about how staff use those vehicles. But our expectation is that vehicles would be charged in charging stations that are developed in the next 12 to 18 months in office locations or in locations near office buildings. And they'll be managed by each of the entities that are taking the vehicles.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Let's conclude for the moment, come back to this outcome, and we will see you in 1 hour.
1 hour? No. So till 7:30?
Oh, well, we
till 8.
So it does. Can I just confirm that? Is that what you want? We're in your hands, Minister.
I don't mind. Well, I'm not coming back if we're not finishing half an hour early, if we're not finishing half an hour early, so well, it depends. It depends what you're going to trade on.
Can we get an undertaking to finish at 10:30 if we come back in 1 hour?
No. Okay.
No. Well, what's
the?
But you get the same amount of time tonight. I don't quite understand your logic.
It's about shortening your dinner break.
Shorten the dinner break in order to finish at 10:30.
We have less than a half hour spillover.
Okay, so
Look,
we'll see
you
you at
signed
8.
off on this program. This was not raised with me
Yeah.
as previously being an issue. Do you want a dinner break of an hour and a half and finish at 10:30? Or do you want 11?
It's up to the chair. No deputy chair. Can I just confirm though that when you come back, we can finish up some of those questions on the Housing Australia Future Fund?
Yeah, we're ready
So
to go.
I come too? Thank you.
Yeah.
Great.
Okay, I'm in the hands of the committee. What do you wish?
I didn't pick up it was an hour and a half break, to be honest.
To be honest, I haven't either. But I don't want to change plans on people.
Happy to keep going the way it is.
All the committees are
I'm happy for an hour break, as long as we finish half an hour earlier.
You love a deal.
You know, yeah. Well,
it seems
well,
reasonable.
I'm not coming back to give you an extra half an hour.
Horse trading going on here.
What would you like to do?
It won't happen again.
Well, it's been a history of this committee that it'd be done that way.
Well, my expectation was we had an hour for dinner, but it wasn't that we were finishing at 10:30. I mean,
But it's the same outcome. You get the same contact time.
My
Exactly the
understanding
same.
is, Deputy Chair, that this committee's had a history of taking an hour and a half dinner break, which is why it was
It has
inserted
actually. FMPA have
inserted
always
into
had a
this
long
program.
for some reason.
Well, we'll see.
Anyway, all right.
What, I'm in the hands of the committee. Are we back in an hour or an hour and a half?
what do you want for
An hour.
An hour.
An hour? We
Okay,
will
I'll be back
have
at
an-
7:30 and we'll finish at 10:30.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
We now continue the examination of outcome 2 for the Department of Finance, and I'll give the call to the Senator Hume.
I just want to start by asking some questions about quarantine facilities.
Can you tell me about the government's long-term plans for the Centres of National Resilience? The one in Melbourne, there's one in Brisbane, there's one in Perth, and obviously the Commonwealth Government is in charge now of providing funding for these facilities. That's the case, isn't it?
Sorry?
Funding for the quarantine facilities.
Yep.
Commonwealth, yes.
Yep.
There's a measure in the 2022-23 budget, which is titled Purpose-Built Quarantine Facilities Maintenance, which stated that the government would provide funding for an additional 4 years to finance and defence for ongoing maintenance of the facilities in Victoria and also the ones in Queensland. But the figures weren't for publication due to ongoing commercial negotiations. So is the government in negotiations with the WA government over similar funding arrangements for the Perth facility?
Senator, the three facilities are moving forward in a consistent but slightly different way, so I might just go through each of them, if that helps. So the Centre for National Resilience in Melbourne, that's been operated by the Victorian Government and still being operated by the Victorian Government. We expect that soon that centre will be handed back to the Commonwealth. So after CQV in Victoria finished with its quarantine sort of work around October last year, they continued to maintain and operate the centre, and they opened it for people who needed accommodation after the flood events of late last year. And so about 180 sort of people were staying in the centre at its peak. And people have been staying in the centre this year. The Victorian Government expect that that may have ended now, but it was imminently going to end, that people would be continuing to stay there, and it would be handed back to the Commonwealth, which was under the original MOU that was entered into. So it was to be used for the period of the COVID period and then handed back to the Commonwealth. For the Victorian Centre, Finance will look to enter into arrangements for a basic care and maintenance program to have the centre available to be stood up if it's needed again, and to do the security at the centre, to do all of the things that you need to do to have the centre able to be used if the need arises in future. We continue to look at future opportunities for it, but those opportunities need to take into account that it might need to be stood up for a quarantine purpose in future or for other emergency management use. So
it's going to be dormant though in the meantime?
It'll be dormant in the meantime until it's needed.
So I think that it would have been handed back to Victoria, by Victoria to the Commonwealth at the end of last year, had the floods not occurred and had the Victorian government not wanted to use it. In Brisbane, the centre is sort of well located at the Damascus Barracks, and where there is an existing defence facility. We're working through arrangements with the Department of Defence under an agreement with them for them to maintain, to do that basic care and maintenance part for the facility. Our expectation is, and Defence's expectation is, that they will use it for personnel and from time to time on a temporary use basis, so that the centre will be used as much as required and needed by the Defence Force, but then available at short notice should it be needed for emergency sort of purposes in future. So, so that's the arrangement there. In Western Australia, so that's currently being sort of maintained and operated by the West Australian Government. That agreement with the Commonwealth, the licensing agreement we entered into with the WA Government doesn't expire until September this year. So at that time, that will come back to the Commonwealth like the Victorian Centre. Due to the location of that centre in Bullsbrook and its locality with the Pearce Air Base, not too far from the Pearce Air Base, we expect that there'll be potential for discussions with Defence about it using it intermittently as well, and other users. And so we'll do some more work and provide further advice to government closer to the time that lease expires.
Okay, so beyond the funding for 4 years that's been provided for the Brisbane and Melbourne facilities, and we now know that also the Perth one from September as well. Is there a plan to just continue that funding indefinitely?
So the centre, the original budget for the centres was just about construction, and we always had an expectation of coming back for the ongoing care and maintenance. It'll be a part of the finance estate, and we'll look at options sort of over the period of this forward estimates period about how that looks in terms of what supplementation finance might need for its ongoing care and maintenance. We'll also be involved in discussions about ongoing national sort of quarantine usage and need across the country in that 4-year period, and there'll be assessments made, I think, and advice provided to government about the ongoing use of it, and so that'll have a budgetary implication at some point.
So when they are used for something like, say, the Melbourne one was used for the Victorian floods victims, is there funding implications for the Commonwealth on that? Does the care and maintenance factor go up? Do we have a management role to play there? How does that work?
So we haven't been paying for the care and maintenance in Victoria that the Victorian Government has. And when the Victorian Government, they asked us under the licence agreement whether they were able to use it for that additional purpose, and of course we agreed. And they funded all of the activities on the site, so the Department of Finance didn't provide any extra funding or any funding to Victoria. So our only sort of funding commitment to date in Victoria has been for the construction of the centres, and when the licence agreement ends, that's when we will have to have contractual arrangements in place for the care and maintenance of it.
Right. So who owns the land that the facilities are built on? Is that the Commonwealth or the states?
It's all on Commonwealth land. So the Department of Finance has the underlying tenure in Mickleham in Victoria. That was a block of land that we used for the post-entry quarantine centre, which is the animal quarantine, and we divided that block and used a portion of it. In Queensland, the site is owned by Defence, and we have an MOU agreement with Defence for the exclusive use of it for the purpose of the quarantine centre, and the same for the site in Western Australia. At Bullsbrook, that is also Defence land, and we have an agreement for exclusive use of it.
And do we have a value? Is there a value attached to the land that's publicly available?
There would be valuations of the assets which are included in the Department of Finance books. I just have to
We'd have to take that on notice.
Might just take on notice.
Okay, thank you. And was the department aware that there were some reports that a suspected drug lab was uncovered at the Melbourne facility?
I've read it in the paper.
Yeah.
So the centre was being managed by the Victorian government. I understand that the Victorian government officials who worked for CQV at the time called the police about some suspected activity, and the police were called and addressed the matter.
Did they notify you officially?
I don't believe that we needed or got an official
Should they
notification.
have notified you officially? You're the landlord.
Well, I'm not sure that the report in the media is completely accurate, but that's a matter for the Victorians and the police.
Still, as the landlord, as the landholder, is there not a sort of process by which the Commonwealth government should be notified of nefarious or illegal behaviour, potential or otherwise, that's being suspected or otherwise in our own facilities?
Well, I think as the matter is being investigated by the Victorian Police, I probably wouldn't comment much further other than to say I know that the CQV officers involved identified an issue and they contacted the Victorian Police.
Was the minister? I should just ask you directly. Were you briefed on the incident?
I became aware through media reports, I believe.
Right. And did you ask for a briefing when you saw those
Yeah, well,
media
I asked
reports?
for further information. I received it,
Yep.
but because it's subject to ongoing matter before the court, I don't think there's anything more I can contribute.
Okay, so there's nothing written that you could provide the committee on the briefing that you got?
No.
No.
Not that I can provide the committee.
There was nothing.
I was briefed via the Department of Finance.
But the Victorian government didn't brief the Department of Finance? Or the Victorian Police?
That's correct, Senator. They didn't. The Victorian government have completely controlled and operated the site under the licence agreement with the Commonwealth.
Okay. I find that extraordinary. But
I just find it amazing that they wouldn't let you know.
Particularly
Some
if it's
communication that there's an event going on, you have to read it in the press and then call them and ask.
Oh, Senator, I might. I'll see if there was anything provided to an officer. I was actually on leave at the time, so I'll just check with my officers
All right.
to see if there was any sort of contact.
you are entitled to a holiday, occasionally, just not too many. I just want to wind back to some earlier testimony on the Housing Australia Future Fund. And I'm still scratching my head, and was over the dinner break, as to why indicative costings from the PBO are used in the official budget documents, whether that's common, whether they're used elsewhere for other policies, and whether there's any precedent there.
So, Senator, I think, so we were discussing both the Housing Australia Future Fund and also the National Reconstruction Fund. So I think it might be useful just for me to be clear about the budget treatment of both of those. So let's start with the National Reconstruction Fund. So the $15 billion, which is allocated to the National Reconstruction Fund, has been fully factored in to the balance sheet through an increase in government liabilities. So if you look at the government liabilities line, that's where you would see the $15 billion investment in the National Reconstruction Fund. That flows through, of course, through to gross debt, and that's taken into account when Treasury determine what the financing task is, which then flows through to things like the debt interest costs. So that's fully factored in terms of what the cost, the cost to the government, the cost to the balance sheet is of the National Reconstruction Fund. What's clear...
So that's the full 15 from day one?
No, not on day one, distributed over the 7 years, as it says on page 153 of Budget Paper 2. The $15 billion is invested over 7 years from 23-4, and so that total investment is distributed over those 7 years.
So is it the 5 billion up front and then the 10 billion later
No.
on? Does it come in sort of uneven chunks?
No, so this is this was a costing that was done in the budget process, so before the details of the legislation were finalised. And so for the purpose of the costing in the budget papers, the $15 billion is distributed over the 7 years. I don't have the profile on a year-by-year basis. You might be able to talk to Treasury about what that is, because I think at the end of the day that's what they have to factor in when they're trying to work out what the what implications this has for the financing task.
Right.
So that's fully factored in.
Can I just double check then? So Senator McDonald asked industry, I think it was, at the last estimates. She said, just to confirm again, the $15 billion is not contained in budget estimates. And Mr. Lucchetti, who she was asking, said, I'll have to take it on notice. My colleagues in the Department of Finance, the way it's represented in the budget papers, I think it's in budget paper 1. Actually, I don't have that in front of me, so I'll have to take it on notice. So the answer to Mr. Lucchetti is...
It is in.
It is?
It is absolutely
in budget
factored into
paper
the budget.
1 on page 153.
Budget paper 2.
Sorry, paper 2,
budget
sorry,
paper 2,
on
so
budget paper,
the measure,
paper,
which
yep.
is, outlines the establishment of that fund.
Yep. Okay.
Okay. In that measure description, you can see that there is an allocation of $50 million over 2 years to both the Department of Industry and the Department of Finance for the costs of establishing the fund. So that's reflected in the measure description. And the receipts from the fund, in other words, the returns from the investments that the fund makes, those are presented as stars. Those are not detailed in the budget, because the actual returns from the investments are going to be a function of the details of the establishment of the fund, including the sorts of assets that the fund is allowed to invest in, the sorts of industries, and wrapped up together, as we talked about earlier, what the investment mandate would be. So that's the budget treatment of the National Reconstruction Fund.
Right.
Is that okay?
Yep.
The Housing Australia Future Fund is different. So the Housing Australia Future Fund is a commitment whereby the government has invested $10 billion, taken $10 billion and provided that to the Future Fund. Borrowed $10 billion and provided that to the Future Fund, who then invest that money. That money is invested by the Future Fund. It has been invested in order to generate the return that the government, on average, wishes to get from that investment, in order to support the disbursements from the housing, the housing disbursements through Housing Australia and the grants which are associated with that policy.
And we assume that that's some sort of bond rate plus or CPI plus or whatever it might be, but something that obviously
is sufficient
returns more than the cost of borrowing.
Exactly. So the way in which the Housing Australia Future Fund is treated in the budget papers, there's a $10 billion upfront liability. In other words, an issuance which requires the issuance of government securities. There's a $10 billion asset which is created because that asset sits on the Future Fund's balance sheet. And then the returns have been factored into the budget throughout, I think starting from 23-4, which is when the first return is expected to be provided, in order to generate the $500 million a year that can be dispersed from the fund. So in the case of the Housing Australia Future Fund, because they're using the Future Fund to generate the income from that investment, all of that is factored into the budget papers.
So can I just be clear on this? The PBO costing had for the Housing Australia Future Fund had $3.3 billion over 3 years going into it, but the EM of the legislation says the government will credit the $10 billion as soon as practicable after establishment. That's right. And the $10 billion is what's been used in the budget, is that correct?
That's
not
correct.
$3.3 billion over 3 years?
No, $10 billion up front.
But the indicative returns are based on the PBO costings?
So in all of the measures that were considered through last budget, the Department of Finance Finance provided advice on what the costs and what the appropriate budget treatment was of all of the measures. So frankly, I actually haven't looked at the PBO costing and how that was presented in this particular case.
You don't use PBO costings in budgets, do you?
No, we don't. We use finance.
So that was wrong.
We use them in
that
our
was just
election
wrong.
commitments.
Yes, but that was.
And then they were
that was earlier
updated.
testimony. I'm just clarifying. The earlier testimony, that was PBO costings was
I
wrong.
think the earlier testimony that I think Mr Jaggers gave, which he apologises, we're correcting the record now, was in relation to whether there were returns associated with the National Reconstruction Fund. So we were moving between the two funds. So I think it was in relation to the National Reconstruction Fund where the PBO, of course, did make an assumption about what the revenue that would be raised from that fund would be, and that was factored into the PBO costing of the full cost, including the receipts that would be received by the National Reconstruction Fund.
When do receipts begin?
For the National Reconstruction Fund?
No, for the Housing Australia Fund.
So for the Housing Australia Future Fund, the assumption is that there was a return of up to $500 million a year from 23-24.
Up to $500 million a year.
Yeah.
From 23-24. So how do you budget for up to 500?
So,
don't you have to have a number?
In terms of the costing, so I think Mr Williamson might be able to help, but I think in terms of the costing, it has been costed in order to deliver a return of $500 million a year. That's the assumption. Once, again, the legislation passes and the investment mandate is set, then as with all measures, we would see whether there's any adjustment that needs to be made in the budget once there's a particular investment mandate has been set for the Housing Australia Future.
Okay, and that's reflected in the budget?
Yep.
Okay. So...
Sorry, can I just check with Mr Williamson? That's correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah.
Can you just show me where?
So in two places. So in budget paper 2 on page 191 is the measure for safer and more affordable housing.
Yes, yes.
There are 2 lines there, the Department of the Treasury and receipts to finance. So the first line, Department of the Treasury, that incorporates the transfer of the $500 million on an annual basis because Housing Australia sits in the Treasury portfolio. It'll go out through the states and territories. The receipts, the related receipts, refer to the dividends and the interest that the Future Fund is able to generate through their investments. It does not include capital gains, though. It's just dividends and investments.
So, sorry, can you just because I haven't got the budget paper in front of me, which is very frustrating. I'm sorry, forgive me. Can you just read out what those receipt estimates are?
Yeah, so this is on page 191 of budget paper 2. Related receipts, Department of Finance, 22-23, 216.8 million, 23-24, 440.3 million, 24-25, 386.2 million, 25-26, 385.1
million. Okay. So, and just forgive me, explain to me again exactly how those receipts have been calculated. They are an estimate of the return that the Future Fund is going to make.
Yeah, so it's based on a CPI plus 2 to 3%.
CPI plus 2 to 3%. And this is despite the fact that we have no investment mandate yet.
So the reason for using... So we needed to obviously have an assumption to be able to put this into the papers. CPI plus 2 to 3% aligns with some of the other funds that the Future Fund is responsible for oversighting. So, for example, the Future Drought Fund, the Emergency Response Fund, both have CPI plus 2 to 3% over the long term.
Right.
So that was the assumption that was made for the budget papers. And as the Secretary said, pending the passage of the legislation, the ministers will then determine the investment mandate, which sets out the risk and return parameters that the Future Fund need to invest within. But along the way, we've been consulting with the Future Fund, so they are aware of these assumptions. And then the other part to this equation is in budget paper number 1 in statement 10, table 10.2 on page 323. That outlines the Australian Government General Government Sector balance sheet. So in investments, loans and placements is where the $10 billion that the Secretary referred to before would come in
as an asset, and then under the liabilities is where the borrowing would take place in government securities.
Can I just confirm that that return, that CPI plus figure, uses consistent inflation forecasts with the rest of the budget?
I would assume yes, but I'll take it on notice to confirm, sorry.
Yeah, okay. Can I also then just understand that even though, and we've corrected earlier testimony, and that's absolutely fine, everybody makes mistakes, that there aren't any election costings then that are included in the budget?
So all of the costings that were included in the budget were costed by finance.
Right.
And some of them are the same as the PBO costings. In fact, most of them are the same, I think, but some differed.
With different assumptions and, assessments. It wasn't just in relation to this. It would have been in a number of other areas.
Okay. So just earlier today, Senator Smith was asking some questions around the 3.6 million figure, sorry, 3.6 billion saving, and that was an election costing, not a finance costing. Is that correct?
Finance costed everything, and that is the cost of that election commitment. It was pretty clear. We said we would reduce spending across the APS by $3.6 billion in a range of areas, and then finance costed that at 3.6 because the commitment, it wasn't dependent on any changing assumptions or other assessments.
So Senator Smith said, given that you don't have a reliable data set for 23, 24, 24, 25 and 25, 26, how did finance come to the $809.2 million figure, the $975.8 million figure, and the $1.142.5 million figure? And your answer, Senator, was they are in our costings document. Senator Smith said sorry, and you repeated were in our costings document.
Yeah, and that didn't change to the assessment that finance did of them.
Why didn't you just say they were finance costings?
Well, I don't think we were talking about costings. At that point, we were talking about how we'd made, how we'd phased the spending reduction, when we explained how we did that, we did it in the costings document. That has been reflected in the budget, but it did, of course, go through finance. Everything went through finance.
Okay.
In that case, finance was responsible for the distribution of that save across departments in the 22-23 year, with the subsequent amounts to be determined in the next budget.
Okay. Minister, can I just confirm that the reason why you have been so cagey about talking about the investment mandate for the Housing Australia Future Fund and the return hurdle, which we know has to be higher than the rate at which you can borrow, is because you're still in negotiations as to where this fund is going to sit and how it's going to operate, even though it's running through the House of Representatives right now as we speak?
No.
You're not negotiating with the Greens?
No. Well, we will negotiate through the Senate. We'll have to, because you've dealt yourself out of it.
To fundamentally change the nature of the fund?
No.
That's presented in the budget papers?
No. But I don't know why you're asking so many questions about something that you've said you don't want anything to do with. You've dealt yourself out of the discussion of shaping the National
Reconstruction Fund, which is... Just concern for the taxpayer.
Well, concern for the taxpayer should be also about concern for manufacturing jobs, concern for support for new and emerging industries where we want to make things in Australia. I mean, you should have a similar concern.
$10 billion
It's identified as a big gap.
Another $15 billion
off-balance sheet fund. It's part of the challenge we have across the economy is the supply side constraints. So this is about making sensible investments to deal with some of the challenges that we see in our economy, and you're against it. So the reason I haven't answered on some of the detail is because I'm being entirely upfront with you that the investment mandate hasn't been determined yet, and it is appropriate that the legislation pass the Parliament, hopefully with the help of the crossbench, now that you guys have said no to it, and then we will be making all of those other decisions post the passage of the bill. But the government's election policy and our commitment has been delivered in this budget.
Thank you, Senator. I do believe it, and I think I speak on behalf of everybody in the coalition, that it is entirely unreasonable to expect a political party that claims to represent the Australian taxpayer to agree to a fund without actually knowing what its investment mandate is and what the return hurdle will be from borrowed money. When you
set up all your investment vehicles, I would be surprised if you had signed off your investment mandate before establishing them.
Can I confirm that you will negotiate that mandate?
So the Northern Australia Infrastructure Facility, the Australian Business Growth Fund, the Regional Investment Corporation, the Australian Infrastructure Financing Facility, all of those would have had a process to go through before you landed the investment mandate. I would suggest it's the normal way of establishing these funds.
Can you confirm that you will negotiate on that mandate?
It's not subject to the legislation. Well, we will negotiate on the legislation. The investment mandate will be set out in the legislation as to, priority areas, things like that. You'll have some of the detail, but then the investment mandate will be a matter for the shareholder ministers in their instructions to the board.
Okay, thanks, Chair.
Who else would like the call? Okay, we're happy to move on now to the Digital Transformation Agency.
Up, but weren't expecting to come till the tea break at 9:15, so we should make sure ASC and A&I. Do you get off? No. Well, no. Thanks. Move some mountains elsewhere. No, I won't stir you on that. I can't help myself. It's not professional on me. I apologise, but I just can't. It's at this time of the night that I kind of.
It's really bad.
Andrew moved mountain jaggers.
Yes, I'm sorry about that.
No. Oh, who cares? No, it's all good. It's all tidied up.
The investment mandate.
Is it
Andrew?
Now that I've said that.
The investment mandate for the NRF. Is that a disallowable instrument?
God, I hope not. You'd never get it through the
I'll just double check.
I will suspend, with your indulgence, until the officials are here so that we're not on air.
We'll just...
Chief Executive Officer and other officials from the Digital Transformation Agency. Hello and welcome. Mr Fechner, do you wish to make an opening statement?
No, thank you, Chair.
Over to questions. Senator Hume.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Welcome, Mr Fechner and team. I wanted to start by asking you how the transition's gone, because obviously DTA used to be part of PMNC and you're now in the bowels of the finance department, for want of a better expression. That actually didn't come out right, but you know what I mean. Has the transition been a significant one, or has the team moved over in a reasonably seamless way?
As we moved into the portfolio of the finance department, we had moved in our entirety, so all of our functions stayed the same. So the actual transition was not particularly difficult. We had already strong relationships with the Department of Finance around the investment oversight frameworks, and we also had a strong link into that area with the transition of the data people also moving from PMNC into the Department of Finance. The linkages in our current oversight framework around investment management give us a very strong position when information is coming forward about prioritisation. So it's been really quite a seamless transition from our point of view.
Was there a physical move as well?
No, Senator.
Can I ask how many staff just in FTE are employed at DTA now, and how that compared to 21, 22?
So the numbers we have on record, I'll hand across to the Chief Operating Officer to just give you those details.
Thank you.
Thanks, Senator. So George Philip DeVet, Chief Operating Officer. So our average staffing levels as at the 30th of June 2022 were 217.55, and as at the end of last month, it's 218.67.
Wow, nearly landed it, almost exactly. 3/4 of a person. Can I ask the value of contracts that have been tendered by the DTA in 2022-23 compared to 21-22 year?
So just bear with me, please, Senator.
Mm-hmm.
So I just need to make I'll provide you two values. They're going to be contracts that were active in a year. That means it accounts for those that had a flow on over into 21-22 as well as those executed in 21-22. So the total value of all contracts within the DTA for 21-22, excluding whole of government agreements, was 195.31 million. That's the total value active in 21-22. And the total value of contracts entered into during that financial year were 80.12 million.
Okay. And agency resourcing of the DTA over the budget and the forward estimates versus the 21-22 budget?
I can tell you, Senator, that this year we have 76.2 million, reducing to around 58 million next year. And our end of financial year position last year. Sorry, the team have set up a really good brief. It's just up to me to navigate.
Oh no, that's all right. It's probably my questions are all over the place. You're doing very well.
So I have the current year and the forwards. One of the team will send me a message with what our landing position was as reported in the annual report last year, but it's 76.2 in 22-23, 58.4 in 23-24, and 47.9 in 24-25. And as soon as I have the answer for 21-22, I'll provide it.
Okay, thank you very much. How many meetings has Mr. Fechner have you had with the Minister?
So
A lot.
The Minister and I have regular meetings that are set up and have been set up since the change in government.
Yep.
Plus we have other meetings as per requirement.
Just the official ones?
They're all official.
Yes, we're sorry.
Yeah.
How many?
So there would have been, and I'll take on notice the exact count, but it is at least half a dozen, probably more, and also with the Minister's office on a very frequent basis, weekly.
Right, excellent. You anticipated my next question. And how many meetings have you had with the Minister for Government Services or his office?
None.
Okay.
Sorry if I just make a quick clarification.
Yes.
He has been involved in meetings such as the Data and Digital Ministers meetings that I've been in attendance at, and I have seen him present twice at official functions.
Right.
And there was some shared work across portfolios, not necessarily with the Minister, although I worked with the Minister for Government Services on the MyGov review.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, that
which
actually
was funded by the DTA, but led by Services Australia.
Oh, actually, so it leads on to my next question, which was the role of the DTA in the government's digital identity scheme.
Yes.
So the DTA leads the policy and legislation components of it, and we also do coordination, and we're a participant in the interim oversight authority.
And what's the role of the Minister for Finance in that now too?
I'm in charge of the Digital ID project.
Right, okay.
I've got responsibility for data and digital across government.
Right.
There's other ministers with particular responsibilities for parts of that.
Yes.
So there's a number of us that are involved, but I've got overarching responsibility and lead cabinet processes and things like that.
So what's the role of the Minister for Government Services regarding digital identity then? And I probably won't ask Mr.
Well, he's one of the stakeholder ministers for
Right.
sure. I've got the lead of that project, but obviously with MyGov and MyGov ID and those kinds of programs, he's going to be involved in it.
Yep.
Yep.
So the DTA's website currently states the former government's 2021 digital government strategy is under review, and that the DTA will publish further information, including details on upcoming consultation shortly. So perhaps you could provide us an update.
Is that on the digital ID?
No.
Let us know whether that
that
consultation
strategy,
has
yeah,
occurred.
yeah.
So the strategy is under review simply because it was tied to the previous government, and it was an appropriate thing to go through. The Minister has given us authority to undertake a review to look at those particular things.
Yep.
We are also working with the Department of Finance in collaboration to look at the opportunities for combining data and digital, which previously were two separate strategies, and we're looking at those. So as it stands right now, we're doing an analysis of the previous strategies, both and also including those aspects of the digital economy strategy and the emerging cybersecurity strategies to make sure that the government's components of those are aligned. So we've had a number of workshops where we have been seeking input from agencies. We've been looking at the opportunities for developing the strategy, and then we're working with the Minister on how we progress that strategy.
Okay, and is there a timeline associated with that? Will there be something for budget that is a little bit more explicit about what the DTA are up to, as what the digital government strategy is? So
I just confirm that the Department of Finance and the DTA are co-leading this particular one because we're bringing together the two areas. It's our expectation that there'll be some presentation of the opportunities for the digital government strategy at budget, but not seeking to achieve any funding components, significant funding components first at the budget, but certainly that would be the case going forward into later periods.
We would hope to do it this year, though.
Yeah. Fair enough. Can you? I'm sorry, maybe I misheard you. You can make it up. Did you say the Australian data strategy is also under review? Because that falls under you too.
Well, we're doing a data and digital strategy.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so that is under review. If it's going into...
Well, we're refreshing.
The review.
We're refreshing into a data and digital because increasingly digital and data are linked, and there's no point having a data strategy and a digital strategy that don't talk to each other.
Do you have an opinion, Minister, on the existing Australian data strategy?
On the one that was your government? Yeah, well, I guess one of the questions I asked when I first had the opportunity was, would we be one of the top 3 digital governments in the world by 2025?
And that was our vision too.
Yeah.
Yes.
And I think we've got a lot of work to do to get there, is my assessment. So I wanted to, review or refresh the strategy with that in mind. Like, we've got a lot of work to do if we are going to be one of the top 3 governments by 2025. I'm not saying we aren't going to be, but I think there's going to need to be a lot of investment and a lot of moving on things like digital ID in order to achieve that.
There's a data and digital ministers meeting that's held regularly. Is the DTA present at that?
Yes.
Yes. When was the last one of those?
It was in late last year. Is it December?
With the...
it was in Canberra. I can't remember the exact date. There's another one. Was it November or December?
It was late November, I think. We'll take it on notice.
That's fine.
And
do you know when the next one is?
Yes, it's on the 24th of February in Melbourne.
That's very accurate. Thank you. Wasn't expecting...
Well, it's just coming up, so I've been dealing with some of the agenda.
The MyGov user audit recommended machinery of government changes that would better implement the government's digital policies. What's the view of the DTA on that recommendation, and how's that work progressing?
So machinery of government changes are not a function of the DTA. That's a matter for government.
Do you respond though, or at least provide advice to the Minister on those sorts of recommendations on something like MyGov, which would be like a MyGov audit, which would be...
So the DTA's role is to provide advice on all digital and ICT investments, the performance of those investments and opportunities to increase the value of the outcomes that are achieved through digital.
Has the DTA provided submissions to the Minister for programs and resourcing measures for the upcoming budget?
So they've, as the sort of chief digital advisor to the government, the DTA has provided the digital investment overview, which is a document that is used in consideration of IT digital projects coming through the budget process.
Yeah. I know you just said before a lot of investment's going to be needed.
Yeah, well, particularly as a lot of investment is dropping off. So there's a lot of terminating programs like MyGov, for example, was funded for $100 million a year for 2 years. That finishes in June this year. The Digital ID program drops off without ongoing funding. There's a number of other IT projects that, modernising business registers, which were poorly scoped and is going to cost a lot more money. So there's a significant amount of investment that's going to have to be made to continue digitising government services.
I can see we've just been talking about a $15 billion fund and another $10 billion fund. I think my perspective of what significant or a lot of investment means is sort of kind of skewed. In your mind, what does a lot of investment look like?
Well, I don't know if it's particularly useful speculating, but it's, if we look at just continuing MyGov, that's $100 million a year. Digital IDs will need ongoing resourcing. The modernising business register has had like a 5-fold increase in costs from 200 million to over $1 billion. So, it's substantial.
Okay, but that's...
And they're just the programs that you started that didn't have ongoing funding for. So, let alone doing some of the uplift that's going to be required in cyber. The cyber hubs weren't given ongoing funding either. So that's another one we're working through. And then there's, other emerging priorities for government as well. And, the reality is we're going to have to digitise the government. We're going to have to use big data to help inform programs. We get that. But there's a journey that's going to require a significant amount of resourcing. From the Finance Minister's point of view, I want to make sure that those investments are properly costed and that they're phased in a way that maximises efficiencies and return to government, and that we have a very clear roadmap of how we're going to achieve the progress in digital service delivery that we need. And, lots riding on it. The states and territories are expecting quite a bit from the Commonwealth in this regard, and they want to be able to leverage their programs off the work that we're doing. So it's going to be a much bigger part of the job of the Finance Minister, I think, this policy area.
So, Minister, I hear what you're saying, and the obligations that are going to be placed upon you in this space are going to be significant, I think was the word you used. So will ongoing funding for those programs be mentioned in the May budget?
Well, we're currently working through all of that now. So
that was the criticism that was levelled at
I'm not going to... Well,
so I'm just
it's
wondering
the problem.
whether there'll be ongoing budget, ongoing funding in your budget. It's
not a great way to budget, can I say, when you just have programs that then just fall off a fiscal cliff. That's the point I'm making.
So there'll be ongoing funding in your budget.
Now we are dealing with it and have to make some decisions around it, but I'm not going to preempt the decisions of the ERC. I'm telling you the issues that are presenting before us in this space, where we have a number of programs that are going to stop or reduce in their capability, and I've got to deal with that, as well as new areas like cyber, which certainly needs a focus as well, where we're going to have to find resources for it.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you, Chair.
Senator Shoebridge.
Well, thanks, Minister. Thanks to the agency for being here. It's that fun part of the evening, isn't it? 8:20. Could I ask about MyGov ID? What's the cost to the Commonwealth of MyGov ID on an annual basis?
It's $624 million over its lifetime. So the cost of MyGov over its lifetime is... MyGov ID, over its lifetime is $624 million.
What's its lifetime?
So it's been first initiated in, I think the number is 2018, 19. So I'll just go for that, sorry.
And it's due to terminate in...
So, Senator, just to build on Mr Fechner's answer, so to date $624.2 million has been committed to that program.
when you say committed, has that been spent to date or?
MyGov ID has another year of funding beyond this budget year, so it finishes at 23-24.
So by the end of 23-24, it's budgeted to have cost $624 million in total?
That's correct.
And is it on budget?
The expenditure plan for MyGov ID is on budget. Yes.
Do you know how many Australians have used MyGov ID?
There's more than 10 million Australians have created a reusable digital ID to securely access over 125 government services online. It also supports over 1.4 million business transactions, or businesses rely on it to allow authorised reps to act on their behalf.
Has there been a review of its efficacy, particularly in regards to individuals? They may have registered, but how often are they actually using it?
Forced to.
The MyGov audit actually did do some investigations around the MyGov ID and made recommendations around its take-up and use. So it has also been assessed a number of times about the economic input of a secure digital ID. And in fact, it was recently announced today through an external source that it's expected to have a $3.1 billion impact on fraud reduction if implemented effectively. We have a number of highly verified accounts in there, so around about 3 million that actually use a very strongly authenticated using biometrics view of those things, and a number of our most significant services, such as allocation of tax file numbers, are available through that high degree of authentication. So it's being used to great effect for a number of services. You can log on to MyGov through there. You can log on through the tax departments and a number of other places.
All right. Has anyone done a review of its usability for ordinary members of the public? Because I know I've had multiple people raise concerns about it being obtuse, hard to use, hard to work out how it links with other government services. There are very significant, well, from the input that's come to my office, very significant barriers to many Australians, many adult Australians using it. Have you done a review of its usability?
So there is currently work underway between the partners involved, Services Australia, the Australian Tax Office and the DTA, about uplifting the usability of MyGov and MyGov ID in combination. We have actually also done a number of pieces of work with different audiences to look at opportunities for improving those processes.
And have you, one of the other concerns that's been raised with my office is people find MyGov ID and MyGov extremely confusing.
Mm-hmm.
They don't know, they log on to MyGov ID thinking it's MyGov, get lost in some endless doom loop and then give up.
I don't know that it's that bleak, but we have had feedback.
I am summarising.
Yeah. We have had feedback that the name MyGov ID and MyGov is confusing.
Yeah. Well, is there an intent? Well, it is confusing, I think, on any obvious sort of, anybody looking at them would say they're highly confusing, having two distinct services with almost identical names. Is the government looking to resolve that? YourGov?
Sorry?
One of them could be called YourGov. The less friendly one could be called YourGov.
Yeah, look, I think it will be responding to the MyGov review, and this will be one of the issues that is looked through and as part of that.
One of the other options would be just having a single point of entry. Rather confusingly, 2 points of entry with very similar names, which take you to totally different places. That would be one option.
Just as a clarification, Senator, the MyGov has an account log-on structure that it can use, so you can actually log on with an account that you set up directly with MyGov as an opportunity for people who want to have a higher degree of authentication and a verified identity to use with MyGov. They can use MyGov ID.
Ms. Vetcher, you're now giving me distant memories of the horrible process that I personally went through in going through the registry, so we'll move on. Can I ask, What's the involvement that your agency has had and will have in relation to a potential national digital identity scheme? Is that going to be...
So we just covered this before, the DTA.
I heard some of that, but is it going to be led by the DTA?
Well, you're...
So the DTA has responsibility for the policy and legislative leads.
Yep.
The ATO has responsibility for the MyGov ID aspect, and Services Australia has responsibility for the connections of services and to it. And we share responsibility with Services Australia on the Interim Oversight Authority.
Okay.
There's a number of people.
Is it the intent that the National Digital Identity Scheme would supersede the MyGov ID, or are there going to be parallel platforms operating?
So the Australian Government Digital Identity System is the broad system that the Commonwealth uses that has the three players that I previously mentioned doing the work. There is external components to it as well. So, for instance, third parties can accredit under what is the Trusted Digital Identity Framework, and that process is available to all, but as it stands right now, the only participants that are available to work in the Australian Government Digital Identity System are state and territory governments and the Commonwealth Government.
All right, but my question was, is it intended that the MyGov ID will be merged into a single national digital identity scheme, or are you intending to have two parallel ID platforms?
So within the Australian Government there is only one. MyGov ID is part of the Australian Government Digital Identity System, but it has always been intended that the digital identity would be a federated function, which does allow for more than one participant to provide digital identity services.
Are you saying private participants, or are you talking
private
about
and public?
State and territory governments as well as the Commonwealth government?
State and territory as well.
Is it the government's intention at the moment to allow private players to operate?
We
in
haven't
this space?
taken all of the decisions around that. We've got to progress some of this work at the Digital Ministers meeting at the end of February, and we've got to work through some of the legislation that's required. That's really the next step for the Commonwealth. So in the design of the legislation, I think some of that will become clear. I think we need to get, in terms of priorities for me, it's making sure that we get this right, acknowledging that there is some interest from the private sector about being able to use a national digital identity scheme.
Is one of the goals of your agency, or perhaps the government, to implement that part of the expert panel recommendations, the one that audited MyGov, to implement it so that there is, if we get a national digital identity scheme, that will minimise government and private sector organisations from separately storing copies of credentials?
That is the goal, yeah.
The government has left open the possibility that there would be a private provider which would potentially have a very significant number of Australians' credentials stored as part of a kind of public-private national identity scheme. That's an option that's still open, is that right?
So this is a complicated space to think about the system. You can have someone who verifies your ID, but they don't hold your identity document. So currently,
they can have access to the scheme to verify whether or not Mr. Shoebridge is Mr. Shoebridge.
Well, I have a MyGov ID.
Yeah.
The ATO has established who I am by connecting to the facial verification services and document verification services, which are managed by the Department of Home Affairs. So Department of Home Affairs, if you like, has those base level credentials that, in this case, the MyGov ID system looks to in order to establish that I am indeed Jenny Wilkinson. And you could imagine a scheme where a private provider provides the MyGov, sorry, not MyGov, provides the identity verification, sorry, provides the identity, and they are allowed to check with the central repository of documents like passports or driver's licences to indeed establish that whoever it is who they say. But they won't hold, there's no suggestion that they would hold those documents themselves.
But they would have access to them and then be able to provide that access, the benefit of that access, or the analysis of those documents. They could provide that, they could use that not only for their own purposes, say a bank accessing the system to determine whether or not a client is who they say it is, but they could also potentially provide it as a service, a private service to third parties. Is that what you're saying?
So it's potential. I mean, this is all of these are matters for government to actually define exactly how this system works. But I guess I'm trying to draw a distinction between where documents are held, like passports and driver's licences, and that being separate from entities who are establishing that you are that person.
I think I understand.
And they don't get access to the documents.
They don't get access to documents at all, and then they provide those services to somebody else.
They have privileged access not to extract the documents, but to test the identity of whoever it is they're testing against the documents held in the department's database.
That's right. That would be one model. That's right.
All right. Are you consulting on the risks that I think a number of stakeholders are aware of, have raised around how a national digital identity scheme may be very intrusive in terms of surveillance and privacy? Who are you working with to address those concerns?
So again, those would all be matters which would be explored, and those consultations would be part of any process to actually legislate this. Will involve legislation around both the framework and then also the access to those informations and the rules around that access. All of those are critical elements of developing such a system.
Part of getting this right is also, and the way we want to start, is the principles that underpin the digital ID system, which we will be discussing, in the next couple of weeks with state and territories governments as well. But I'm very firmly of the view, privacy, trust and control in terms of an individual's own information is fundamental to the success or otherwise of implementing this system.
Minister, do you intend for, as you take further steps towards implementing a national digital identity scheme, do you intend to have a public consultation process for it?
I would think so. I can't, there would need to be there's been some, industry consultations. The people who this is part of the work they do and the interests they have are certainly very interested and involved, and the DTA has been having some discussions with them, but absolutely. There's a whole range of things. There's the regulator, there's, issues of cost recovery, there's a whole range of things that we need to work through. But the principles, which is that I want people to know that it's actually a safer place for your information, that you have control around the information that's held and where it's held, and trust in the system that's established by the Parliament is really fundamental to the potential of this.
And is your current intention, although you haven't got a firm decision, that there'll be at least some form of public consultation as that's rolled out?
Yes. And the usual parliamentary, parliamentary processes. I imagine there'll be a fair level of interest in it.
You could just probably sneak it through one Tuesday night, a national digital identity card.
Yeah.
I'm sure.
It has its merits, that approach, but probably not.
Just on another brief matter, your agency has responsibilities for those strategic and policy leadership on whole of government and shared ICT investments and digital service delivery. In undertaking that strategic and policy leadership, are you looking at the potential impacts on job security as digital transformation is rolled out in the Commonwealth Public Service?
Yes, so this is a big, part of the evidence from the Public Service Commissioner earlier this morning was talking about increasing specialisation of APS employees, and obviously it's a significant area of growth and I would expect it to continue. We've got a small program that's started off with the digital traineeships that we're implementing outside of the Jobs and Skills Summit, but also through our work about reducing some of the non-ongoing or insecure nature of work. This has always been an area that's been where contractors are heavily utilised, and sometimes there's arguments for that, where they are the only arrangements to get a particular skill set, but growing our own and offering interesting jobs for people in this space is really important. Yes.
Yeah, so I think probably there's two aspects to this. One is the one which you just addressed, Minister, which is potentially bringing contractors and insecure work into more secure permanent work within the public service. That's one aspect, and I appreciate your answering that. The other aspect I suppose I was going to ask you to address is as there is a digital transformation of the way in which government delivers services, and if you meet the target of being the top 3 digital governments by 2025 or whenever you hit the target, there's very likely to be within that transformation perhaps use of artificial intelligence, automation, and the loss of a number of more routine jobs within the public service. Are you looking to have a strategy as what you do with those staff and the retention of those staff, the reskilling of those staff? Is that part of the strategy?
Well, the changing nature of work across the APS is something that falls within my responsibilities more as Minister for the Public Service. So, that is work. It's not just peculiar to digital transformation, though. I think,
No, I'm
but
certain there are challenges
yes, it'll be part of an APS workforce, planning. Yes.
So when the DTA is advising agencies or government in relation to digital investment, ICT and the like, do you also advise on how they can mitigate job losses? For example, by investing in skills development, training for the digital transformation. Is that part of what the DTA does at the moment?
So not really. That's more the responsibility of the Public Service Commission in thinking about the overarching workforce strategies. And I think it's an ongoing. This is sort of an ongoing thing that we're all coping with all the time. So we, without any sort of particularly fancy digital transformation, we're always looking for opportunities to automate some of the services, and to be honest, it's freeing up staff to do things that they're finding are more interesting.
Well, I suppose that would be one obvious opportunity with digital transformation. So I'm asking, given your leadership role and your strategic role across the public service, is having a policy and pushing agencies to look at how they could positively redeploy people whose work has now been taken from them because of digital transformation.
We're not at that point yet, but we're certainly not at that point yet. But again, I would say it's not the DTA's responsibility. They have a particular responsibility, essentially as an expert advisor across government around the digitisation, but it's the APSC and more broadly the APS themselves to deal with the changing nature of work. And as I said, it's not just about digitisation, it's actually about how we're attracting employees, doing interesting work, whether we're providing flexible work arrangements. It's a whole range of things that are influencing our workforce needs, our workforce shortages, and how we attract people, the best and brightest, to work in the APS in the future.
All right, thanks, Chair. Thanks, Minister. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you to the Digital Transformation Agency for your attendance.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Is this ASC next?
It should be.
Yeah.
Yep.
A&I, and we're done.
Yes.
Yes. Anything on A&I or ASC?
I've only got my ASC questions. I'm waiting for my A&I questions. So,
I'm sure
hang on, I
we'll...
may have misread it. I have A&I. Here we are. I can do it.
Are you happy to go with A&I first and then ASC? They're not here. Yeah. So we've got
I'm happy to
Colleagues?
do ASC and A&I together if they're here.
ASC and ASC are not here yet.
Okay.
Okay.
We've just got A&I at the moment.
All right.
Does that...
No. So, colleagues, did you... Senator Reynolds? Excuse me. A&I are here, but ASC are still on their way. Do you have an objection to changing the order?
None whatsoever.
Okay. Well, welcome to the Australian Naval Infrastructure Pty Limited. I'd like to welcome Mr Andrew Seaton, Chief Executive Officer and Managing Director, and other officers of A&I. Mr Seaton, do you have an opening statement?
No, I do not.
Excellent. We'll go straight to questions. And Senator Reynolds, you have the call.
Thank you very much, and good evening, gentlemen. And I'm bet you're glad it's earlier than you were expecting it to be tonight.
It's a nice surprise.
I think we all are, actually. Well, look, so, thank you. My first series of questions I'd like to go through with you about an update on Henderson and the work and the planning that you're doing at Henderson, including some of the budgeting. So could I start off with the what's the work you've undertaken to date on the large vessel dry berth? And we'll get into the funding of that. But if you could just give me an update initially on that.
Okay. A&I was tasked, I guess, in March 2022 with our involvement in the large vessel dry berth project. Initially, we started working on a peer review of engineering design and master planning work that had been conducted by an engineering consultant retained by the Western Australian Government.
And who was that?
That was Oricon.
Oricon, yep.
Who were working for the Western Australian Government, I think funded by the Commonwealth, and reporting to a joint Commonwealth WA Government task force.
Task force, yes.
So, as I said, our initial brief was to peer review the work that Oricon had done and was still doing, and we really finished that process before Christmas 22. We've provided our feedback through the appropriate channels, through to...
and who's that?
Through Defence and Finance, through our shareholder departments.
Mm-hmm.
And working closely with the project team that's been established within Defence. And we're now working with Defence to determine options for meeting the capability requirements within budget restrictions, and all of this is subject to the outcomes of the Defence Strategic Review.
I'll come back to the Defence Strategic Review, thank you. So that's interesting. So you finalised that peer review in December, sometime in December last year.
Now, there's an FOI from Department of Finance briefings on the October budget, and it said this, that throughout 21-22, ANI has continued to work with the Commonwealth on the potential infrastructure requirements for large ship construction and sustainment in WA, and has undertaken the peer review, which is now what has been delivered.
Yeah.
So what is the status of your consultation and engagement now in the process?
So we're working with, as I said, with the project team within the Commonwealth, within
That's the
Defence.
task force? The joint task force, or...?
There's a number of task force.
Yep, if you could
task
actually just
forces.
go through, and this is what I want to try and
Okay.
ascertain now, because I know there's the task force that Defence is engaged in for the wider Henderson area.
With the WA government.
With the WA government,
right?
yes.
So that's the, I guess, the joint task force. ANI attends the joint task force meetings as an observer only.
Really?
Yes.
Surprising, okay. Yes?
So we're not a member of that task force as such. Then there is a task force which has been set up as between Defence and Department of Finance, which is really a, I guess it's probably better described as a steering group.
Mm. So is that more liaison between the two stakeholders?
That's right.
Yep.
And then there is a Defence project governance board, and I attend those meetings as an observer as well. So really the key activity at the moment is looking at infrastructure options to determine what can be delivered in a reasonable time frame to meet Defence's requirements and within budget. And again, as I said, subject to the outcomes of the Defence Strategic Review, which is yet are unclear.
So can I ask, the previous government had funded, actually provided as a grant in the budget, 4.3 million from memory last year for the Commonwealth contribution to that dry berth. I understand that you may have now been asked to do, that money will be taken away, and that you've been asked to find an equity partner or to do an equity raising. Is that true?
No, Senator, that's not my understanding. I'm not aware of any grant from the previous government. I'm aware of an announcement by the previous government which announced a $4.3 billion number and that ANI had been selected to deliver that infrastructure and capability. But at no point of time was ANI actually given any funding for this. And this is quite normal.
That was still sitting with Defence in the IIP?
No, the IIP is separate. And
well, Defence, when I asked this, said that that's now sitting in... So this is why I'm actually now asking you these questions, because... just continue with your understanding of the situation.
I've read the transcript quite closely of your exchange in November with Defence, and I reiterate the way that Defence characterised it at that time, that Defence had an amount of funding in their integrated investment plan, IIP, for the 2030s. So not in the 2020s timeframe. The intention was that ANI would be funded, but not out of the Defence budget, and ANI would invest in the infrastructure, and then we would get a return on that investment by charging Defence primes fees to access the infrastructure over time, and we'd then provide a long-term return and dividends back to the Commonwealth. And so the Defence funding, I think, became funding to programs to be able to pay in an operating cost sense rather than a capital cost sense.
So you think that 4.3 billion is Defence intends to use that for ongoing operational costs or for leasing costs to A&I rather than as a capital?
That is my understanding, Senator.
Okay, so can we come to the costs then? So you've peer reviewed the Oricon report, and I guess if I asked you now what were your findings, are you able to share those?
There was a question on notice, Senator, from Finance last time, if you'd allow me to refer to that.
Not sure I've got that.
So it's question reference number F062.
Don't think I have that one. Do you know who asked the question? Please don't tell it was me.
It just...
It'd be embarrassing.
Senator the Honourable Simon Birmingham.
Oh, thank you. Okay, well, I'll go and have a look at that. So if you
have a look at
remind
that,
me then what that... can you just...
So what that says is... would you like me to read it?
Not the whole thing, if you can just sort of pull out the key bits that you're...
Okay, it says the previous government announced in March 22 that up to $4.3 billion would be invested in the large vessel dry berth at Henderson. The announcement was based on early, rough order of magnitude costs prior to detailed technical investigations and engagement with A&I on constructability of the infrastructure. Subsequent work has revealed that initial cost estimates were insufficient to deliver the capability contemplated. The Department of Finance, Department of Defence...
in there, do you mention a delta? So what's the difference? So what was the new cost?
No, a delta is not mentioned in there, Senator. But it goes on to say that Finance, Defence and A&I are working collectively together to identify a range of capability solutions, and the current government has not taken any further decisions in relation to the proposed infrastructure investment, which is being considered in the context of the Defence Strategic Review. So I think that's a good summary of where we're at, Senator.
So basically, in nearly 12 months, nothing's happened. You've done a peer review of a report. We've got no idea what it would actually now cost to build the dry vessel berth. And have you looked at funding options then? So if you're saying that you're now going to have to find separate funding, where's that funding going to come from if the $4.3 billion is now going to be used one day when it's built? But there's no plan to build it yet.
Senator, once a business case is developed and a firm cost estimate has been developed, then A&I will work with Defence and Finance.
Well, if you're not doing a business case, who's doing it?
A business case is being prepared by Department of Defence.
I love these circular... Okay, so the business case is definitively now being prepared by the Department of Defence in conjunction with Finance?
I shouldn't put words in their mouth, Senator. A business case will be developed.
So it hasn't been developed yet?
No. And based on that business case, we will look to funding sources. Historically, A&I has been funded with equity from the Commonwealth and with some debt facilities.
So we have no business case. We've not started to look at, if you're not going to use that 4.3 billion, we haven't really got very far, have we?
Senator, there's been a lot of work done. The capability requirements...
But a peer review has been done.
Well, that's what A&I has been doing.
Yes.
But
there's no business case. Have you had any
No.
unsolicited bids from private equity, superannuation funds or anyone else?
I have not.
None.
Senator Reynolds, sorry to interrupt you. I'll rotate the call very shortly when you reach the 15-minute mark.
Oh, thank you. I'll definitely come back.
Senator, it's all pending the Defence Strategic Review, so I think it's fair to say there is a bit of a hiatus.
Well,
pending the
for good reason.
DSR.
Well, actually, when I come back, I've got some great quotes from Penny Wong, who was very insightful about any delays that doing nothing on this project for 12 months will cause in terms of Sydney and the work that needs to be done on the dry dock. Was it Queen Elizabeth dry dock?
Captain Cook.
Captain Cook, sorry. So, no business case. You're saying you've had no. I'll check with Defence because others have said that there have been private equity offers. So really, nothing's happened, and we're about to lose 12 months by the time the Defence Strategic Review comes out. Have you been given any specific instruction by government to put it all on hold?
No.
So why haven't you started developing a business case?
The Defence Strategic Review is a critical step in determining the capability requirements in Western Australia.
So are you now saying that the government may well cancel the dry berth project?
I'm not saying that, Senator. I'm saying that.
So have you? So no, hang on. I just need to follow this down.
Redundant.
We just need to follow this one point. Is that Labor has consistently said in opposition that how important, and Penny Wong herself said how important this was, and that we shouldn't have a capability gap and work should start. We allocated $4.3 billion. There was the Oricon review. You've peer reviewed it, and now you're saying the government didn't instruct you to go slow on this and not to do anything further, but you just decided to wait on your own volition, not to do anything while this 12-month strategic review is happening. Have I missed something?
No, Senator, that's not the case.
Sorry, what have I got wrong?
I mean, ANI works closely with its shareholder departments, Finance and Defence.
I know that.
And so we don't unilaterally make decisions to pause or otherwise, deal with a project.
So why did you say then that? So when I asked you, has a minister, or I should ask, did one of your shareholding secretaries or CDF tell you to wait and not to proceed to a business case?
No, Senator, we have undertaken our peer review process during 2022. That had some findings, as I've told you. The peer review...
So just to be clear, so that just so I've got it right, so I'm not misrepresenting what you're saying. So you've done the peer review, and your main observation out of that peer review is that it's now going to cost a lot more than $4.3 billion. Is that a safe assumption?
Yes.
Okay. But you can't tell me how much more?
No.
Okay. Does the WA state government know how much more it's going to cost?
They have a report, yes.
Okay, so they know the total about what it's going to cost. Now, is that just for the dry berth itself, or will that also, so in the Oricon report, does that include all of the other infrastructure works that are needed to build the defence precinct around that dry dock, or is that just for the dry berth?
It's the latter.
Just for the dry berth?
No, the latter. He said,
it's very late.
It's the infrastructure.
So we're not just talking about the dry berth.
It's called an integrated infrastructure plan.
Yes.
Another IIP.
Yes.
Which
so
is
that for Henderson South and North for the proposed defence? So the one that's in that report, the amount that you can't tell me, is that just for the southern area where the defence precinct is planned to include the dry berth? Because ANI, are you responsible just for the dry berth, or have you been tasked with the entire defence precinct?
We've been tasked with the large vessel dry berth, but that includes other capabilities required, such as maintenance sheds, car parking, amenities, offices.
But that is just for the dry berth facility itself. It's not for the broader proposed defence precinct.
It's to support the dry berth.
Okay, thank you. So why haven't you proceeded to a business case? If you've peer reviewed the report, did you need to wait for the peer review and to do the business case?
Senator, when when cost estimates are peer reviewed and the outcome is higher than expected, higher than announced by the previous government, I think it's prudent to then look at other options and other alternatives. And as...
But isn't that one of the options is an unsolicited proposal to actually bring in from Europe a floating dock?
That unsolicited proposal was made to Defence, yes.
So is that one of the options you're looking at?
To rotate the chair. So please answer the question and then I will move the call.
I've seen that proposal and there has been some consideration of it, yes.
As part of the ANI work or as a separate
Senator
piece
Reynolds,
of work by
sorry,
Defence?
that's the next question. Senator Shoebridge, you have the call.
As part of, I think it's as stated here in this reply that Finance, Defence and ANI are working collectively together to identify a range of capability solutions.
Senator Shoebridge.
And one of those could potentially be a second-hand floating dock.
Yes, okay.
Nice to see you, Mr. Seaton, and all your team. I was just going to go and go back to something we were discussing at the last estimates, which is the Osborne North Development Project.
Yes.
The last time we spoke, the write-down for last time we spoke, it was a $470 million project at the time. Has the budget for it changed in any way since?
No, that was what we spent on that project.
And no more has been spent since we last spoke?
That's correct.
Yep. And at that time you'd indicated that there was a $300 million asset write-down of the Osborne North Development Project.
At the time I said over 300 million, the actual number is 307 million.
307 million. Could I just take you through the different facilities that were put in place? The first was the Combat System Physical Integration Facility.
Yes.
I think you indicated that it would shortly be tenanted last time we spoke.
That's correct.
Is it tenanted?
Yes.
And is it likely, is that likely to have an ongoing utility and life for ANI?
Yes.
Who's the tenant?
ASC.
All right. And what is the length of that tenancy?
6 years.
6 years. So there'll be an ongoing transfer of funds, obviously, from ASC to ANI in relation to that tenancy. Do you know what the value of that tenancy is?
I'd have to take that on notice, Senator.
Mr. Bates?
Yeah, we'll take that on notice then.
You indicated
it's a commercial rate. It is it's a commercial rate based on similar properties in the Adelaide area.
You indicated that you had, last time you were partway through constructing a platform land-based test facility.
That's correct.
And I'm assuming that construction hasn't continued.
That's correct.
Has it been demolished?
We have started dismantling it.
All right. And the intent is to completely demolish it?
Yes.
Do you know what the cost to ANI was for that asset?
I'd need to take that on notice, Senator.
You indicated last time you were partway through constructing the main hull and mechanical workshops. Is that right?
That's correct.
You'd done some foundations and you'd done the piling for the main consolidation hall.
That's right.
And obviously that was designed for the attack class future submarine project, which has now been cancelled. So I assume that work has ended.
Correct.
Has that, have you been able to identify a future use for that work?
Yeah, subject to future decisions on the optimal pathway for the nuclear-powered submarine, it is likely that we would reuse the piles and the foundations for nuclear-powered submarine construction. Again, subject to future government announcements.
As we sit here, have you identified a use for it? Or outside of the hope that a decision will be made that at some point in the future it may be used for the construction of a
Yes,
hull
I've
for the
answered the
submarine?
question. I
So you
think.
haven't identified a current use?
Senator, we've been working closely with the Nuclear Powered Submarine Task Force and the infrastructure group within that task force, and our immediate plan, subject to future government decisions, would be to incorporate some of those previous attack yard works into a future nuclear powered submarine yard footprint.
So that's on the assumption, A, that the construction is proposed to happen in Adelaide, and B, that the scale and size of a nuclear submarine would fit within the footprint that you had begun to lay out for an attack class submarine. Is that right?
With modifications, yes.
Have you written that asset down?
Yes.
To zero?
We wrote down $307 million, Senator. We spent $470 million on the whole yard. So
I'm asking specifically here about the Hull and Mechanical Workshops and the main consolidation hall. First of all,
Yes.
are they separate? Are the Hull and Mechanical Workshops
yes, so
separate?
we've written those assets, I believe, down to zero.
So the Hull and Mechanical Workshops have been written down to zero?
That's correct, Senator.
What about the main consolidation hall?
The same.
All right. If you've written them down to zero, then for the purposes, at least of your audits, you don't have any current identified use for them, is that right?
Yeah, that was the evidence I gave at the last estimates to you, Senator.
Yes. But you haven't, in between then and now, perfected a use for them in some way that would change that auditing approach?
Senator, as I said, we've been working closely with the NPS task force, and we are awaiting the optimal pathway to determine whether the former attack class yard will be able to be reused in a future nuclear yard.
And has that changed the manner in which those assets are dealt with for the purposes of your audited accounts?
No, it's not.
Okay, thank you.
Not yet, but we could write them back in the event that they are used in the future yard. Under
Something
accounting
changes
standards,
in the
you'd write
future.
the value of those assets back
If
into
there's
the
a
accounts.
significant change in the future, you may change their use.
Well, if there's a use in the future, then we would write the appropriate value back into our accounts.
If a huge amount of money landed from the sky and turned up there, you could add that to your accounts as well, subject to satisfying ownership of it.
I'm not sure what you mean, Senator.
Well, we're not dealing with hypotheticals. I'm asking you about the current treatment of those assets on your accounts.
They've
And the
been
current
written
treatment
down.
is they have no value on your accounts. You've written them down to naught, and that's consistent with good auditing practice.
That's right, Senator.
Thank you.
Senator Reynolds. Thank you very much. Could I just confirm a couple of things with you that you said? So, in terms of the status of that 4.3 billion, I've just gone back and had a look at the press release from the Minister, and it was certainly, when it was announced, $4.3 billion of equity, and it wasn't, it was for the build. It said very clearly it was to develop and build. So at what point did it change from being equity to go into the build and construction through to now funding ongoing costs in the 2030s?
I think we're talking cross purposes here, Senator.
Okay, well, can you just take me back then? So the 4.3 billion that was announced by the Prime Minister and Minister Birmingham and Minister Price, the Henderson Dry Dock will enable the construction and sustainment of large naval vessels in Australia and support even stronger commercial shipbuilding, etc. Government-owned ANI will oversee the design and build of this nation-building infrastructure, with work to start in 2023 and initial operations to commence in 2028. Now, clearly, as there is not even a business case yet, so you've been involved in this for over 12 months. I think April 2021 you were...
March 2022, Senator.
Well, actually... Oh, thank you. I understood you'd given evidence previously that it was around... We were briefed on Henderson in late 2021.
December.
Okay, so Around about 12 months.
We were tasked with it
give or take.
in March. Yeah.
Give or
around
take.
that. That's right.
Okay. So you were tasked with that role. So how did you, when you were tasked with that, what did you think that meant for ANI?
That meant that we would work with the Commonwealth to develop the...
With your stakeholders, finance and defence?
That's right.
Yes.
To develop the planning for the infrastructure, and then ultimately appropriate the funding and then build the infrastructure.
But it's 12 months later.
That's right.
And all you've done is a peer review of the costs.
Right.
So this was due to start build in 2023, and we haven't even got a business case yet. So I think it's safe to say that we aren't going to be starting anything in Henderson in 2023 on this project, correct?
No, I don't agree with that, Senator.
Okay, so
it's early 23 now. The next comeback to government is in the middle of 2023.
So you don't have a business case yet. You're now saying you don't have the funding for it. So how are you possibly going to put a business case together, do the design, engage contractors in less than 12 months for a multi-billion-dollar project?
Well, Senator,
in a state that is very resource constrained in terms of construction capabilities.
Sure. I think the peer review step that we've undertaken has been a very important step.
Undoubtedly.
It's pointed a spotlight on some of the risks associated with the project and some of the cost and schedule considerations. And so, from a project management perspective, I think it's been very good discipline to undertake the peer review.
So when was the Oricon review delivered? When did you have access to it?
It was delivered to the WA state government progressively. There was, I think, 3 phases of that work which were delivered progressively through 2022, through July, August and September from memory.
Okay, so in one of those 3 reports, it would have identified that there was a budget issue, that the 4.3 wasn't going to be sufficient on its own to build the dry berth, correct?
Correct.
So why, I still don't understand why nearly 12 months in, so while you were waiting, so that report, from March, so be generous, say March last year, so what were you actually doing in terms of overseeing the design and build, in terms of all the preparatory work? So the Oricon report hadn't come out in total until, the second half of last year. So what were you doing before then?
So we are doing preparatory work. We've been heavily engaged with the Western Australian Government and regulatory authorities across there on the planning approval process. We have started baseline environmental studies. And so we're working closely in conjunction with folk in WA to progress those baseline studies. And
so is that another task group or working group, or is that through one of the 3?
That's just ANI, Senator.
Okay. So you're doing that directly with the state departments?
No, we've retained environmental consultants.
Okay.
But we are liaising with...
Who have you engaged to do that? Happy if you take it on notice.
I might have to take that one
that's
on
fine.
notice, yeah. So we're working closely with JITSI, with Development WA, with Westport, with Fremantle Ports Authority. So we're liaising with all of those different regulatory bodies.
And I think it's safe to say, if you're from Western Australia, none of those are known for their speed of response. I'm not asking. Sorry, that's my comment, editorial, not yours. Okay, so are you, just to go back? Did you say that you think construction can start this year?
I wouldn't rule it out, Senator. That there is a comeback to government.
Can you just walk me through what it would take to get? So from today, by the end of this year, what would it take to turn sod in Henderson? So can you just walk me back from turning sod back to where we are now without even a business case? And you're saying without funding, this 4.3 billion seems to have disappeared into the ether somewhere, and we'll come back to getting to where that's actually gone.
I'm not sure that it was ever appropriated, Senator, under the previous government. It was announced.
No, it was not.
It was announced, but I don't believe it was appropriated.
We'll come back to that. So just walk me back then, in a project management sense. If you think under this government you're going to turn sod this year, can you just walk me back to all of the things and how long they take to get that done this year?
Well, the first thing, Senator, is the work that's going on at the moment, which is working collectively together with Defence and Finance and other stakeholders to identify a range of capability
Working with planning approvals
solutions.
and environmental studies, if you're still just scoping it out, have you ever heard in Western Australia or anywhere else getting planning approvals in a matter of months? I haven't. I don't know whether colleagues here have ever heard of any state getting planning
Senator,
approvals in
you're
less
getting
than a year.
into a lot of detail now, but the AMC has existing planning approvals, so that there are some works that could potentially be undertaken within the boundaries
Mr.
of the
Seaton,
AMC.
there are tenants
that are
in
already
there who've
approved.
waited 5 to 10 years to get land cleared through lack of planning, environmental approvals. Okay, so you need to do the planning and environmental studies. When is the business case starting?
That's a question for Defence.
Okay, so you're the one charged with building, so designing and building, but you don't know when it's going to start because you haven't got instructions yet from Defence.
Senator,
Presumably finance as well.
So A&I are not shipbuilders or ship sustainers.
But I'm not saying you are, I'm just saying, I'm talking about the dry berth.
Yeah, so really the next step in the process is for Defence to determine the capability requirements.
So you don't have a capability requirement yet?
It's an iterative process, Senator, as I've said.
So that's a no? So you don't have a final capability requirement yet?
No, we don't.
So, no business case, no capability requirement, but yet you think you might turn sod this year? No environmental approvals?
It depends on the scope
That's very
of what we're
optimistic,
building.
Mr. Seaton.
It depends on the scope of what we're building, Senator, but I can understand your scepticism.
Well, I'm happy to be, I am a little sceptical in this case, but I'm very happy for you to assuage my scepticism. How are you going to do it?
I mean, you can start a project without turning sods, Senator, by ordering long lead items.
But work was going to start in 2023 and initial operations to commence in 2028.
Well, arguably work has started.
Those long lead items? It doesn't sound like it. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Chair, I don't think Mr. Seaton needs your assistance.
So we've started work on environmental baseline monitoring. So some work is being done.
But you're just saying you don't have any money for it.
No, I
and
said we hadn't appropriated the $4.3 billion. ANI has some funding allocated in our corporate plan.
Okay, and how much is that?
$10 million.
Okay, so you're currently working within that $10 million to do the work that you need with the state government?
The peer review work.
So the peer review work, okay.
And
now
the
get something.
environmental monitoring work. That was allocated within our corporate plan in
Can I take notice?
June last year.
Can you take on notice and provide a copy of the corporate plan that specifically relates to this project?
I can take that on notice, sure.
Fantastic, thank you. Okay, so we've got a project where the previous government allocated and I'll take this up with Defence. I will take announced, and it was. I can tell you, it was. So we allocated the equity so that this could proceed, and now to commence, so operations to commence in 2028. I think despite your terrific optimism, work will not start in 2023. So even if it did, what would be your best projection, or have you looked at when, given everything takes longer and is more expensive, particularly in capital works at the moment, what is your best estimate it would start operation?
Senator, I think Defence were on the record at the last estimates as saying that a floating dock could be in operation by 2028. And
or
a graving
if we
dock.
actually buy one from elsewhere and bring
well,
it here?
You could have one fabricated in that time frame. And a graving dock would be operational in the early part of the 2030s. So it's consistent with
So early
advice given by
2030s,
Defence.
so 2, 3, 4, 5 years over schedule. Now,
No, the initial capability in 2028, Senator, as I said.
no, that's the floating dock. Now, what capacity, given the plan was to have at least the Hunters, which are now significantly over, the design is now overweight, what capacity, what tonnage and what dimensions would this 2028 floating dock be able to?
That's what's being developed at the moment. So there's a number of options that have been looked at. And
what size vessel are you currently looking at?
certainly the Hunter-class vessel, and there's
The
options for the LHDs.
With a floating dock?
With a floating dock.
Okay. But the graving dock has gone from 2028 now to the early 2030s, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so then I'd just like to draw your attention to estimates from the 6th of April 2022, with Defence, and this is Senator Wong was asking Rear Admiral Malcolm about some of these questions. So Senator Wong's quite valid concern then was a concern shared by the previous government that we actually needed to get the dry dock in place and operational in Henderson by 2028, given the works and the potential risks associated with the Captain Cook dry dock. So if you will recall, there was an extended, and I'm sure you were keenly observing this, so I just want to read out some of what Senator Wong said. If Henderson is not available by, I think, 2028, initial operating capability, that is for the dry dock, not a floating dock, assuming no sufficient timeline, then within the next 5-year period, it needs to have significant refurbishment because, this is now going to Captain Cook, because Captain Cook will have to be taken offline. So then Senator Wong said, so at some point in the next 5 years, that is before Henderson is even partly operational, it looks like, as an outsider, this nation won't have a dry dock at all. So she said, then clarified that, yes, there will be a period we don't have a dry dock available in Australia. Now, that was under our timeline of actually getting it built and operational by 2028. So has anyone raised with you the importance of getting this dry dock built so that when Captain Cook is out of operation, we actually have one in Australia available? So
there is a degree of urgency to the project, Senator.
There's a degree of urgency, but everything you've just said indicates to me that there is no degree of urgency, that you've pretty much gone on a go slow, as you said at the beginning, because the Defence Strategic Review was underway. So you haven't even started a business plan.
I think they're your words, go.
No, we'll go back.
So.
No, Mr Seaton said you haven't started doing a business plan.
I think you made the legitimate point that the Defence Strategic Review was underway, and it's, as you know, been finalised and handed to government, so decisions can be taken. So can I just confirm then what you're saying, Senator Gallagher, is that
It is a government direction to Defence or ANI.
Stop putting words
No,
in my
I'm just,
mouth.
no, I'm just asking for clarification.
Senator Hume's been doing it all day, and now you've come in here and doing it.
Senator Gallagher.
It's not.
Senator Reynolds, please come to order. You cannot direct the minister how to answer the question. So if you don't get the answer you want, then you can only ask the question.
Point of order.
Yes,
I was actually
Senator
asking
Reynolds.
a question of clarification of what the minister had just said, because my understanding, and I think Hansard will reflect, that you said that they had quite rightly not proceeded because the Defence Strategic Review was
that word
underway.
at all. I said he.
Can you just clarify then what you did mean?
I think what I said was the Defence Strategic Review was underway, a big, report coming to government that's going to be relevant for future decision making, including on submarines and a whole range of other things,
including the dry dock.
And it's prudent.
To what?
To wait for the Defence Strategic Review and do what they can do whilst that work was being done, which is the evidence that Mr Seaton's been given tonight. But we have come in and commissioned a significant review into decisions relating to our national security through the Department of Defence. That review's been completed. The government will take further decisions.
Which has cost 12 months on this project.
Well, I think the Defence Strategic Review started reasonably soon after we came into government. I can't remember the exact date.
3rd of August.
Right, 3rd of August, and it's been handed to government today.
But since you came to government, we've just heard that ANI have not progressed. And initially, Mr Seaton, and I think I'll go back and have a look at the Hansard, but you indicated it was because the Defence Strategic Review was underway. And from what you've indicated, very little has been done this year. One, because you said you didn't have the budget, because the Defence Strategic Review.
No, Senator, we have $10 million of budget. We've
That's not going
made
to build
that
a dry
clear.
dock.
But that progresses engineering studies and environmental work.
So what are the engineering studies that you've commissioned? Because you talked about planning approvals and environmental studies. So what's the engineering
So our
study?
peer review activities.
So that's peer review.
That's right.
So that was actually to validate the costing, is that correct?
It was to validate the design, the cost, the schedule, the constructability of the IIP solutions that have been developed.
Okay, without telling me the numbers, are you satisfied that you can proceed to design, business case and design, on the basis of that Oricon report?
No, Senator, I've made it clear, and it's contained in the finance response that I've quoted from a number of times, that we are working collaboratively together to identify a range of capability solutions. We're working with Defence and Finance. So
But from the, so you've spent, can I just clarify this, because this is, I think, very important for us to understand. So you've done peer review of the Oricon report into the engineering and the costings. Now, are you saying that you found that acceptable, or are you saying that it's flawed and you need to do different, it needs to be a new engineering plan and costings?
Well, Senator, I'll read this quote again, which was QON question on notice F62 from...
Yeah, I've got that here.
Okay, so if you look at the answer to question 1, the first paragraph says, subsequent work has revealed that initial cost estimates were insufficient to deliver the capability contemplated.
That's not my question.
And so...
No, sorry, that's not my question. Putting cost aside for the moment is in terms of the capability. So you said you haven't got any capability guidance from Defence yet. You're still waiting for that. But having a look at... So you're still missing the Defence capability requirement, which is what you said. You've got the Oricon report, which is what you've spent some significant time validating. Now, cost aside of how much it's going to cost and how you source that funding, is the engineering plan and the costs associated with their plan, did you validate that in the peer review, that it was actually viable and met Defence's capability requirements?
To the first point, to meet Defence's capability requirements, there is no question that a graving dock is a good solution to meet Defence's capability requirements.
Well, we know that, which is why we funded one.
Right.
But I'm just saying so you have spent, months, quite validly, going through and validating the Oricon report, which the federal government funded and the West Australian government commissioned, in 3 tranches. It's got the engineering specifications, and they have actually put costs against that plan. So we know a graving dock is what we need, but is what they have done in the Oricon report, is that fit for purpose to take to the next stage to meet Defence's capability requirements and to build? Is it a valid plan for what we need?
It is a plan which doesn't fit within the budget.
No, that's not my question, Mr Seaton.
Okay, but you can,
No,
I don't know how you
Mr
can
Seaton,
disconnect.
that's a different... Well, at the moment you're saying there's no money to build it at all, that it suddenly, it's disappeared into the 2030s, is what you said initially.
No, Senator,
No,
you're putting
that's
words in my
exactly
mouth.
what you said.
No,
you did.
Senator.
You said it is
I
not
said
available
that
in the 2020s.
Defence have money in the 2030s.
Yeah.
A&I is funded through a separate mechanism, not out of the
Mr Seaton,
defence budget.
I understand that. However, what it costs is a separate issue. What initially I'm asking is your professional assessment from your team, who peer reviewed the Oricon report for it's presumably not a full-blown design yet, but it's got the engineering specifications and the costs. Forget about whether it's more than the 4.3 million, because we all know that it is. Is that a viable design for Defence capability requirements? Putting the cost aside 1 minute. Or do we actually need, or will Defence and you need to go and find another design and redo the whole engineering and costings?
Well, Senator, the Oricon design was to less than 5% concept design. So A&I has identified some opportunities to improve on that design, to reduce the risk in construction and improve the constructability.
So it's viable as a starting point for a design and a business case, but it will cost more than the 4.3 billion.
That's right.
Okay. So I still don't understand why you're not proceeding to now develop that. So if you've still got, presumably got money left in your $10 million. So if you've gone through that Oricon report, you've identified that it's a viable concept design, but you can improve it. Have you started that work to improve it?
We have given several option reports to Defence and to Finance, and we're considering those reports.
It would have been so helpful if you'd actually shared that earlier on, because you haven't just done the Oricon report, you've actually progressed that in terms of, so you've done the peer review, you've identified you've identified that it's viable, you've suggested some improvements to the 2 shareholders, correct? And now is that suggestion now being analysed by Finance and Defence?
Senator, perhaps I could...
Please, Mr Jaggers.
Add a comment here. So I think what we were trying to get at when we answered that question I noticed that Mr Seaton has been referring to in tonight's hearing, is that we are working together on to identify a range of capability solutions. And as Mr Seaton has indicated, that means there would be some options around how to meet those capability solutions, and Mr Seaton's discussed a couple of those tonight. Concurrently, as work has continued on in this space from A&I, the Defence Minister and Prime Minister and others have announced the Defence Strategic Review, and that review is to be a holistic consideration of Australia's Defence Force structure and posture, including force disposition, preparedness, strategy and associated investments, including all elements of Defence's integrated investment program. So in matching the capability solutions, it's important to consider the outcomes of that Defence Strategic Review to ensure that the right options and solutions to meet Defence's long-term needs are selected. And we're at that point now where the Strategic Review, as Minister has indicated, is completing, that that matching and that next piece of the puzzle will be able to be progressed. But
I understand that, but the logical conclusion of what you're saying is that it's been delayed for 12 months because it might not be proceeding, because either we're going to be building a dry dock there or not, and yes, there are obviously options about, whether it's a berth for 2 or 1, not those things, but the bottom line is, it's a binary question. Are we going ahead with it or not? And Mr Jaggers, what you were suggesting then is that the Defence Strategic Review, there is some possibility they will not proceed with it.
Well, I thought what I was indicating is that because that review is taking place and it's considering all elements of the Defence Integrated Investment Program, and that there are a range of solutions that are being considered and can be considered at Henderson, that matching of that long-term force requirement, posture and structure and investment in all manner of investments, needs to be considered in making the final decision around
I
what
do
the
understand the
capability
concept of
solution is.
strategic capability and force disposition planning, so I thank you for that. But
Senator Reynolds,
the question is, are we...
Senator Reynolds,
does that
the
mean,
officers
in my
at
way...
the table are trying to answer your questions clearly.
Thank you for the intervention, Chair, but I don't think Mr Jaggers needs your assistance. What I'm interpreting what you're saying very clearly is my interpretation, is that the government's put everything on the table, and including the possibility of not proceeding with the dry dock, because this government has already made several capability decisions. So it's not like they've paused many projects, in my opinion, don't need to be frozen like this one. But the government has made decisions. So you're sort of blanket, well, they're looking at everything, and it's not in your area, but they could have made it. Bottom line is, they could have actually said at the beginning of this process, or when they came into government, this is proceeding, and go for it. But it doesn't sound like you've got that instruction.
Senator, we needed to do due diligence and peer review. We wouldn't have accepted a task that couldn't be built within the budget that was allocated. So it was prudent for us to undertake the peer review.
So what budget are you planning to? So I don't actually accept, but that's just me, that you can't plan anything if you haven't got the money allocated yet, because we plan projects all the time to work out what they're going to cost, and then look for equity. I mean, you guys do this, look for equity options and other things. So why are you saying now that you don't have the budget for it? Is it you don't have clear guidance from government in terms of how to raise that equity from the government, privately or whatever?
Senator, it's not as if A&I operates in isolation. We work closely with Defence and Finance.
No, Mr Secretary, I'll just make... The question is this, is that you have said multiple times you do not have the money or the equity to proceed further to construction.
Correct.
Why not?
To my knowledge, the money was not appropriated, and it was certainly not allocated to A&I at any point in time.
So this government haven't given you any other options. So even if I took that as being true, which I don't, has this government given you...
Senator, the previous government announced this project.
Yes, but this government's already had a budget, and if as you're saying, you now need to find the equity for it. What is this government's instruction to you on how to actually raise the money? Because we're not the government anymore.
The clear understanding is that once the capability requirements are determined within an acceptable budget cap, then ANI will procure the funding from an equity injection from the Commonwealth and possibly some external debt.
Well, now that makes sense, but why did you then say previously that you couldn't plan or you couldn't proceed further because you didn't have the money? If you this government has obviously told you have to go out to the equity market and find the money.
No, we don't go to the equity market, Senator. I've not said that at all.
Or are you expecting to get the money from the budget? Or
well, we would get equity from the Commonwealth, so the Commonwealth would buy shares in ANI, as it has done for other projects at Osborne.
So why are you saying that you don't have sufficient budget? You've said that continually.
Because
you don't have the budget to plan. You're going in a very circular discussion here. You either have the certainty that you will get an equity injection, but you've said that you don't have that certainty, which is why you can't plan and why you haven't proceeded further.
No, the funding has not slowed us down, Senator. We have had funding to progress with our peer review activities and environmental works and engineering studies and that sort of thing. $10 million, which we allocated in our corporate plan and was approved by our shareholder ministers.
So has the government... One last question on this, because I'll go back and review the Hansard, because I think you have definitely said on several occasions that you've been constrained because you haven't got any indication of where you're going to get the equity from and that what we provided wasn't equity. So, but I'll go back and have a look at that and put some questions on notice.
We were not provided with equity.
What a surprise.
We have not been provided with equity into ANI. That would have been ordinarily if we were...
Whether it's with you or whether it's with Defence. Anyway, I'll go back and review the Hansard and just have a look because...
You've done what you can. Do you want to?
Clearly...
Sorry, I need to.
I've got some other questions, but
yes, you do. I need to rotate the call. Thank you, Senator Birmingham.
Thanks, Chair. And Minister, Mr. Jaggers, hello. Can we detail, please, ANI's engagement with the DSR, please?
There has been no engagement.
There's been no engagement between ANI and
the DSR.
The DSR?
No.
Okay. That was a surprising answer.
Very surprising.
For none at all, Mr. Seaton. So, in that sense, you haven't been asked to supply any information or analysis?
No, Senator.
No. Right. Have you sought to engage with the DSR at all?
No, Senator.
No. Had you expected to be... Had you prepared information to be able to provide if requested?
No, Senator.
Have you met with or discussed the terms of the DSR with any of your ministers?
No, Senator.
I don't believe so.
I don't believe
Not
so.
from my point of view.
Have you discussed the DSR with your shareholder departments? Well, with the shareholder ministers, but with the departments that...
Only in the context that we're very interested in the outcomes of the DSR as they pertain to both Henderson and Osborne.
We just spent a long time with Senator Reynolds talking about some of the work that ANI has been doing in relation to Henderson, and that's work that complements a lot of work that of course you've done in relation to understanding of the Osborne site over the years. Is all of the analysis that you hold automatically shared with Defence in any means, or is there work that you continue to hold that without it being requested you wouldn't necessarily have automatically shared with Defence?
No, we share all of our findings with Defence.
Share all of your findings. Sorry, all of your findings.
All of our findings with our shareholder departments.
Right. Were you invited to any DSR-related processes?
No.
Okay. I understand the DSR was provided to the Prime Minister today. I think he indicated it had been handed over. Have you been informed around any timelines for briefings or feedback in relation to the DSR?
Just the government's published statement that it would be by the end of March.
Okay. Minister, does it concern you at all that Australian Naval Infrastructure had no engagement with the Defence Strategic Review?
No. I mean, I think the leaders of the strategic review are putting together a pretty big piece of work in a relatively short period of time for the Defence Minister. I'm sure that has guided some of the decisions they've taken about who to reach out to.
And we just had...
They're both fully aware of course, of the ANI and the ASC and all of the, structures of government and the entities that have been used to develop infrastructure and support the development of, defence industries and things like that. So no, I don't find it that
Remind me,
surprised.
Mr Seaton, when was ANI established?
In 2017.
2017. Remind me, Minister, when did Mr Smith cease to be a minister?
When who? Yeah, but
Wrong
yeah.
answer.
No,
a
sorry.
long time before 2017, so I'm not sure how fully aware...
Yeah, well, obviously, that Stephen Smith, or Mr Smith, certainly is very knowledgeable and kept himself up to date. He was a very suitable appointment for this position. I don't think you should reflect poorly on him.
Well, I was seeking to reflect poorly on Mr Smith, but you quickly drew an analysis or a conclusion that I think was drawing on elements of Mr Smith's background and knowledge that may not have always been related to the evolution of the breakup of ASC and the different entities that were structured and formed well after that, including
Well, in my
ANI.
discussions with the review team, it was clear they were well aware of arrangements. So I can tell you that.
You've got an entity that, as the questioning with Senator Reynolds just went through, has been undertaking analysis of what is now known to be an investment decision that you and the government will have to make in excess of $4.3 billion. That's a very significant investment decision and a very significant role that it will play in terms of future defence posture. Surely it's of concern that the entity that's been undertaking that analysis and provided that advice to government hasn't even been engaged at all in the Defence Strategic Review.
No.
No, that's okay. That's okay.
I think we just have to await the government's response to the Defence Strategic Review.
Well, we will all await the response to the Defence Strategic Review, and whilst I have great faith in Sir Angus Houston and indeed acknowledge the credibility of Mr Smith as well in his role in this, and we want the best possible outcome, it is concerning to hear that the entity that is managing and building shipbuilding yards hasn't had any role or engagement in this process at all.
Strategic assets.
It's a matter for the reviewers. I'm sure they met with everybody they felt they needed to meet with in order to provide the
the Defence Strategic Review to government to inform government's decision making.
No, and indeed they travelled to the US and they travelled to the UK. Did they travel to Osborne? I know they've
I'm
both
not
visited
sure.
at different times in the past.
We can take that on. Or I don't know if he asked these in defence, if they've appeared, but we can facilitate that on notice.
Why? Do you have any understanding as to why they didn't feel the need to meet with ANR?
Is that to me?
It's to you or to Mr Seaton or to anybody else at the table, but you or Mr Seaton are probably best placed to understand.
Sorry, I couldn't see who you were looking at, but I think that's a matter you'll have to ask the review team.
Was any communication ever made to ANI or to Finance proactively indicating that the DSA would not need to meet with ANI?
Not that I'm aware of.
Do you want to jump in?
Oh, not that I'm aware of. I'll take that on notice. I'm not sure what contact the rest of the department has had with the DSR.
So part of the terms of reference for the review stated that the review, quote, must identify and prioritise the estate, infrastructure, disposition, logistics and security investments required to provide Australia with the Defence Force posture required by 2032-33. And that the review further must outline the investments required to support defence preparedness and mobilisation needs to 2032-33. So, is ANI's work significantly important to defence preparedness?
I believe so, yes.
And is ANI's work significantly important to the logistics and infrastructure associated with providing Australia with the Defence Force posture required for the future?
Senator, my perspective is that Defence are better placed than ANI to determine their infrastructure needs. They then task ANI with projects to develop or build that infrastructure. But it really starts with Defence determining what their future needs are.
But in determining those needs and how they go about delivering those needs, drawing on the expertise now formed over some 6 years since ANI's establishment, and of course longer in terms of managing shipyards, becomes an important aspect of expert advice.
Interrupt you.
Keep doing it.
I just need to make you aware that we still haven't called the ASC and we are adjourning in half an hour. So I just wanted to make sure that you were, to create the opportunity for you to call them should you wish to.
We could go to 11 o'clock, that's easy.
No, the agreement we reached was to have a shorter dinner break and finish at 10:30. That was the agreement reached by this committee.
I just heard that the RAC committee is going till midnight, apparently.
Lucky them.
Indeed.
We've got a long week ahead, most of us still.
Apparently scrutiny of government's not important.
I am, as a courtesy, leaving it in your hands to let
Exactly
you know that
the
there
same
are
amount
other
of time.
witnesses you might like to get to.
Okay. Well, I am certainly surprised that the DSR had no engagement with ANI, and obviously it is a matter that we will raise with Defence, and no doubt will be scrutinised on the way through. Ken? Sorry?
Just a follow-on question from this, but from what you raised, but what?
That's okay. If it's directly to that, then go for it, Linda.
Well, the question, so now linking the questions from Senator Birmingham, So previously, the minister said that this 4.3 billion was no longer in the IIP. So
Who said that?
You said
No, I didn't. I never said that.
You said that the money wasn't there.
No, I didn't say that.
So the 4.3 billion still is in the IIP.
I never ever
Can you-
answered
can you
any
say-
question that you asked about the
Okay.
4.3 in the IIP. So let's be
Okay,
clear
so
on
maybe
that.
I'll just ask the question more generally of either the minister or Mr. Seaton. So you're saying that the funding, that 4.3 billion, was never appropriated, obviously not to ANI directly, but are you saying it wasn't appropriated to defence? We announced it.
No,
So,
Senator.
Senator Gallagher, what you said, it was announced but never delivered.
Senator,
I said you made an announcement of the money. That's, as far as I can see, that's all that happened.
So are you saying that it actually was never in the defence IIP broadsheet?
No, Senator, ANI's funding is equity from the Commonwealth into ANI. It's not in the IIP. It
No,
doesn't
I
come through
understand
the
that, but
defence
you said you
budget.
didn't have the funding available, and the minister said it was a press announcement only. Now, my understanding, and people take this on notice, and I'll certainly reconfirm this with Defence tomorrow, that in the Defence IIP broadsheet, it was allocated for this project in the forward estimate, so that it could be designed and developed and delivered and operational by 2028.
Senator, perhaps you can check with Defence on the detail tomorrow, as you suggested.
But here's my problem, is that if you think the money is not there, so you've talked about, Mr. Seaton, this evening, constraints you have because the 4.3 billion is not there, or you need more than that. So in that context where you we need clarification, we'll get that from Defence tomorrow, is it still in the IIP broadsheet? Now, coming back to
Is that where you understood it to be when you're
Yes.
right? So you made an announcement about
No, it was
4.3
Mr.
billion.
Dutton. It was Peter Dutton
Right,
at
but
the
your
time.
government, and you're saying that that money was in the Defence IIP in what, 2023?
In the defence budget, is my understanding. That's my question.
In the 2023 financial year.
When it was announced in
23-24.
2022, and that was certainly the answer we got at the last estimates from Defence. Now,
Can I just clarify that
Very
we don't, when you want to call the ASC?
okay. So just when Senator Birmingham,
Right,
Chair, Senator Birmingham asked a question about the strategic review, the DSR. You said you were not engaged. Now, the report that is coming forward includes outline investments required to support defence preparedness and mobilisation needs, and outline the funding needed to ensure longer-term strategic investments are progressed. Now, if they haven't even consulted you, as you're doing the design for this facility, how can they actually have a costed plan in the DSR if they haven't even talked to you? And if you haven't yet given Defence costings?
Senator, our reports have been handed to Defence, so our peer review reports. So Defence are fully informed. I answered Senator Birmingham's question before that ANI does not retain information. We share it with our shareholder departments.
So you've presumed that Defence have passed on. So what information did you provide to? So therefore you don't know whether the DSR has this information from you about the plans for the dry berth?
Senator, I can't comment on the DSR.
Fine. So, okay, that's fine. I'll check it with Thames tomorrow.
So, thanks. Mr. Seaton, ANI is responsible for the existing shipyard at Osborne, correct?
Correct.
Responsible for the ultimate expansion of that shipyard to meet requirements to build future nuclear-powered submarines.
Subject to future government decisions, if we're tasked to do that by our ministers.
Responsible for the significant works at Henderson, subject to financing approval through government. Correct?
Correct.
But was not consulted at all through the Defence Strategic Review. Correct?
Correct.
Quite remarkable. Can we look at then engagement with the AUKUS task force, where I think there has at least been some engagement, hasn't there?
Extensive engagement.
Extensive engagement. That is pleasing. Pleasing to know that at least on that limb there is recognition and engagement with the AUKUS task force. Briefly, can you provide us with when your most recent engagement with the AUKUS task force has been and the status of that engagement?
My engagement personally, or
ANI's?
ANI's engagement. That would be today.
Mm-hmm. Okay, and what's the nature of that engagement today?
Working with the infrastructure branch of that task force on potential future nuclear-powered submarine yard in South Australia.
Okay. What options or work, not going to the content of them per se, but what degree of scoping and work has been undertaken and concluded in that space?
We have been working with the task force on a conceptual design for what a future yard might look like. We've been working on regulatory considerations, environmental considerations, seismic studies, geotechnical studies, nuclear safety and security requirements, quite an extensive list of studies.
Okay. Have any major concerns arisen in that process?
No, there have been no major concerns.
Okay. I'm conscious that I know the timeline around announcements on AUKUS is imminent. That announcement is intended to, or the next stage is intended to be a comprehensive one in which certainty around next steps for you will be clear as well, will they?
I'm not privy to the contents of that announcement, Senator, but I would expect more clarity.
And has ANI taken any further steps in terms of securing land and facilities for the long-term build and operations of the shipyard there?
As per my evidence to previous Senate estimates, we have leased 45.5 hectares of land from the state government, from Renewal SA specifically, on behalf of the Commonwealth. And we've leased that for a one-year term with 2 one-year renewal options. We have restrictions on the state government selling the land within that time frame, and subject to future announcements, it may be that we're tasked with negotiating with the state government to purchase that land.
Okay. I hope perhaps the state government might consider that, given the scale of investments to come, that gifting that land might be a suitable action by them. Very quickly, Mr. Seen, because we do want to get to ASC, your term of appointment as Chief Executive is due to expire on the 5th of April. Well, perhaps a question for you, Minister. Has Mr. Seaton been reappointed?
Sorry, I'll just take. I think there's. Yeah. I just want to clarify the stage. It's currently under consideration by government.
Currently under consideration.
Mm-hmm.
The chair's appointment expires on the 25th of June this year, as does one other board member, and another one shortly later on the 13th of August. Minister, have you made decisions in relation to?
No, they'll be made. There is, I think, 3 appointments coming up this year. They'll just be made in the normal time. They haven't been finalised.
Okay. There is presumably a huge work program ahead for ANI in pursuing outcomes from the AUKUS task force and in pursuing outcomes from the DSR that will presumably materialise all of the things Senator Reynolds and I have asked about across Henderson and Osborne tonight, and possibly East Coast Base. It wouldn't be optimal to have a change in CEO and chair at the same time with such huge challenges ahead, would it, Minister?
Well, the government is aware of the workload and the issues around continuity. So we will consider those and come to decisions in the normal way.
Chair, if we
Great. Well, we
ASC.
can now call the ASC. Thank you, officers of ANI, for your attendance this evening. And I'm just going to remind senators that we're adjourning at 10:30, and in that context I would note that everybody, including the parliamentary staff and Hansard, have worked through the scheduled tea break. So we are most definitely
You're up 15 minutes.
adjourning at 10:30.
Hey?
Why do you think I went quiet for?
I did say weren't we meant to have an evening tea break, but that left. We've got 22 minutes to shine.
Great. I now welcome Stuart Wiley, Chief Executive Officer and Managing Director of ASC, and other officers. Given the hour, we won't ask you for an opening statement unless you really want to give one, and I will give the call to Senator Birmingham.
Thanks, Chair. Hello, Mr. Wiley. Nice to see you again, Mr. Manager. We better start with the obvious question. What engagement has ASC had with the Defence Strategic Review?
We've had 2 visits from the Strategic Review.
2 physical visits to the Osborne
one
site?
to Henderson and one to Osborne.
One to Henderson, one to Osborne. So the DSR visited Osborne and drove past Australian Naval Infrastructure's headquarters, but obviously didn't meet with them. But they did. The process did engage with you, which is welcome on those 2 visits. Were they just site visits? Were you otherwise asked to provide any information or analysis to the DSR?
There were site visits and a discussion relating to Collins, primarily.
Did ASC make a submission?
No, it didn't.
No. Were you asked for any other information or analysis?
No, we weren't.
No. So it was purely discussion limited to Collins?
Yes.
And current operation of Collins and Lote, what was the scope of a discussion?
It was where Collins at the moment, workforce issues, the general state of Lote, just a progress report on how we're tracking and how the Collins program is performing.
Okay. Was it purely meeting with yourself, or members of your executive team, board? What was the nature of engagement?
It was with myself and my executive team.
Self and your executive team. Thanks, Mr. Wiley. Have you had any other discussions with your minister or defence minister or departments about the DSR?
No, I haven't.
None of them have asked you for any further information?
No, they haven't.
Okay. Are you aware of any change in your operations that will arise from the DSR?
No, we aren't.
Okay. Thanks, Mr. Wiley. What about your engagement with the AUKUS task force?
Under the SSTP, we have a Stream 5 is where we provide technical input into the task force, and we've done a number of tasks supporting the task force over the last sort of 15 months.
Are you able to give in broad terms the nature of those tasks?
Yeah, in very broad terms they relate to primarily sort of production methodology, workforce, those types of topics.
Production methodology, workforce. Thank you. Do you feel through that engagement that there has been analysis of ASC's ability to contribute to a future submarine build?
Certainly, the feedback we've had from regarding the work we've done has been very well received.
Yes, okay, feedback about the work, the work you've done on Collins and so forth to date, or the analysis?
The analysis we've provided has been well received by the task force.
And has that analysis looked at the potential for ASC contribution to a future build?
I'm not sure how far that analysis has taken. We've delivered it. What Defence have done with it, I'm not sure.
Sorry, I was asking about the analysis you provided.
Yeah, but that analysis, it wasn't specifically anything to do with ASC. It was generic analysis pertaining to submarine issues relating to types of resource and production methodologies.
Okay. Thank you. Defence Industry Minister Conroy has suggested that future submarine workforce will need to be in the tens of thousands. What's ASC's current workforce?
Bear with me. So I've got the numbers here. Our current total workforce, including labour hire, is currently sitting at 2,081.
2,081. Does tens of thousands sound consistent with the type of analysis you've seen?
It's a bit hard for me to make comment because I'm not sure how the analysis has been used and what the pathway solution is going to be, but generically it's going to be in the order, depending where the work's going to be done, in the order of up to 10,000 if you look at other work that's going to have to happen in the precinct.
Okay. How is ANI's workforce currently split across its operations, LOTE versus continued sustainment activities versus contribution
ASC.
ASC versus contribution to the AUKUS task force?
So specifically regarding to the AUKUS task force, we've probably got a handful of people who are working on that work at the moment. On LOTE, we've got in the order of probably about 160 to 170 people working on LOTE currently.
Okay. And the residual normal operations?
Normal business as usual, Collins-related work's going, yeah.
Okay. What is the availability of Collins at present?
The availability is actually classified. I can say we're exceeding the benchmark figures at this point in time.
Okay. Are you currently, or have you recently been undertaking any non-scheduled maintenance work?
As part of normal activities, there's always unscheduled maintenance work undertaken. But do you mean out of cycle activities? Is that what you're? No.
No. Okay. So boats are currently rotating through the normal cycle.
Yeah, normal cycles according to plan.
Okay. Thank you. What is the status of preparedness around LOTE?
We're currently contracted for the systems design and detailed design phase and long lead materials and supplier the system design and detailed design work scopes. And we're currently on track for those activities.
Okay. What contracting is still to be undertaken?
We've still got to go through the major supplier contracting work scopes, and negotiations are ongoing for those pieces of work at the moment.
What's the timeline that you've been working towards for conclusion of that contracting?
It's various depending on what the contractors are. So I'll take that question on notice regarding specific contractors and their detailed contract dates.
In terms of the timing of commencement of LOTE, does that remain on track?
Yes.
Yes. What are the main threats to that at present?
At the moment, the program is tracking to program. It's a very complicated activity we're undertaking, and we're going through the design phase. So it's just the normal types of technical issues that you see regarding a program as complex as LOTE and dealing with those complexities. So it's sort of normal program type risks at this point in time.
What practical steps does ANI does ASC need to take in terms of workforce, any infrastructure upgrades or the like before the first boat, before Farncombe undergoes its life of type upgrade?
The planning for the implementation is part of this phase of work we're currently undertaking. So we've not bottomed out what the total requirements are from a workforce perspective are as yet. Regarding infrastructure, we're not anticipating too many changes to our current infrastructure requirements. The method that we use for normal full cycle dockings is primarily the same methodology as we will use for the LOTE docking.
Okay. What's the order of magnitude on workforce requirements that you are trying to settle into a more precise quantum at present?
It's not significantly greater than we've currently got. It's not at a maturity where I can really quote at this point in time. But the part of the challenge is making sure we can contain the work scope to a reasonable time to do it in the time frame we've got allocated. So it's part of the analysis that's ongoing, and the methodology we've applied to that work scope, depending on what productivity you get out, will ultimately reflect on the work scope size. So.
What's the status of partners that ASC is using for the delivery of LOTE?
We've got numerous subcontract technical partners. Probably the largest one or the biggest provider is Saab Kockums, and they're currently engaged and providing technical support on a number of the programs.
Okay. Disclosure, my wife works for Saab nowadays, so not when we were working together, Mr. Wiley, in case you're wondering why that disclosure hasn't happened before. So I won't drill down any further on that aspect of contracting. Mr. Wiley, in terms of your Australian industry content levels, I know you've always been very proud of the scale of AIC that ASC has managed to integrate into its sustainment operations. What is that tracking at present?
I haven't got the specific number. I think it's still in the order of over 90% for the supply chain.
Over 90% for the supply chain. How do you expect the LOTE process to impact that?
There certainly will take a bit of a hit. Most of the major equipment has been selected from overseas suppliers, so we will see a potential drop in that number as those equipment start to come in and interact in the supply chain.
What is that major equipment that you'll have to procure from overseas?
There's a main motor, switchboards, 3 diesels per submarine set, so quite large components from a submarine perspective.
And are those now contracted?
They're contracted for the system and detailed design phases and the long lead materials. We're in negotiations currently for that's what the data I'm going to provide you via question on notice on the timeframes when I'm going to get those contract dates in. So the actual, if you like, supply of the hardware, that's what we're in negotiations with at the moment.
In most of those cases, are they competitive contracts or very selective contracts in terms of sometimes only having one potential supplier?
The suppliers were nominated by Defence.
Suppliers were not. So from your perspective, you have a nominated supplier.
We have a nominated supplier
to go and negotiate with.
That's right. Yeah.
Okay. And how through that process do you extract best value for money without the competitive tension of alternative suppliers?
The problem is there's not really a competitive market to actually test these suppliers on. They're fairly unique piece of equipment. It's just the negotiation in terms of what you perceive is the value you're getting in terms of ensuring the equipment meets requirements, it's on time, supply, all the requirements are available at a low risk and and the opportunity to meet the program, basically.
Is the remind me, is the cost of life of type extension locked in between ASC and Defence?
We've got to provide as part of our delivery of this current scope of work, a project cost for the total program.
Okay. Have you provided estimated project costs at earlier stages for Defence?
We've provided sort of ROM cost estimates at various stages over the past years.
What impact are inflationary pressures having on those cost estimates at present?
There certainly is impact. I have not the detail in front of me to be able to really give you a quantifiable number at that point in time, but we are seeing inflationary issues and lead time issues regarding the supply chain.
Okay. Can you take on notice the inflationary pressures?
Yeah.
What's the status of your EBA and industrial arrangements with your workforce, and what are the wage pressures you're currently facing?
At the moment, we've got no outstanding EBAs with the workforce. The workforce, there's no issues really in terms of wage pressures at the moment. We do an annual review for the white collar, and we go through an EBA process for the blue collar, so to speak. And we haven't got any particular issues at this point in time.
When's your next EBA up for negotiation?
I think we've got several this year, so I can take that question on notice.
Several this year?
Yeah.
Okay. And in terms of your current costing arrangements, what have you factored in on also, what wage increases were you providing and are you providing under the current EBAs?
Again, I'll take that question. Again, it's various, so I'll take that question on notice.
Okay. But clearly in the current inflationary environment, you would expect pressure to increase wages at a faster rate than current EBAs?
I'm sure that we'll see an increased demand when the EBA comes in, yes.
In terms of AIC, do you report that in any particular means to Defence to help with their tracking of industry content?
I think we publish on our website, well, is that correct, with our AIC content? So it's a transparent reporting measure on our website.
Is that a requirement of your contracts with Defence?
I'm not sure if it's I'm not sure. I'll take that question on notice. I know we do it. I'm not sure if it's a requirement.
Do you provide any other reports to Defence about AIC?
We have provided reports to Defence on AIC.
In valuing AIC as you do, why do you see it as being important?
Certainly, it's been one of the cornerstones in terms of ensuring that Collins' availability has remained high and Collins has performed well by having a local in-country supply chain that's locked into your platform. It allows you to leverage that and actually deal with issues when they arise in a much more expedient and timely and a cost-effective manner. That's my experience.
Okay. Did you see comments attributed to Defence Industry Minister Conroy, who described focus on AIC and quotas for AIC as a, quote, counterproductive obsession?
I've not seen those comments, no.
Haven't seen those comments. You've just stated the value of AIC. I assume you wouldn't share any opinions that it was a counterproductive obsession.
Certainly, as I said, from my experience, in terms of the Collins sustainment activities, it's been valuable in keeping Collins available at sea.
Been valuable at being able to keep Collins at sea, of which your track record has been one recognised around the world in terms of being able to increase the availability of Collins to be at sea, hasn't it?
Yes.
Yes, congratulations on that again, Mr. Wiley, for that work over a sustained period of time. You did also just mention before, when we were talking about inflationary pressures, that you were still feeling supply chain pressures. You're feeling those in terms of major assets for your sustainment operations and load operations?
Certainly, we're seeing across the board an increase in the price of componentry we're buying in support of the Collins.
In price, is availability a pressure point too?
So far we've managed to mitigate that by looking and forecasting our needs. So to date, we've managed to mitigate that. Also, with issues of complexity and have long lead delivery items, we've actually gone and contracted the suppliers to identify long leads items in their supply chain to actually then mitigate the delivery of the items back to us.
Thank you. What's the status of the workforce that you acquired following the closure of the attack class program?
It's now the transfer of personnel from Naval Group and Lockheed is now complete. We took a total of 220 people on as part of that transition.
How many of those 220 people remain?
It's about 189.
189 of the 220. Yeah. And how are they deployed?
They're across the business primarily, mainly working in Lote, Collins, in operations, right across the business.
And how are they being funded?
And a mixture of funding, some of it through SSTB, some of it through Collins, some of it through Lote.
Is that all now funded in your normal funding and contracting arrangements with Defence, or are you still receiving specific payments from Defence for those employees?
We are getting funded through the SSTP still
through
for
the SSTP.
Yeah.
And what's the timeline of that contract?
It's a 3-year contract with an extension period of up to another 3 years.
And how long is it? So it's got another couple of years to go on. It's 3 years, or
yeah, it's about 15 months.
Or?
Yeah, 15 months through. So.
Yep. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Wiley.
Thank you, Senators. Thank you to the Minister, Katie Gallagher, and thank you to the Australian Submarine Corporation. I now Sorry.
ASC.
ASC. You changed your name ages ago. Yes. How long I've been, visiting your premises in WA. I still refer to you under the old
Thank you.
The old name. Anyway, we are now suspended, and we will see some of you on Friday. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretary.
South Australia.
Thank you.